meta clashes, elite mental, and some cross-regional small talk here with our international English analyst desk. I'm Laure, and I'm joined by Ox Ezel in the global LCK studio. How are you guys doing?
I'm pretty good, but I feel like my role is kind of like mediation between you two. There's a lot of beef that's been happening already.
The kids are fighting.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I'm trying to keep you guys apart. I really should be in the middle, if anything.
You're not on the right side. That's all I can say for now, but we'll discover this a bit later. Excited about Fearless Draft? It's the first international event we have.
Absolutely. I mean, we didn't get to see a lot of best of fives in NA, so I'm really excited for it and hoping that Liquid makes it there to show us some best of fives.
Give us some Game 4, give us some Game 5, give us some crazy pick. But before we get into the details of the tournament, let's run back what the Wiz has in store for us. Atlas, take it away.
The tournament begins with a best-of-3 round-robin stage where each team will play once against all other teams. In this stage, each team will start 2 matches with the right of side selection and 2 without. At the end of the round-robin, the last team in the standings will be eliminated from the tournament. The remaining 4 teams will advance to the knockout stage, which will feature a single elimination best-of-5 bracket. The opening matches will pair the first seed against the 4th seed and the 2nd seed against the 3rd seed. These teams will battle it out to reach the finals, where we will crown the very first winner of the First Stand tournament, proving themselves to be the most versatile team in the world.
Is it gonna win us the game?
Of course. The winning team will also secure a second bye for their region in MSI 2025, bypassing play-ins and advancing directly to the bracket stage. All of Winter Split playoffs and First Stand will be played using full Fearless draft mode. In full Fearless, any pick champions are banned for the remainder of the match. This means in Game 2, there will be a total of 20 bans, 10 champions played in Game 1 and the 10 newly banned in Game 2. This trend continues throughout the series, and by Game 5, the total of 50 champions will be unavailable for play. Teams will be pushed to delve deeper into their champion pools, making the draft increasingly challenging as the series progresses. This unlocks exciting opportunities for creativity and showcases versatile gameplay.
I didn't even know that was possible!
No one wants to be picked last in dodgeball, and no one wants to be the first team and the only team eliminated after the first round robin. I mean, this format is going to be brutal. 7 days straight of games, and they are so important right off the rip.
I think as well, with it being the first Fearless International, it's going to be so volatile. Teams really have to hit the ground running. You know, we have had a small taste of Fearless, but compared to previous internationals where teams have done this many times before, this is brand new for them.
I know, and we're kicking off the schedule with the best cross-region rivalries that we can have, as later today we'll have HLE facing off against TS. But the first match pits the LEC against the LTA in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. I cannot wait to see who comes on top.
Carmine Corps enters the international stage for the first time against the household name of Team Liquid in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. After a disappointing first year for KC, they upgraded their roster, taking G2's discarded jungler Yike and finally welcoming Khalees to the league. With expectations sky high, this roster did nothing but deliver, taking down the reigning champions G2 in a decisive 3-0. Team Liquid are representing the LTA for the first time on the international stage. And while Liquid were doubted throughout their playoff run, Jan consistently turned in heroic performances, culminating in a 3-0 sweep of 100 Thieves in the finals. EU versus NA, turned LEC versus LTA. Who will claim the glory at First Stand? It's anyone's for the taking.
I gotta say, it's a pretty emotional moment seeing these boys make their international debut finally. They always found success in ERLs in the smallest league, but I feel like their LEC debut has been complicated, and Carmine is one of the most anticipated organizations we had joining the league. Completely flopped last year, rebranded completely around new players this year to grab their very first title. And I have to look at the man in the mid lane, Khalees, maybe one of the most anticipated players we had coming into Europe. And to put a bit of context, if you guys don't know this story, this is the cover of L'Equipe, the equivalent of Sports Illustrated, and he was put on the cover with the potential that he had, not even before he played any game, Ox.
Yeah, and I feel like we've had really hyped rookies before Khalees, but what's been so insane is that he's lived up to the expectation. He came in the LEC, and not only did he put on fantastic performances, but it's the way he played. continuing to skill check opponents, rely on his mechanics to get advantages, and really bring that confidence that made him such a star.
Yeah, I mean, I think confidence is such a key, and I think he had a great split. But while all the talk coming into the split was about Khalees, to me, coming out of finals, it really should be about Vladdy, because this guy stepped up so huge. LEC has been run by Caps for years and years and years and years, and it always feels like their major rivals, Fnatic, can't get over the hump and actually take him down. And Vladdy comes in here and is able to actually make it happen. You know, he's able to get the best of Caps. He's able to play so consistently at such a high level that he really is bringing LEC to a new era potentially where they can have a true rival that can battle it out against G2.
Not often you see rookies playing fearless, lol, but fearless in game and staying creative and also being able to challenge the best in their league.
It's a lot of number ones.
That's crazy, honestly. I'm just waiting to see how well it's going to transform on the international stage, because we know that things can be different usually, especially on the big stage, without a lot of preparation. I'm super excited about KC and seeing what's going to happen. They are challenging the one team region meme, but I want them to challenge the LEC inferior to LTA this time. We'll see how this one goes.
No, that's okay. We can keep that the same. You know, TL, I think, came into this split really, you know, as kind of underdogs in a weird way, even though they were so good last year. A lot of people were thinking, okay, well, Fearless isn't going to be great for them because they kind of play a very standard style. They like to repeat a lot of the same champions. And also, lane swaps were this huge advantage for them last year, but they were more simple. And now they're kind of gone. So there was a lot of concerns about that. But Jan really rose to the occasion. This guy has been such a star. To me, he's the clear MVP from the first split of the LTA. And I would also say, as they went further into playoffs, guys like Impact really kind of started to find their feet, I think, in Fearless. And to me, him bringing out things like the Gangplank and the Shen really found a way to make Fearless work in a TL style that made sense for them.
And especially in a situation where I think AD carry is going to be lent on so heavily in this tournament with lane swaps we expect being completely removed as a result of the changes, you need your bot 2v2 to be strong. You have Core JJ who's been a veteran of so many metas, and Jan who's been the best performing player in the LTA. It's such a strong duo to have for lane swaps being gone.
And talking to LTA bot laners, it is actually the thing that they point to the most is that these guys are the best in the aggressive 2v2 matchups. And that was Jan's pop-off at the LTA playoffs. It was actually so funny, too, because then the coaches were all doing it, and it just became this huge thing. They were doing it at the post-game celebrations. So I'm hoping we're going to get some more Jan faces.
Shout out to Swiffer also from the coaching staff.
Of course.
He usually delivers when it comes to fan cam reactions. We want to hear from the players, though, because Captain America is back here at Lowell Park, and Jason caught up with him in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Thank you so much, APA. This is the first ever first stand match, and you are facing up against KC, a European team that embodies the European spirit, passion, and pride. So how do you feel about kicking off the brand new internationals with the classic rivalry?
I'm not too worried about Carmine. I don't think they're the top dogs in this tournament. I think we showed them our respect for prep, but I'm not too worried about them this tournament.
I mean, as we can just hear, the KC fans are known to be the loudest in the world. So what do you think are the key factors for Team Liquid to silence them today?
I think we just have to play our game. I don't think we have to do anything too special. They're not like too much that formidable of a team. I think we just have to play our game.
Well, also, we have TL fans out in full force today as well, as you can see. So could you lead them into the Let's Go Liquid chant to show the KC fans what they're up to today?
It's just, on three, just Let's Go Liquid. 1, 2, 3. Let's go Liquid. Let's go Liquid.
Let's go Liquid. Amazing. Huge thanks to the massive TL fans and also APA for joining us in this pre-match interview, and good luck in the match today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Amazing hearing from APA. Always, is it going to be always average or always amazing?
Always amazing. Always playing amazing.
Well, we win the Bencher Award for now, so.
I mean, it's just fun seeing that, you know, we're in Korea and we have TL fans and we have KC fans, you know, international fans showing up here. And obviously, a lot of the TL players have fans already in Korea from their time, you know, in the LCK. So it's cool to see that support. And they got a lot of it as well when we were in Brazil, which was really cool to see kind of like how global of a brand TL is.
I feel like it always blows my mind, like the amount of fans will just travel such a long distance, especially like this is a short event, making that trip across the world to support your team. It's so good to see.
Shout out to the fans bringing their passion on every side of the globe here. We have a really interesting matchup, as we said, to kick things off. I'm really interested in knowing how is this one going to go on the meta perspective, because as we know, lane swap is gone. I think a lot of people are going to be happy about this. Well, we hope. But how are these teams going to clash actually? How much is that going to change things on the Rift, Ox?
So I think obviously the big impact with lane swap is how it affects top lane and bot lane. I think something I'd look at for KC is Kana and his role. I feel like really they looked solid. When they started to lean on him more on carries, I think his tank play, this is something he's had issues with historically, isn't his best forte. But when he's on these carries, and we saw that in the finals, particularly things like the Gnar, they could perform really well. And although he can still play carries and lane swaps, I think put him in the isolated 1v1 is going to really benefit him.
I mean, I absolutely agree that Ghana should have the advantage as far as the carry matchups are concerned. The interesting thing to me is there's been so much talk about how top lanes we could get a lot more carries, but often traditionally when we do get these really aggressive bot lane 2v2s, if we have double range bot lanes, it actually means that you need a tank top. Right? Because otherwise your composition can become, really difficult to play out. If you don't have an engaged support and you don't have an engaged top lane, the team fights can become really tough. So I'm going to be really interested to see how that's actually managed by KC. Whereas on the TL side, I am kind of more expecting Core and Yon to go for a really aggressive 2v2, play for a winning matchup there, and have Impact just kind of play stalwart in the top side and maybe try to neutralize any advantage. Or if it is tank versus tank, that's his forte. Because I do think it is still really important to be making sure you have enough engaged when it comes time for 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's so true. And I think as well, like we even saw in the finals from Team Liquid, like playing the Zyra into the Renata, despite lane swaps being a thing, is also interesting because like Callisto was permabanned in like every region, despite lane swaps. Like picks like this are going to be really high priority to secure that 2v2 advantage.
All eyes on bot lane for this game?
I think so. I think bot lane is going to be really big, especially with all the changes.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right. Let's see what the fans think actually on who is going to pick up this first victory with the MasterCard GG on X fan prediction. And they're calling the match for KC. Unsurprisingly, with 69%.
Oh, you can see the fans haven't gotten a vote right yet, though.
I mean, they're sleeping for you guys, no?
Yeah, I mean, it's late in America, but KC has such a massive fan base. Not a surprise to me to see them showing up, and voting for KC in this first game. And I think it's going to be a really good series. HLE
fans being early here as well. We'll see about this. Again, a lot of expectations on the KC side. They delivered so far. But on the other side, we have Liquid, who are used to the international stage, who are used to this kind of pressure. And I really want to see how this one is going to go on the Rift. What do you guys think for this one? I think I'm going to go first because my prediction should be fairly easy, I think.
What a shock.
There's 2 blue jerseys on each side of the Rift, and only one of them will end up being the right one, and I think it's going to be a fast KC 2-0.
All right, well, I mean, you kind of already know where I've got to go as well. I've got to back my boys. I do think that I think it's going to be a really close series, actually. I think either way, I don't think we're going to get a 2-0, but I do think that Liquid has the edge in experience, and I think that really could come through, especially it being the first game of the whole tournament for KC.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah,
Wait. Before you make your prediction here, I've got some compelling evidence. Now, read the graphic here. We'll take you back to Worlds. This is just a reminder on how things have gone lately for EU internationally. Have you made it out of group stage at Worlds? Yes, obviously. LPL, LCK, LTA. No, LEC. So keep that in mind when you're making your prediction here.
We're going to leave the past in the past and we'll settle this one on the Rift. LEC, LTA, it is yours for the taking. It is time to kick things off in our inaugural match of First 10 2025. Let's take it away.
처음은 언제나 우리의 심장을 울리고 설레게 만듭니다. 자신만의 길을 택하고 나아가는 과정들 속에서 변화무쌍한 일들이 펼쳐지지만 결국 스스로 해답을 찾아내야겠죠. 여러분은 그 설레는 시작을 함께할 준비가 되셨습니까?
新的国际赛事，我们一定会走得更远。我们会创造新的历史。
Finally, we'll show you what we're made of.
It's a perfect time for a team like ours to shake things up. 하나만 기억해. 끝까지 가면 어차피 우리가 이겨.
这一次的剧本绝对会超出你的想象，兄弟们，让我们在这片赛场留下属于自己的传奇。初登顶峰的新秀，这才只是开始，我们要保持这股斗志，全力向前。
In the middle of all of these LTA winners, and they are going to first stand in Korea.
No need to drag this out. Let's finish them in one go. Where we're headed is clear. How we get there, that's on us. We are the strongest team representing 3 regions and here to win together. It's time.
First, don't just remember the rush. 不要忘记那些惊心动魄的瞬间。
There's no set pass. The one we fought is the only one that matters.
当我们的心跳越发激昂，脉搏加速，
그 순간이 바로 우리가 일어날 때야.
Welcome everyone to our first match of First Stand here at the Cash Desk. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe and Chronicler as we see our teams take to the stage. KC and Team Liquid, NA, LTA, excuse me.
Yeah, excuse you.
Versus Amiya.
You had it right though.
Yeah,
NA.
yeah.
We've always been NA.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the NA team, but
okay.
You're representing more than just NA. You heard it, 3 regions pride on the line.
Welcome. I prefer we keep the fighting for when the game starts, okay? Like, we're introducing these teams.
Look, we are so excited, you know, to get some NA EU at the very beginning of this tournament, though. So that's why we're popping off.
It's such a blessing, and it's going to set the tone for both of these teams' tournaments, right? We've talked about the format a little bit already. If you are, all you need to do is not be the worst to make it to the best of 5. Pressure not to lose these games where you really feel like it could go either way. Cannot afford to lose to the opposite member, at least in the Western teams overall. And for KC fans, eager to see what their team could do on an international stage. Back when they were playing in Amiya Masters, they said we should qualify directly to Worlds. That was 2 years ago. Well, they're finally here on an international stage, and we'll have to see if they can put their money where their mouth is as they go against TL, which is a team with a ton of experience at international events.
Yeah, actually so cool as well to see both Umti and Kana, one player on Iris, return to Lowell Park. These guys have been here for so long, built a lot of their careers here, and having them back in Korea on Lowell Park ground, I think is really cool. I think the vibe's also looking good. Both teams really looking energetic.
I like that you said that right when APA's mustache came out.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's locked in. But
That
also
man
the
is
rest,
single-handedly bringing the vibe.
The rest was chuckling, you know, they were having a good time, looking to get situated. As Kana, the last times he was in Lowell Park, things didn't necessarily end well, but he has really had a resurgence this year.
Definitely. I think at the start of the season, we saw him the carry play that we were kind of promised last year that we didn't get to see because the team was struggling.
Yeah.
Fell away a little bit in that first series versus G2, but came back with a vengeance in that final series. Back onto the carry picks. The coaching staff talked about it. Hey, we're just not going to put him on tanks anymore. That was the wrong choice.
He got to finish strong with that Gnar ult into the giant Arcane Victor ultimate as well. What a way to end it. And TL 3-0ing finals there. Spawn, the man on your screen right there. They emergency flew him out so that they were able to come back and take the LTA. Very excited to see what they can do here once again on the international stage. You know, talking to them a little bit too, they actually did scrim the previous iteration of KC at Worlds last year. Obviously, a lot of changes since then, you know, but a little bit of familiarity with some of the players.
And what I love is that I think this is probably the biggest change in meta we've seen from a qualification patch to a tournament since the Rumble Morgana days.
Man.
Remember that? When Morgana Rumble Jungle came out of nowhere and the entire well,
at least you didn't say the Juggernaut patch, because that's what we said for like 4 years.
Yeah, well, that one.
We've had 3. It was the Rumble Morgana, it was the Juggernaut patch, and now it's this one. No more lane swaps.
That's the thing.
Well, no more lane swaps to the top lane because, or to the mid lane. But there's no rule around the bottom lane, so like, you know, people have been theory crafting, just try lane, bottom lane.
You can tell everyone who follows Pro League is a little bit traumatized because until they see the body of lane swaps, until they confirm that that is actually lane swaps lying there in the body bag, they are not willing to let it go. They're ready to see some new rendition.
It just always comes back.
It does. But as we get into picks and bans, look, already some targeted bans coming at APA, something a lot of teams in the LTA aren't as willing to do, but seeing the Ziggs, seeing the Draven taken off the board, the Victor response, obviously a strong pick, but something that Vladdy is also especially confident on.
Yeah, I think the first two bans, they're very indicative of the focus of these teams, both mid laners. Like you said, Vladdy, huge Victor over here. For APA, there's actually two champions. I even put his Talia up on his Ziggs tier. I don't even put his Aurelion Sol up on his Ziggs tier. Those are the two champions. I really think he is also so good at the Talia, so some options. Oh, no!
What's the third champ? What's the third? You need a third champ, Kobe. You need a third champ.
Man, Casey, do some good prep. Good man.
I don't think this prep was particularly hard. What I'm looking towards, I mean, we all know this, right?
We've seen this.
It's been often talked about point. My question was going to be the Skarner, because he did receive another round of nerfs. I feel like this pick has been so extremely heavily pro-skewed. Kalista still being in the ban list makes 100% sense, but is the prio going to be completely gone after yet another round of nerfs? And it looked like it very well might be. The Vibe priority remains as high as always. This pick goes well with so many different junglers, or so many different mid lane picks in particular, and it shuts down a lot of AD carries as well.
Conventional response at this point in the LEC at least would be to take away the Ambessa, the reliability of that point and click combo. Ambessa did get hit on the patch at least a little bit. I don't think it's significant enough to take her out, but we'll have to see if TL are willing to give that champion up and lock something else in for themselves.
One of the big things to me with an early Vibe pick, though, is that you are already in your first pick indicating that you're going dive. This champion is hard constructed to make comps go around dive, you know? And with Talia already being banned out, you know, you think of other mid laners at Pale World, like Ahri or something, if you really want to go for those kill combos. But regardless, this comp is going to have some pretty strong elements of dive, and so TL should already be thinking counter dive. And so they immediately lock the Maokai. I do like that. It's one of Umpty's most consistent and I believe strongest champions. So happy to see the Maokai pick up there for him. And then Varus has had such a high priority for Jan as well. So honestly, like the response from Team Liquid. Let's see how hard KC want to go with their dive comp. And the following picks here, because this will really give away everything.
That's also one of the big advantages of Varus. Depending on what KC end up drafting, you can either go for Onyet or Lethality. Lethality has such a big effective range, so if they do end up going more heavily into dive, you can go for that, as the Ezreal gets picked up here for Kalist.
And this, I like it because you don't commit to the dive, but you can add your Ezreal ultimate. So they've got a very good element of range around it. Ooh. And, okay, this one definitely goes with the dive. This was a small nerf where people were wondering, is Aurora still going to have you know, kill threshold basically with the E damage nerf, and then the previous patch there was a little bit of damage out of the R. You're like, if you're taking little bits of damage out of the kit, you know, from various places, is Aurora still going to have that one-shot combination onto the low mobility carries like Varus that you want to pick it into? Looks like KC and have determined that it does.
Yeah, now we're going to see a second AD carry follow-up here, locked in for APA, the Tristana. Generally pretty strong, comfortable mid laner. You want some AP in the jungle when you're going to go, or excuse me, AD in the mid lane when you're going to have AP in the jungle for Umpty, most likely, short of a Maokai flex. Overall, I think TL's response to the Vi is super clever, because normally on a previous patch when lane swaps exist, you get Vi and Kai'Sa, you get this dive duo. Kai'Sa without lane swaps, infinitely worse as a champion. And what you mentioned earlier, the lethality Varus, one of the few champions who can match the mid lane prio that Ezreal normally gets to secure.
And you get that ability to buffer a Vi ultimate here. You know, since they already have this low mobility carry Varus, that's going to be put under a lot of pressure. APA wants something very safe there, so the Tristana, you know, in the face of Vi and Aurora dives towards him, wanted that extra mobility. We kind of go back to last year's like MSI meta and stuff with the double 80 carries and the Trist coming back.
Cassandre also got hit. I also don't think that matters enough to actually take him out. The Ambessa already, as you mentioned, taken away still as we get to the second rotation. I do love the Poppy ban in particular. I feel like playing just in the Maokai, that's still manageable. Varus is still going to have a tough time into that Aurora. If you add the Poppy to it as well, I think Vi barely gets to play the game, so definitely a good one there. As the Braum taken away here, so I think a signal that TL is going to be looking to pick up any of the engage supports. We see the Nautilus is a popular one if you want to combine it with the Onyet Varus. We'll see what actually ends up coming through. The Leona might be a good takeaway, because even though it sucks to play into Ezreal Leona is such a strong 2v2 that you might want to try and avoid that.
Definitely some good options. I'm really curious to see what TL are going to do with this red side pick 5. They ban away the Cassante, which, again, with impact on Cassante, a lot of your playoffs, Kobe, was just teams banning it phase 1. They just did not want to see him play it, specifically targeted at him. Does make it not quite into phase 2, and now kind of need to open up that pool at least a little bit.
Yeah, and TL, luckily for Impact, you know, their red side, they can save their red side counter pick for Impact rather than use it for support if they really want to go that direction. Meanwhile, you know, Chronicle, you were talking about what sort of engaged support do they want to go with it. And TL, with banning away the Braum, you know, it opens up a lot of the options there for them to get CoreJJ on a playmaker. And that certainly has been when they looked the best. Although CoreJJ also does like playing some lane dominant stuff, and our pick ban has disappeared.
We're going to trust that it'll be back momentarily.
We can turn around and look behind us.
Nope, the team logo is up.
Okay.
We'll keep you up to date. We got more information, and if anything else does get locked in. But in
I
the meantime,
see a Pikachu. or is it just a Pichu? It was the
It was the baby Pikachu. Yeah. I don't know if you're allowed to pick that.
No?
But it is very on brand, Kobe.
We haven't added that one yet?
The first time me and you are casting from Wall Park, we somehow start talking about Pokemon. I feel like we're doing well to the gentleman who, like, it's on brand.
Yeah, no, it's in the Lore Park tradition, so I think that's actually really considerate of you. I'm not the guy to talk about when it comes to Pokemon, though, so unfortunately I'm going to have to kind of leave you to it.
I mean, I think we all, you know Pikachu, though. We don't need
well,
to
no, I know them, but I don't know enough to actually talk about it.
Look, focusing up, we have first 3 picks locked in on both sides, right? We have this Vi-Ezreal combination.
Yeah.
When I look at this matchup overall, I know on the NA side, based on listening to the dive for multiple episodes, the question has been like, how is Umpty going to perform? I think Maokai is like one of the best options you can get if you're nervous about consistency.
That was my first reaction. Yeah. Honestly, 100% agree there. It is a champion that provides so much to the team later on and for team fights and brings so much structure. Giant ultimate, saplings for vision, and assuming that he's going to build fairly tanky, will provide the extra ability to face check. Let's see how quickly we just get right back to it. Assume they'll just be able to fill in everything that was already selected, and we'll get right up into those 4th picks.
Going to give a lot of further direction to the drafts. Targamas, in terms of champion pool, actually has the opportunity to go for some of the more out there counter picks.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting to see if they're going to lean into that. Or for a first game, you can also just pick one of the more traditional power picks, particularly with the Vi. Any additional CC that you can layer on top is going to make the game a lot harder. I'm with you though on the Maokai. I feel like Maokai is the best champion. If you're not even the best champion, if they engage on you, generally you'll be able to W to someone, throw an ult, and the rest of the team can get to you in time to bail you out of most bad situations.
Look, long-range CC option like Maokai Ultimate that's basically a disengage, tells the enemy team to back up when you have 280 carries, feels like a pretty clear formula to success. But now as we get through the portions of pick and ban we've already seen, we're approaching that 4 pick for red side. What are TL going to be looking at? A lot of top lane options taken away. They can just opt to blind for impact, save counter pick for support, but might just lock a support here.
Yeah, we've got Leona available, Nautilus available. There you go. Nautilus point and click. Very, very standard here for CoreJJ. And response from KC. Let's reveal top lane. Let's reveal support matchup.
One of the biggest benefits of this is that you have an actual guarantee way to lock down the Ezreal. It's a champion that's notoriously slippery. And I think that is the one downside when you play the Leona, is that actually getting on top of the Ezreal is going to be a lot harder. Nautilus does have an easier way to do so. Do wonder whether that means that Yon is going to be playing the on-hit Varus, as we more often see that combined for a little bit of additional laning strength. There is just an engage support, as we kind of were expecting.
Yeah, so let's see. We could go like Jace or Gnar here. Both feel pretty like good possibilities. You know, your Jace, you go more poke with your Ezreal. Your Gnar, you can get your little bit of split push, come in, have really good engage to follow up with the Vi and the Rel. And they go with the Jace option there. To have that extra bit of damage. Kind of like it, honestly.
And for Kana, I think it's been his most strong pick in terms of his 1v1 lane performance. Again, we saw bits of it early on the split, kind of died out weeks 2 to 3, but by the time we were getting into playoffs in that final series, he was really taking over with this champion. The Thimble Winter build did get hit, so I expect probably more damage coming through. The question is, does Impact want to fight Fire with Fire, or with 2 carries already locked in, is he happy to kind of play Ornn? Well, there it is. That answers the question, doesn't it?
You can kind of see some of the body language there, too. He's like, get up. He's like, all right, here we go.
Right.
I'll play the Ornn. We're picking for team. We've got Maokai. We've got Ornn. We have mega frontline with double 80 carries. We've got Team Liquid Fortress 5-on-5 fighting.
And you got to feel for Impact. They made an entire patch full of ham-fisted lane swap changes. He finally gets a 1v1, and he has to play Ornn into Jace. It is not the ideal starting point.
Good luck on that matchup. I think that there is certain matchups where the Ornn can actually do a decent job of getting through the lane unscathed without any help. Renekton is, I think, one of the classic ones. Even though he is such a big lane bully, he can trade decently. But into Jace, I think he's going to be having a really rough time.
In the beginning of the day, we were talking about the patch.
Yeah.
And the removal, or the attempted removal of lane swaps.
You mean the successful
I'm
removal?
just saying, yes, we haven't seen the gameplay yet.
We need a guy in a
Maybe
morph
there's
suit
some
that says lane swaps who can just come in and says, my demise has been greatly exaggerated.
Impact could just say, I am not going up there. And he could just go bottom side. You know,
you can't stop him. He might lose XP, he might lose the game, but if he wants to swap, they cannot stop him. That said, look, we've got a composition, a lot about picks with the Vi. You mentioned it, the Jace, strong early lanes, balanced out by the incredible team fighting of Team Liquid.
That's us. Welcome
That's
to
us.
That's
Welcome
you guys.
That's
Yay.
us. We're happy to be here.
Chronoco didn't make us a sign.
That's true.
Well, I did welcome you at the beginning of the day.
And yesterday when we were doing rehearsals.
Yeah.
Okay.
I came over all the way for you. You guys guilt-tripped me into doing all sorts of activities.
Whoa.
He was late.
We made a convincing argument. It wasn't a guilt trip. But here we are, folks. It's game 1. It's first stand, brand new international tournament. Reminder that it is fearless, so you're not going to see any of these picks again. Whether you like them or hate them, they're not going to show up in game 2. But now getting into game 1, important to start this tournament off. Again, each team, single round robin. You only get 4 best of 3s, but this is by far, for both regions, the most important best of 3.
It truly is. So much trash talk rides on this best of 3.
The whole year will be decided by this best of 3.
Last year we had a lot of trash talk, but you know, you're only as good as your last victory over your rival, right?
This is the Western Finals.
Yeah, everybody will immediately just go off what we see here. So let's get right into it. Currently, we've got standard lanes, you know. Looks to me like lane swaps have been headshot.
I'm not going to celebrate until the full tournament has been run.
Okay.
But we'll see. What I want to look towards here is where the priority is going to be. Obviously, topside is going to be a really rough laning phase for the Ornn up until at least level 6. Then I think you have both a little bit more kill threat, and if the jungler ever shows up, you can actually take down the Jace. But until that point, I think it's mostly going to be bot side focused for Team Liquid, whereas KC should be looking towards the top side to try and make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, Umpty's playing with double 80 carries, so he wants those lanes ahead. He was spotted, by the way, when he went into steal Raptors. So Yike is coming down, and the bottom lane's already here. Umpty, you got to get out of there, bud.
Target's level 1. Mount up. Doesn't quite have level 2, can just bully him out. Gets a bit of damage down, but Umpty should still be able to walk away. Quick arcane smash. Walks out, but spends a lot of time effectively just leashing that red buff. Certainly a little bit awkward. Does mean Kliss is on his lonesome. Poor JJ wants to walk forward with a level 2, forces an early flash, and that is the cost of Targamas roaming when they didn't really have bot prio.
All right, so we'll see. Umpty getting set behind a little bit there on the timing, but it does, as you say, cost him the flash here for bottom lane. Ezreal, of course, still quite safe.
Yeah, Ezreal will get access to his Arcane Shift and should be fine from there on out, but the fact that Umpty effectively wastes a lot of time is going to feel rough. But because of that payoff of the flash, I think it's as if he would have gone for a cheese cake after the Raptors, right? Still get the summoner.
Plus, honestly, it wasn't like that much of a discrepancy in time. While it was an investment in time, because the Yike walk all the way down there as well, it's not the crazy, you know, jungle diff. As you can see already, Umpty immediately just went to his blue side, and he can clear from his blue side up. So it didn't completely hinder him as far as the individual matchup. Now we'll see, though, after Yike finishes his blue quadrant, what he can get done there, because Vi up on the top side is quite possibly looking to go for a counter invade. Gets
no smite
seen on his invade.
And there's a back. So yeah, this is just going to go to Yike.
I mean, Umpty knew because he didn't have smite. He was like, I'm not going to be able to finish this. So he was walking all the way back. Didn't fully leash it though, so.
It was also because right at that moment, we had the back coming in for APA.
Yale on the brush, trying to go for a bit of cheese there, faking the recall, but only able to get a couple Hail of Blades autos out. So not too successful. Could have been a kill if, KC had mispositioned, but they stayed on the opposite side of the minion wave.
Yeah, so all told here isn't going to be too big of an effect for them. I would say it's definitely a big effect for topside. As we said from Champ Select, Impact was picking for team here with the Ornn pick and is kind of appropriately getting abused in the early game by Kana's Jace. So definitely getting a bit low on resources, but Umpty himself doing quite fine there with the Maokai. Remember, he did steal away the full Raptor camp as CoreJJ goes for an attempt. So all he gave away was the smite on the big Raptor, and he was able to steal away all of Yikes, so not too shabby.
And Kana having this much pressure is something that goes back to his T1 days, right? This is why he was the guy back in the day. Played up until 2021, was a single game away from making it to the World's Finals back then on that T1 roster. And it's always been, I think, his early laning phase that has been a very consistent point of strength in the past. Had issues with then converting that into a consistent mid game. But I think with experience, has gotten a lot better at that as well and has built a very substantial lead. And I think that this is one of the things that Kana gets to play like this because Umpty has been so meticulously tracked, right? Yes, he got the early reps.
No flash. Is able to Arcane Chip. The Ignite goes down. Target's taking a bit extra damage. The Q! Pixels away from finishing off close there. 2 stacks maybe wouldn't have gotten the job done, but certainly would have left that health bar.
It's going to be enough to be able to get them a turret plate, though. There's already half damage on that turret plate.
Oh, the pencil doesn't find it.
And this was the big thing when we looked at this matchup, this 2v2 bot lane. Could Core and Yon replicate some of the success they had? They get the early flash. Now they're putting more pressure on. Yike might try to respond, but he's spotted. And again, not quite in a position from Umpty to step back into the pit as Targamas is still here. His bot lane has reset. This is a bit awkward.
It certainly is. I mean, they both have smite. Yike was quite good with his smites in LEC finals, but Targamas isn't enough of support there to allow him to finish. And since the bottom lane for TL made the better call not to sacrifice their tempo for that turret plate greed that I thought they were going to go for, that is the reason they are able to get to reset and get the dragon instead of it. So good job not sacrificing their tempo, greeding for plate and going for that one. Meanwhile, Yike just will trade up to the top side.
APA also had prio in mid, right? So he was early on the roam. I think Tristana particularly at this point is so quick to just shove out the wave with V, then get towards the skirmish as CoreJJ, he is continuously fishing.
And I think what's impressive here is it's just that early flash advantage and the 2v2 that they have selected in Champs League that they're using to push forward. It's not like Umpty has been here camping this bot lane matchup. It's just Core and Yon pushing every advantage they can get. And again, because Yike is spending so much time chasing Umpty around in these circumstances, he has slowed down his own jungle clear. He's gotten the grubs, he's getting closer to 6, but that is the big break point that Vi is always chasing.
The big thing, though, is that Kana has just gone unmatched, right? As Targamas
mounts up, luckily able to get the Aftershock off where he might have fallen down, but this bot lane is really suffering in the 2v2.
Bot lane is struggling, but again, I think that the reason, if we look at the gold differential, is still in favor of KC. 2 plates have been found by Kana just in this pure 1v1 matchup, gets to relentlessly bully the Ornn, because otherwise I think KC could actually be in some trouble with the pressure that's been found by both APA and Yon, the fact that the early dragon was taken, and it's kind of what we said in draft, right? Yike has actually been able to play towards the top side of the map, outside of Trek and Umpty. Getting those grubs early on is going to feel really good for Kana in particular, as we can see by far the largest individual gold lead.
So Yike uses smite to grab the Raptor there. So Umpty thinks that he can just go in and take this red buff, but Yike's got a second charge built up as well.
Do they know?
Not sure if they do. Q flash over the wall, wants the full commit. Nice interrupt coming from CoreJJ, but the damage still connected. But Umpty is running. Bay's rushing out, and it's first blood for TL. Body trying to move down, but APA already with the cover. Double kill for Umpty on the bottom side.
Great vision toggle right there. You could see CoreJJ, TL waiting in the fog of war with that control ward there. Umpty communicating to the bottom lane as Targamas put the control ward over to see them on red. Hey, they're about to come for me. Look at this camping on the control ward, and they're able to make the counterplay right as he goes in, and the hook just gets Yike. That was actually crazy timing right there.
That's some expectation management, okay? Umpty in the enemy jungle, seemingly alone. That's a freebie, and instead they turn it around!
Kobe, if you tell me that you've known all along and this was a plan to catch us off guard, Umpty's inconsistent performance, because KC clearly believed it, clearly thought that he was just making a mistake.
It was a hard sell!
I'll admit it, I was part of the propaganda. We're telling everybody, hey, Umpty, he's your target, you gotta go kill him, and now TL are able to use him as a bait.
Give that man an Oscar. You know, 2-kill winning performance there. And that's decent. It balances out the gold lead that we see on the top side. And now there's even more pressure on Kana to keep this advantage going. He cannot stop bullying Impact out, because if we go longer, the Orin has inevitable value. He will have that ulti. He will be able to make an impact and fight. So more pressure on Kana to further cement his lane lead.
I love it. The General is back in Korea. Umpty with the plays here. Nice acting, as you said, but we'll see as we move forward. You guys are right to continually focus on Kana here and the possible pain that he is going to bring to Team Liquid once we see him join up with the rest.
For me, it's been core. I think his early movement and both his pressure in lane as well as in that play right there, absolutely pivotal in how a lot of this early game is played out. For KC, what I want to see is I want to try and see them find some of these messy skirmishes. I think their burst potential is absolutely crazy with the setup that they have. With the Aurora, the Vi, and the Rel, you can really catch people off guard. You just need to try and avoid the classic, we're going to just go in from the front to back, because if you ever do that, Umpty went Knight's Vow. Like, that man is just here to be a CC bot, and if you don't approach from multiple angles, I think you're going to have a really hard time actually breaking through the TL shell.
Umpty is honestly 5-star General right now. Really, really doing everything that we want from him on the Maokai, even as you're saying, devoting all resources to the game plan. And let's review the game plan, because this is all about the comps from Champ Select. TL, they are a fortress of a team fight. Massive front line, double 80 carry, massive classic carries. Umpty's actually going upriver, so they want to make a visit towards Kana right now.
He's going to get hit by the second half of the ultimate. Sustained CC here. Decent chunk now coming, and that's the ulti full root. Do they have enough damage to finish the Jace? The answer is hell yes. Kana running, trying to outplay him, but he just can't even play the game. There's too much CC.
The General strikes again!
And Kana, unfortunately, not the first time that we've seen him fall in this trap, but I think...
Yike.
Oh.
Vladdy. Weirding hits, but not doing a whole heck of a lot of damage. Maybe thought he'd be able to find an angle there.
If TL, like, oh, this is insane. So they get the kill on Kana, take him out. They're going to deny the full grub value that I think KC was definitely looking for, and they're getting free plates on bot.
This is an ideal TL strat from when they were at their peak last year, and they're performing so well. They had Tristana for APA. They had him split pushing early on in the side lanes. They're one of the teams to rotate him to side lanes very, very early on in the game. This one getting huge value out of the turret plates while they throw it away.
Glyph's good buffer to make it out, but this is the threat of Core and Yon in mid lane. They have so much more reliable engage. Targamas is still level 5, and while you can get a lot out of Varel engage, Nautilus brings so much more burst damage, which means Glyph always has to be careful when he's sitting alone in that mid lane.
For KC, again, I'm looking towards some of these skirmishes. I think that they need to try and find a fight. I think that obviously the TL comp is also hard to engage into just because of the Maokai, because of the fact that the Tristana is so hard to reliably lock down. But if you don't find a fight at, say, the Dragon, that I do think they should be looking towards now, on the one-item spikes that are starting to get through, Black Cleaver's done, we have Ludens as well here for Vladdy. The game isn't going to get easier, right? That's what why we're putting, I think, a lot of pressure on KC, is because I think if we do go into the late game on these terms, not even a lead, even if it was even, I think TL is going to have a much easier time.
Which is why you can see this commitment down to stop Dragon stacking. You know, they don't want TL to have the ability to draw them to a Dragon Soul super early on. So they're actually going to give up, some turret damage on top side. Impact is going to be able to get something done there. Kana still gets a turret plate by himself on bottom side while they take away the Dragon, though. And now Vladdy's made his rotation all the way up to answer Impact.
And the Jace pick just continues to pay off. But again, it was the Ornn that came in later. The team fight is the goal of TL, and the fact that they've been able to get so much early on in the game, despite topside, hemorrhaging gold, is an indication of just, one, them catching KC off guard on multiple occasions. And KC getting stuck in a pretty awkward situation in this mid-game outside of, again, the Jace pick, who is their really big strong point.
And Ornn is also one of the champions where the gold that you get isn't nearly as relevant as the experience. So much of his power is gated by the fact that eventually he starts giving out the upgrades to the rest of his team. And being behind in gold, especially with the extra stats that you get from your passive on any completed item, means it's really not that big a deal. And in experience, Impact has been able to keep up. He's about half a level behind, but that's not going to be the end of the road. And I think that's where we when you see the Ornn really get taken out of the game, it's when he's like 1-2 levels behind, never gets to walk up, has to drop a lot of experience, as TL continuously looking for these aggressive plays. Will get spotted though.
And now they're uncertain. Is Umpty stepping too far forward? Is it a trap? They're not going to take the risk this time around, of course. Don't really have bot prio.
Now every time you go and try and pick off Umpty, you got to think to yourself, is Core here? He's also are they trapping me? Are they trying to bait again? But honestly, he has been playing to the game plan so incredibly well, never going up, to the other side of the map. And now currently behind Vladdy on bottom side, starts with the ulti.
Another ulti. Can use the ult to try and get out, but looks like he wants to try to use it as an alternate escape path. Excellent knockback coming in from AP, but it doesn't look like they're going to finish. One little gift for Vladdy, but again, it's the Night Bow. It's not the Leandries. There's no damage there. Now Kalista in trouble. Good chunk coming out. Yike desperate to ult, but an early flash comes out from APA to deny the chance. And Yike, again, this is why you pick the champion. He hasn't got to ult a single time.
And, topside turret might go down here. Kana, he's committed to the game plan, as the rest of the Rift, I think, struggling a little bit more, especially because they couldn't get a counter kill. I know Vladdy was able to stay alive, but I still think you're pretty happy with that trade as TL. The fact that Yike then was able to get the flash out of APA, that's a big deal, though.
Yeah, that definitely will be a big one as we get later. His rocket jumps are going to have to be on time, and they're probably going to have to be more defensive than offensive once we get to it. But they also do have a lot of good peel. And Jan has kind of been posted up quite safe here. The Varus, you saw him trying to push Kalist out of lane, constantly landing the poke here, constantly keeping that pressure on.
And the lane economy snapshot presented by MatchCard is really the game snapshot, which is Khan is the only person with money. Everybody else on KC's side is broke. They're going to need a little bit more time. Items at least coming through, first items, but Jan already rapidly approaching that second. Does stack the Muramana pretty slowly before that completion, so won't be the scariest spike initially. But TL packing a lot of firepower on top of the fact that, as we said before, their comp scales fantastically.
And it's about a 1K gold lead for TL now. I think KC will get like 2 more big opportunities in a fight to try and burst out either Jan or APA, because that is the one thing that the TL comp is going to struggle with. I think the one-item spikes for KC are kind of crazy, particularly compared to things like a Knight's Vow, right? Ornn on one item doesn't spike nearly as hard. And then, Yike. Should be fine here. And then secondly, they do only have 2 carries, both of which are AD. So if you take out one of those, they lose a lot of damage. And I think for KC, basically everyone can be a threat in a long enough fight. As
Ana turning back on APA, knowing that Core is waiting over the wall. The knockup will still hit, but a nice chunk out to start things off. Targamas now chasing down APA again. APA earlier did give up that flash, but will walk away. Good buffer on the hook coming out from Core to make sure he could get out as well.
So it's like, no, can't kill him. That's Ornn with an ending to spare. And the Giant Bell, Yike might be able to get the Herald for this. Would be big, but they do spot him.
Yeah, they haven't quite committed down to the bottom side, and Umpty's coming on up here, though.
Umpty had to use a smite earlier on the Raptors, though, so Yike might be feeling confident that he's up the spell. Kana breaking yet another tower. And while I thought Kana was important, I did not expect Game 1 to just be the Kana show. This is the guy single-handedly keeping KC within touching distance in terms of gold. And ultimately, because he's committed so much on bot side, they cannot get the Herald.
Actually, even now, again, thanks to the turrets that have been taken, and I think TL made the right call in denying, but they did rotate over a lot of people, which means they didn't really have the opportunity to keep Kana away from that turret. And Kana's 2-item spike is approaching, and that is going to be a lot of damage that's going to come through. I do think TL have enough engaged so they don't have to just sit there and take the poke, though.
And the objectives are going to determine our very late feats of strength in this game, since TL got the 3 kills, but the tower, of course, go to KC. So the objective focus here, as KC are setting up pre-Dragon spawn, and TL have APA split pushing on top side with his Tristana trying to get that outer tower gold.
If they will able to grab that money, nice injection of gold. 2 items going to feel really good if he can race there quickly.
Teleport is available.
Awkward objective start. Yike. Caught out here. Umpty can now follow up. Should be pretty easy to take this Vi down. No one else is in the area. Flashes out, but still gets caught. Oh, that's a heartbreaker. TL now going to grab the objective.
Umpty casted his ult already, so it was there when Yike goes for his flash to get away after getting bumped back. Regardless, it all started with Impact finding the pick there, but that is massive because they didn't have to commit APA's teleport to make that dragon play. They got it.
Okay. I'm ready for a moment's notice for that kill, but it's a great call out. Because how many times this game have we seen Yike start an objective just to be forced to walk away from it 10, 20 seconds later? It's clear the whole team isn't ready. Kalista and Targamas are behind on the roam. Vladdy is not moving up, and Team Liquid capitalize.
Impact on tanks, just the GOAT there. He makes the initiation, and then Umpty with the bump back, and he had ultied already, so his ult was already traveling forward, so Yike flashing right into it.
And it feels like, I understand why KC felt relatively, because Vladdy actually pushed up far, but the cohesion of TL has just been on a different level, right? The fact that Impact is already in position to look for the punish there. The fact that once you get hit by any point of CC, you do die. Like against this TL comp, there's just too much lockdown.
Okay, piece of strength all come down to this Rift Herald.
And they secure it. Umpty set up on the side. Ulti not quite available. Very hard for them to fight for space. It looks like Team Liquid are just going to concede. Will give up.
Teleport from APA
feeds, but now KC want to keep things going because it's Vladdy waiting in the brush, and this time it was TL. Caught unawares, not ready for the play. Locket comes out. Umpty going to be able to walk away, but a pick on top of the feats of strength coming through as TL try to reclaim something bot.
It was interesting to watch because you could see both teams calling for plays in different areas, with KC making their play in mid. Nice successful kill onto Yon, and TL making the call to push bottom side. But now the tower, Rift Herald instantly takes out the last outer turret here for Team Liquid, so KC have been able to open up the map. But again, the Tristana teleport was used to bottom side as well for APA to get down there with Impact and at least trade that outer tower as well.
Still a really big win there for KC, right? They get the feats, and this is exactly what you need to be looking for, because some of the big cooldown ultimates are not there for TL. Umpty doesn't have his, neither does Impact, so as a result, if you do actually get on top, there's not really a chance where you get baited in a bad engage, where even if you do burst the target, then the follow-up damage is enough. Really nicely done by KC, but now...
He coming in, Umpty looks like he's been caught out, but it's APA here to back him up and knock down Yike. Once again, Targamas caught out as well, trying to get something, but it's Kana finally arriving in the fight. But again, the CC is too much. All of his gold does not matter if he cannot push a button. Yon finding the snipe. TL obliterating KC in the exchange as they turn to Otacon.
The power of tanks making all these picks, and APA, the Tristana, enough damage to finish off these kills. Yon walking down to the rest of the team after they had already started the play, and the rewards for that play, the rewards for these tanks making more aggressive picks here is going to be an Otacon this time around.
KC get beat down by the beefcakes. They just can't get through. There's
How long have you been waiting to say that? How long have you been
Well, since you started your point, obviously.
I can see it.
I was waiting. As we take another look here, it's these traps that have been the biggest difference maker, right? So many times it feels like KC are just not ready for the amount of commitment that TL is willing to put in, and then even with Kana coming in.
Look at this hook too.
He doesn't get to play the game. He's the most fed member, the strongest member on KC by far, and he just gets put in the bouncy house.
And massive credit to TL. Again, you highlighted it. So many times they're looking to make these fast plays. They'll concede a recall to see if they can catch someone out. They'll wait in a brush. If no one comes, they might be giving up a little bit of tempo. But KC keep falling into these traps, and now TL are making so much money on a comp that is so much easier to execute. And we've crossed the threshold. By level 6 to 11, that's where you want to be making all these plays. Yike has not been able to do anything.
Well, that's the big thing. The gold lead isn't actually that big, but considering the respective scaling strengths and how straightforward the comps are to play, I think that the KC comp, for what it's worth, if you ever find an off angle and you pop one of APA or Yon, I actually think that this comp can have a lot of longevity, but actually doing that when TL are looking to get full map control is going to be infinitely harder.
Yeah, the play that KC pulled off in mid lane, well, let's take a look at this one.
Ulti going in. Target's likely to body block. Will buffer on the way out as well. Good movement to make sure no one else gets caught. 3v3 mid lane. They don't want to risk the fight. Yon did burn ulti. KC kind of out of fuel to start this one.
That's 2 ults gone. Dragon is coming up soon.
I think the big thing here to point out as well is the gold. You mentioned it earlier. Ornn upgrades coming through as Impact is level 14. So essentially 2k gold, more worth of stats going to Team Liquid on top of a pretty small gold lead. Item completions as well. The good news for KC, you talked about the pick angle. Ezreal 2 items, strongest point for this champion in the game relative to other picks. Can outvalue some of the gold difference, but not if his back keeps getting canceled. TL are just taking all of these little advantages. This has to be infuriating for KC.
Certainly does. And I would have to say, one of the big things that brought them success in their play in mid lane was the Vladdy flank around behind Jan in the previous one. Like if they're able to get, you know, a good initiation, like you're saying, onto that back line, as they're actually the ones getting flanked here, since TL want to use their GAs.
Attack, blowing the horn. Targamas the counter engage to try to get things kicked off. Already jumping into the backside is Yike, but he's getting torn down. The peel coming out just in time. The front line turning back to save their carry. One GA getting taken away. The false life off the board, 200 gold, but how many lives is it going to cost them? Kana tries to find the knockback. Decently tanky, living thus far. Gets out of range of the knockup crucially. Core still living, but Impact manages to take another. APA jumping, ready to reset, but won't find another kill. 2 down on the side of KC. Ulti in, won't do much.
Okay, Jan's back up from his GA revival, running straight for the Dragon. With that victory, TL should be able to get the objective. Again, that's the bonus acquired by the Otacon. You want to force that play in mid, so even though they are able to kill off Jan, he just revives. They're able to get the extra gold from the kills here on the side of Team Liquid. They're able to get the objective afterwards as well. Really, you know, well set up by this team.
And it's the deep ward that I think spotted Targamas, and the fact that as he goes for what I think is a great engage, Impact comes in again, and it delays so much of the initial damage, because I think they could have won this fight if it wasn't for a lot of their backline being slowed down by that Ornn ultimate, right? Because the TP timing could have been a little bit crisp, but there was definitely a window there, but instead, TL get a ton of value out of their Otacon buff. They stack another Dragon, and KC still don't get the fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, TL with their tanks were able to tank so many tower shots in that to be able to get the extra kill as well. Umte's back around to those Raptors, by the way. Yeah, that's his favorite spot in this entire game. Goes, takes those away, he leaves behind a sapling.
The mental edge is insane. He could run in there when they could see 3 other members of their team, and at this point I feel like KC are going to be like, but is there someone else supporting him?
The mental edge and the vision edge, because again, the saplings is such a big part of Maokai, and he's always leaving these saplings behind there too. The extra vision for them really providing a lot, but TL, as poor JJ goes for a little bit of fun here in the river.
But overall, this game, a story of kind of the diligence and setup from TL, preying on the expectations of KC when they thought they could catch Umti, and just being so consistent on these setups. Again, another ulti to kick things off, goes a bit wide, but they get what they came for, which is the tier 1 mid lane tower of KC.
And that is going to make it already harder, because I think for KC, the one point of real strength that you still has is Kana. As we saw earlier, has done the most damage in the game by a pretty substantial margin. But Jason as sideline is kind of awkward, because even if he is strong, there is so much CC available, so it is so hard to actually put that into any meaningful pressure. And with the mid lane turret missing as well, it's going to be so easy for the long range engage on TL to rotate it over and oppress KC and not allow them to find any of these flank angles that at this point they desperately need.
And if we go back to the reason why we're here, it all does come back to first picking Vi. That's why TL go with this strategy, because you reveal so much with a first pick Vi, and that's why a lot of people are not super big fans of showing it that early. Yike definitely has had a rough time, but now he's trying to do the shadow push where he trails behind Kana. It doesn't look like APA is anywhere close, though, so they aren't going to find anything this time around with their attempt.
Sticking around just in case. And this is the angle. This is the pick we talked about, right? Kana maybe doesn't have enough damage to 100-0 finish the kill. That's why they spend a bit of time fishing rather than starting Redbrook, rather than focusing their attention elsewhere. As you said, it does not pay off. It does not really work out. Even though they stick around for an extra, 15, 20 seconds. And TL happy to take that time, use that time to get mid-prio, and then start shifting down to the bottom side.
All right, let's see how dicey it gets. APA, again, spent all of last year for Team Liquid, split pushing in side lanes. A lot of it when they were running double AD carry comps, a lot of it with Tristana, a few other champs as well, but that was one of the things that we complimented him so much for last year, was improving in that aspect. And there you saw it again. He waits until the timing window to go back down and push it. Now he can rotate back up with the team to Baron. And they're doing that prep work for Baron, getting your vision through the blue quadrant of the jungle first, even kind of contesting blue here a little bit.
And for KC, the one way that I think you still have a foot on zip, you need to kill APA. Because if you kill Jan, even if we do it, at this point, the consistent damage is just not going to be there, right? Even with how strong he is and the fact that he's very far ahead. Lavelle Varus alone just doesn't really have the damage. The damage of the rest of the champions is going to fall off, right? Ornn damage will still be okay, but especially this Maokai build, he's not going to be doing anything but tickle. So if they can somehow find APA, who by the way does have the Knight's Vow on him, that is going to be the one way where KC can still find a foot. But otherwise, I think TL, 2k gold up, 1 dragon away from Soul Point. And the bait of Baron has been set up.
They're just baiting. Crucially, Barzal does miss. Yike has still been caught out. Initial ulti kicking things off. Yike already deleted now. It's connected on Kana as well. Kana about to get knocked up. Chain CC again. The strongest member on the map. All that gold he earned in lane amounts to nothing as TL pick off 2.
The Beefcake Bounce House Chronicler. I'm liking it. Give me 2 tickets.
TL just zoning them off, starting the objective. Don't need to worry much about the steal, but don't want to risk getting poked down in the pit. Still a lot of power from the Aurora. Core JJ standing off to the side.
Impex can turn.
15 seconds on Yike before we get active on the Rift, but APA and Yon here should be able to shred through this objective. Bliss still poking.
Targamas.
Again, Vladdy the one you need to watch. Vladdy and Targa, can they find the combo? Bliss slowly getting poked away. 4K, they've got no business being here. They might try and flip it anyway. They go in on Yon, a clean flash out from Yon. A bit more poke coming through, but Vladdy just has to walk out. Baron going to fall for TL, a massive advantage.
Desperation days for KC. They desperately have to try to do something as here, this is very classic by TL, right? You can either walk up there as KC and someone is going to get caught with the amount of CC. In this case, it's Yike, but realistically, anyone is going to get blown up because there's no vision on Nash. If you give up Nash, the game is also as good as lost. So TL just present a lose-lose situation. KC don't find an out.
And look, the poke comes out here, but I think the thing that's infuriating for KC is that TL have just read them like a book this entire game. That setup, APA stepping forward. They knew their only out was the pick, so they lay, once again, a trap. The same trap they've laid so many times, but there's just no other option for KC, and things are only getting worse.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that they can take home from that is like, oh, they got Yon's flash in that attempt. And that is very little. When you're staring down now a Baron buff, as well as the Dragon Soul. And
also, like, your Kalist, you're safe. The Soul, the Cloud Soul, you're getting run down. The fight's now breaking out. They might have caught Core, but it's Umpty. The speedy Maokai on the backside as Yon finds yet another kill. Kalist forced to run. KC so incredibly split. Again, desperation, the story for this team in the mid game as Yike is sent packing. They get Core, but it might just cost them everything to do it. 3 stacks there as Yike tries to get tricky.
Running. Where's that little Vi?
But he does get spotted. I don't remember this from Arcane. What scene was
4
this?
levels down.
Guys,
Tristana is not going to end well.
He might be able to escape. Tristana's still chasing. He might lose his base, but he might keep his life.
It's Cloud Soul Tristana, and he's still getting away.
The great escape. Yon is still going to knock down tier 2s. Tier 3 is also in jeopardy.
Going. This is the biggest dub that Yike has gotten the whole game.
And that is
come on,
that is not Flame. He's actually right.
But it's wait, Umpty!
The juke! Okay, he's kind of clean with it though. He's running. Good movement. Where's he gonna go?
Oh, no, he's
back into the jungle. Keep him going. Keep him going.
Let's go, Yike!
My man refuses to get caught, but then he get hooked observers. None of this is take it back. He's still alive. He's holding over to Core. Can he escape?
Get him, Yike!
It's the little victories for KC. Targamas might die, but will Yike live? Targa knocked up, going to die. Yike finally falls. Kana on his lonesome, but there's just nothing he can do. He's getting run down. Blasco there if he wants to try and escape, but the lockup is just too much. Yon, a double kill. 10, 1 and 2 on this lethality, Varus. This has been a slaughter.
Can I just highlight that arm guard buy? I love that. The man doesn't have flash, and we could see how aggressive he was playing at the beginning of this whole sequence of events, and it's because of that item. He just gets to walk up, know that by the time that wears off, the rest of the team will be there. And I think TL, this is basically how you want this exact game plan to pan out from start to finish.
Impact calls in the Oran Horn. Vladdy locked up, will flash out, still gets locked up by the ulti coming in from Yon, and he's just not tanky enough to survive. APA resetting, bounce housing all over the LEC in this game 1. Yike able to do nothing. Put on a good show in the escape, but could not find it anywhere else. Game 2 on the horizon, but it's TL drawing first blood in this age-old rivalry.
First blood at first stand. Umpty, take a bow, honestly. Really, really well delivered. The fans here out in force for him as well. The full tank reaction to the Vi pick and executed quite well for TL. Again, Umpty from the very beginning, focus on invading towards the bottom side of the map, constantly towards the bottom side of the map. When he finally made his visit up top side, it was only for the very efficient kill onto Kana. They played to their double AD carry strategy very, very well.
And takeaways here. Lane swap's gone in game 1, that's good.
Yeah.
Love to see it. Secondly, KC, I imagine, going to try and go for a different game plan because this one was relying on the early and didn't quite end up panning out.
ultimately an incredible game one for TL. We'll see if KC can bounce back after this. For now, we're going to head to a quick break.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocketeer, ain't stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that, give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow. Give me some of that wow. Move to the beat, drop down. Feel it in your body, let it out. Give me some of that wow.
Here, Poppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk.
Stella?
Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
They don't wanna see you win. Don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. They don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. You don't wanna see me win. Boy, don't play pretend. Out here like we some friends. Let me show my lens up. Shit, I pull my pin.
Motivation. Motivation. Yeah. Try to stop me, yes. Motivation. 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 I can't lose, no, I won't quit. I won't quit. Got the juice, yeah, I'm saucy. I'm saucy. All night, no days off. Days off, it going hard just to pay y'all. Pay y'all. Yeah, I train like a troop do. In the rain, in the snow, dirt too. No excuses, gotta get it, gotta pay the price. Cause you can't make it to the top without sacrifice. One life, you know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really, it's the moment of a lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Opportunity of a lifetime. Can't stop, gotta give it all right now. Opportunity of a lifetime, lifetime, yeah. You know how we do it, we kill it. Taking no losses, we started, we finished. I came from the bottom, I'm here, I'm relentless. Live without fear, dream with no limit. Now I'm in the big league, they ask how I did it. Not overnight, grinding from the beginning. Now we popping bottles, it's over, we lit it. We got the victory, really this motivation. 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 It's the moment of a lifetime. Lifetime. It's on me, I used all my lifeline. Yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up from Jack in the system.
Hello. I was winning the staring contest, guys.
Welcome everyone to our first match of First Stand as we see our teams take to the stage. KC and Team Liquid.
Oh, they come in. They come in. They don't flash though. They don't flash though. It's okay, it's okay. I think we can win. I think we can win. Yeah, then. Alright, order. Sometimes I'm going back for okay. Yeah. It's good. Nice. Can you get I can help you as well. Ending. Good stuff, guys. Well played. Good first game. Yeah, good first game. Well played, guys. Such a clean game. Yeah. Let's focus on next one. We're better.
The staring contest was just the beginning for Team Liquid as they lead the series 1-0 against Carmine Corp. Welcome back to First Stand, everyone. Let's talk about that game. I'm gonna let you go first.
I mean, it feels good, you know. Skies are blue. There's a little spring in my step. Something in the air. It just feels nice. And I gotta say, TL was sounding really confident in the comms there at the end. That's the first time we're actually hearing that. But you know, just hearing Core say like stay focused, guys, we're better. You know, it's having that confidence, and that is one of the things where I think getting a good start is so important in a series like this, where TL is the team that has the edge as far as experience is concerned, because we know how hard it is to go as a young player, first time at international. You're the first game of the whole tournament, and you're going up against your biggest rival, right? In the NAEU rivalry, you want to win that so bad. So getting TL off on the right start, I think, is huge.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so good for momentum, and especially as we talked before how it's a short tournament, but also like these matches are so high impact, so big, you got off to a big start. This was a massive one because you see a trap set here by TL, and you know, maybe because they've seen have some unfortunate happenstances domestically, they think they've found an opportunity, but the turnaround is so good from TL, able to take out the rel, able to counteract it, and there were so many traps I feel like they set like this in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And to me, it all comes from the bot lane, right? I think, you know, even without support counterpick, I was actually expecting them to maybe just blindly tank on 4 and then support counterpick on 5 on the red side to really kind of hammer home that advantage. They were crushing in bot. They always had prio down there. And I do think that if KC stopped and took a minute to actually think about it, they could have easily realized both the bot laners are missing. They're not showing on the wave. Where else could they be? They're likely supporting this invade. But I think maybe a little bit of nerves, or maybe just need to slow down and calm down a bit on the KC side, because they saw and it's like, see red, kill red.
I agree. And for me, it was the first step, but Ox, it felt like it was the theme, kind of like the way KC was playing here. They were mistiming a lot of plays, which is really unlike them.
Yeah, they definitely didn't seem in such good form, and I think part of it was like they felt more desperate as the game went on because they had this Jace who was ahead, but started to even fall behind in XP compared to the Ornn, and the composition TL had, you know, really comfortable for them, but also once you get ahead with it, you have this beautiful front line, you have really strong backline threats, it just kind of plays itself.
And that's the thing, like a lot of scaling, a lot of recovery potential on the side of TL, but on the side of KC, Isaac, I feel like they had to be forcing those plays because the clock was ticking against them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I do think Kana did a really good job of actually pushing the pace in top side. You know, he was up a good 20, maybe even 30 CS. He took tons of plates early. But when you're in that position and the rest of the map is losing, it is such an easy point to attack. And, you know, we go back to this fight pre-Otacon. It's, again, about TL being the first to actually start up this fight, and they're catching someone out in the jungle.
You see that you have these old wards that are close to death in the jungle, tracking where Yike is, and this isn't the only example where they really found an opportunity, found him in the jungle and targeted him. And the fact you have these multiple sources of CC layered, you have the Ornn, the Nautilus, the Maokai, once one hits, they all hit. And as a result, Yike had a really rough game in this one and just wasn't able to show up at all.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the damage from Yeon. Obviously, they're not lined up with the players that they were playing against, that things are a little bit out of order, but Yeon really did show up. 10-1, I believe, in this first game, really playing well. And our AD carries from NA, we have a couple of these really young AD carries that have been so promising, and it's so exciting for me to see some of that really strong NA talent. Guys like Masu last year at Worlds, Yeon kind of carrying the torch here, at first stand. And again, when you get them that confidence, they are players that have that belief in themselves that they can take over a game, right? So when Yeon has a good start, he's going to fight you at every single turn because he's saying, you know what, I'm up in gold. I should win this. I believe in myself to be able to make it happen. And he's going to play aggressively.
I think it's also the trust in the backline because you only have 2 carries of the composition. If they fall behind, you have a triple tank composition, you will struggle, but they had faith in him, they set him up, and it was just easy for him to follow up with the Varus. So I think they knew what their game plan was and they executed it flawlessly.
And on the side of KC, I feel like they're going to need a new game plan here because a really risky draft, I want to say, to open the tournament with. All these champions are going to be taken off the board, of course, because we are playing Fearless once again. What do we want to see here in Game 2 if KC were to refine the approach they have in this series?
I think if you end up in a situation where they're blinding Nautilus into you and then you end up in a losing 2v2, I think you've really messed up. Like, clearly, the priority for Team Liquid there was to give a bit of help towards Impact in the top lane by giving him a softer matchup with counterpick. But by opting into that Nautilus, and then you still end up getting bullied out of lane despite the fact they blind picked into you, I think that's a mistake. And I wonder if maybe if you'd gone someone like Ezreal Karma, you could have taken the domination in that 2v2.
I think to me, maybe sounds like a little bit of a cop-out answer, but I think you just have to go to comfort. I think it's actually less about the draft and more playing to what you are used to so you can play your best games.
I just want to have a series. I just want to see the boys in blue fight, so let's see if they can come back.
They're fighting. Team Liquid's up 1-0.
In Game 2, casters, take it away. Let's see what they can do.
It's a good question, Lore. See what the adaptations are. Vi was not it, but the beauty of Fearless is I never again have to worry when watching one of my regional representatives. Will they try again?
I knew.
Will they do the salty run back? There are no salty run backs in Fearless, so they're going to have to show something new, and a lot of what they showed domestically was better, so hoping to see more of that KC performance because Team Liquid not messing around, falling back on something that you mentioned, Kobe, that they used previously, and it worked damn well.
Exactly. It's right. It was right into the Team Liquid comfort zone right there for them to be able to play that into some hard engage. So see this time around as we go right into game number 2. They're going to stick with the bans. Again, the bans were very good. I like these targeted bans versus Team Liquid. I think that is correct. It's just that, APA able to pull out the Tristana once again and had a really good game. Still just relying on their experience from last year over and over using that exact, basically, comp.
And for KC, as was echoed on the desk as well, I would love to see just something that feels a lot easier to play out. I think for a lot of these players, right, Vladdy and Kalist both have had an incredible split, but putting them in a type of composition that I think is easy to execute, just getting them into a position of comfort, because it's not really about what's the level of game, it's about are you feeling confident, right? Are you actually able to go for the plays that you need to go for? Which domestically they very clearly did, but a game like that I think can really get into your head because it really felt like starting minute 1, TL was running the show.
Yeah, the things that carry over to game 2 are all mental, right?
Yeah,
it's 100%. It's like confidence on TL's side, and then if you're picking out moments that would leave an impact on KC players, it's probably the counter that Core JJ set up on Fog of War and Umpty using himself as bait on red buff. Those types of plays can sometimes, carry over to the next game where you second guess, or maybe you're way more cautious than you would be in going to check vision or go for plays. So we'll have to see how they rebound as far as the gameplay in the actual games, but let's see about the actual draft here. First pick this time around.
Rumble up and available. The difference from the previous bans on the side of TL, leaving it open, potentially trying to set them up for another aggressive pick they're prepared for. Instead, they're willing to concede it on the side of KC, going for a Azir, which I think points to the adaptation that you were mentioning earlier, Chronicler, that we've been talking about, Kobe, which is simpler, right? You have that late game team fighting, you have that stable carry force in the mid lane. 4 games from Vladdy on the pick this year so far.
Do you think that picking a Nazir early, the benefit is that it's really hard to completely shut this champion down, but there's definitely some game plans you can go for that punish his relative lack of early pressure. As the Ambessa comes through again, no surprise, Ambessa and Cassante are still going to be very relevant. I think despite the nerf, you saw them both getting banned in game number 1. And for TL, I would expect another jungler pickup. Are a lot of different ways you can go towards. I think whenever I see in a Nazir as well,
maybe?
Yeah, could be.
Pair with Ambessa pretty well.
Poppy value also goes up massively whenever I see in a Nazir. I think that is a strong combo. And Poppy, I think, is a top-tier champion with just the Ambessa alone locked in. But instead, it's going to be the prioritization for Yon. And after last game, you know what? We're going to be on board with it because he had a crazy game on the Varus. And Ashe is, I think, in a very similar spot in terms of power level, particularly in Pro.
And that reliable kind of way to kick off a fight in the form of the Crystal Arrow, if you can get the follow-up as well coming in from the Ambessa, it's a solid pick overall, historically lane dominant, again, buffed on the patch before this one. So overall, a stronger pick than she was if you had seen her in your domestic playoffs.
And there's also now still the opportunity to pick Sejuani with this, right? As, maybe some...
The Camille into it.
Yeah. Ooh, that's going to be interesting.
Do they want to lock Sejuani now at this point?
I would actually love it, because I think Sejuani is incredibly strong. You put Umti on a tank again, and the 1-2 of Ashe Sejuani I think is really hard to play into. Might force another Braum ban for you as well, to not end up playing into that. And there it is, does get picked up. And that 2v2 of the Camille and the Sejuani is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, very, very strong. I think it's a good steal away for them, though. It is going to mean that TL will get to throw a bunch of extra AD carry bans, so they're going to push Kalista even further down. The analyst was talking about hoping to get a better bot lane matchup. Interesting, Skarner got another round of nerfs on this patch. Yep. And a lot of pros were talking about that finally being what was going to push them off, but Umti has been one of our strongest Skarner enjoyers. He, by the way, even had a long history on pre-rework Skarner, so he's been a...
Yeah, he did.
You know quite well. He's been a Skarner enjoyer in multiple iterations, so he is never going to let go of this champion, no matter how many nerfs seemingly they throw at it.
Yep, again, it's 2 seconds longer on the E cooldown, so a little bit more time needed before you can regank or redive, and a little bit less damage and slow coming through on the Q. But now we enter the second phase. These are the 80 carry targeted bans that you mentioned previously. And, you know, credit to TL for just responding with a tank of their own, even if it's nerfed. I think the other option would have been an aggressive AP farming jungler like Lilia that Umti had brought in the past, but it's a volatile pick, and I think their strategy of keeping it simple has paid off so far.
I would expect another Braum ban here, because I think you do want to both take that away here, because if you don't pick it up for TL on 4, I think it's going to be feeling really good for KC. But then the problem is that if you do blind Braum, you're going to be in a rough position. Can of course save it to last, but I think counter pick for support is going to be maybe tough to get value out of, because I know that they really like Core JJ on specifically engaged sports. It's going to be the Jhin instead, though, as mid lane pool is getting pinched by KC, AD carry pool getting pinched by TL.
And Jhin, of course, that kind of utility pick to support the options. The Braum ban that you mentioned, already there. Kalista has pulled out the Jhin twice, has found 2 wins on it, but not going to be an option this time around. So is going to have to dig deeper into that pool, as yet another APA special comes to the surface, this time the Aurelion Soul.
All right, like it this time around. The stacking here for APA, as you said, this was one of the champions that people did classify him. I mean, people classified him as a lot of one-tricks, which is really weird have so many one-trick champions.
You only play 5 champions now. It's like, I think that's called a champion pool at that point.
The point is, this is, aside from the Ambessa for Impact, this is very comfort for Team Liquid, and we instantly see the MF Leona combination here, Wombo from KC as their response.
And this is a big adaptation for KC. There are so many games where it was Kalista on a hyper carry to really step up, and the MF is that different role. MF is not usually the center of attention in these style of compositions. It's going to be much more about the top side of the map, and the question is, how does Core respond to this? Does he want to try and fight in the 2v2, or does he just want to get out of that lane and get to the top side of the map?
I'm kind of wondering if they want to go for something like a Renata here. Gonna be the... Okay, what?
This is a CoreJJ favorite.
I could not be further off the mark, because if you look at the KC comp, it's going to be very straightforward. You're going to dive in with your Camille, with your Sejuani, with your Razir, and then you're going to layer the CC and the Misfortune ult on top instead. And after last game, CoreJJ going again for a pick that has a lot of aggressive agency, I think, is something that makes sense. I do feel like the TL comp this time around, though, individually, I'm like, okay, all of that makes sense. And then you look at the comp as a whole, and I don't think it is nearly the same level as Cohesion it has in the previous game.
And also, just as an LEC caster, I get nervous when I see MF, and I get doubly nervous when there's an MF who's going to ult, and in that process will stun herself to line up for the Ambessa, the Pantheon who can immediately just point and click her down. This is going to be such a tough...
And the Aurelion Soul Star.
And the Aurelion Soul Star. This is going to be such a hard game for Kliss, but as we mentioned earlier, he's not necessarily the center of attention in this composition.
This is the main point that I was going to bring up, was, again, referring to delaying your AD carry pick so far and then getting kind of pushed down to this tier where, like, the other ones you're looking at would be kind of hard too, where it's like Zeri, Caitlyn, Kaisa or something like that are kind of around there, maybe like a Zai or something, but like if you're playing MF in this and you're standing still, that is really, really, really hard to play with so many things going to be able to get lined up with these long range from TL. The asteroid comes down on your head, it's definitely going to be difficult to pull that off. But as you said, you know, if they can get a Camille to a 2-item power spike, like, ooh, like the side lane prowess there could be massive. And with the Sejuani synergy that we're kind of highlighting really early on, maybe they can get some skirmishing going.
I want to see that duo of Sejuani Leona run the map, right? We saw very early on what happened when TL got to play their game. I think Targamas and Yike are going to have to throw them off this time around.
Here we are. It's only the first best of 3, but for both regions it feels like the most important best of 3 in TL.
And honestly, I do want 3 games. Because we are probably only going to get one best of 3 of this, I want 3 games. I'm willing to take a hit, Dracos, so that we can get a full 3 out of this.
I think my pride and ego and the pride and ego of everyone in my region appreciates your gesture and is also slightly offended. Of course we're going to win. Of course we bounce back.
All right, well, defensive ward to see the invade. Again, remember last time it started out with Umpty on Vision going for steal on the Raptors. This time around, Umpty is not there with the rest of the team. He is over in the other side lane brush on mid.
Minions have spawned.
See what the angle is here. 2 members hovering around for both sides. EPA maybe hoping to just get a free stack. Already starting to feel that tension. Again, the bot lane 2v2, despite how explosive the top side of the map can be, is still somewhere where we're going to have to look. Just because this Pantheon is here, Core already looking to get brush control. This Pantheon level 1, so oppressive, such a difficult champion to handle in the early levels of the game.
Yeah, it was a really nice set of changes to Pantheon. By the way, when they added the health ratios, like, because you can just get so tanky, even from the support role here. CoreJJ already with some good harassment. Jan as well, nicely using the brushes here. They're dodging in, getting some very good harassment.
Kliss can't even get close enough to drop down a ward, and even if he could place at this point, the sweeper's already back up for Core.
This is the reason the whole time coming into the tournament, we were highlighting TL's bottom lane and throwing so many accolades to them. Jan and CoreJJ have been so good, of course, here with the with Ashe Pantheon, 2 of their favorites. Definitely doing a good job getting the early lane prio and a lot of harassment down there, even though CoreJJ does soak a tower shot for this.
Yeah, that's not ideal, but he'll still be fine. Even with MF obviously being quite strong, has PTA and made decent use of the double tap as well, alternating between the 2 targets. The level 1 of Leona compared to Pantheon is just night and day. As Kana is going to be looking for short trades, particularly when his shield is up, just to get the most out of Camille. Camille is one of those champions who are very, very strong early, and then you kind of fall off until you hit some of your breakpoints, level 6, and then the previously mentioned 2-item power spike, where she just turns into an absolute demon.
Still some trading in mid lane. Top lane pressure, as you mentioned, because of the Camille early levels, is going to feel really good. Impact at level 6 once he starts to get some of that healing. Feel a bit better in those trades. As Yike still pathing towards the bottom side of the map. Don't know if he's going to try to go for a gank here, as CoreJJ smartly backing in the brush, taking advantage of what we mentioned in the first game, which is this uncertainty from the side of KC. Are they going to feel confident to step up and face check these brushes, knowing that there could just be a Pantheon there waiting for them?
And as Pantheon support, you always want to hide your position. I mean, that's kind of basic. Everybody wants to hide their positions whenever possible, but Pantheon, of course, you know, as the game goes later on, does have the extra mobility from Ultimate to be able to make those cross-map plays too. So this is where CoreJJ really excels. That's why it is one of his favorite champs. You know, has so much gank potential to link up with your jungler, has like map-wide presence, as well as lane presence.
And for now, just gets to lock this 2v2 on the bottom side of the map. Kliss can never be left alone here. Cornyon holding on to the advantage. Kliss and Tarkman trying to hold this wave, trying not to let it crash. But Core potentially ready to start a fight.
Can it cancel the back? Doesn't look like it. We did see Impact walk over, but Kana's a bit further into Fog, does get the ward. So they'll be able to track Umti. Yike is really far behind in jungle tempo though. He just finished the crab, cleared a camp less. I think it's because he pathed the bot to cover for what might have been a dive because his bot lane was getting chunked so much. But it means that Umti just got the back in and will now just be able to full clear. Yike sitting on boots and just a Ruby Crystal, I think, wants to get back as soon as he can as well.
Yeah, but both teams basically have full jungle info. Now we're going to even get another confirmation from Impact, but they had also used the previous Hawk shot. They knew that Yike was also a top-down start, 100%. So both junglers and both teams very well aware, because KC got some very nice deep wards, as you could see, that were both on Krugs as well as Raptor.
No TP left for APA. Vladdy just going to full commit to the trade here. Will he flash and trying to go for... Oh, no, and he just gets him! APA sticks around far too long, not respecting the damage Vladdy could bring to the table.
And Vladdy, in game number 1, I think it was a tough one to play out. We didn't quite see him in the same explosive manner that we wanted to, but in this game 2, immediately, not only gets the flash, but gets the solo bolo as well.
Yeah, I saw those signs in the audience. The Greek god, Vladdy here. I mean, APA, of course, is just playing Aurelion Sol. He wants every last little minion, and so, as you said, just stayed away around too long. Vladdy here has the damage. Knows he can flash to finish it off bottom lane, though. Right back at it.
Kliss backing up, a little bit more damage coming, but Yike on the way in. Targman's trying to extend the trade. Cleanse now used from Yon, but Ignite ticking on Kliss. Is forced to use a cleanse of his own, though. If Core can find the re-engage, might be able to get something. Spear goes a little bit wide on the empowered spear shot. So both sides back away, but it's Yike who's forced to cover.
Okay, so cleanse down makes it a little bit more vulnerable. Meanwhile, on the top side, just trying to trade and finish up these extra minions as well. I mean, they know as that Umti cleared down to the bottom side. That's why they didn't want to over-chase on the side of KC in their attempts for the bot side play. But it also means they probably very well know that they are ceding Dragon control.
Still here.
Kliss doesn't have cleanse.
No Ignite.
Probably doesn't have the burst. Can't really go in 1v2, but
Ash is coming. Artemis might be the one they catch out. Instantly turns onto Kliss. They're trying to body block Kliss, forced to flash away. Core. Powered spear shot just a few seconds, but for now, just happy to zone them off.
That's what you were talking about. He was hidden. They didn't know.
Exactly. Always try and hide your positioning there. One of the core tenets of playing this. Meanwhile, they do get the dragon. Plus now, Kliss being chunked so low. Yike is here hovering. And Umti.
Low health bar ticks over to 5. Yike forced to be here. They don't have good information on Umti, so need to cover for the potential dive.
I'm just going to get a 6 first. I believe he got his 6 there off Crab.
And start to walk in. Q through, Kalist. Blinking health bar, but holding on, clearing the wave big here, going to deny the dive, but they need to get the hell out. They cannot stick around any longer. Does TL want a handshake on the back or push one more wave?
And it feels reminiscent of the previous game where Kana, because of the tracking of Umti, has been able to build a lead in the 1v1, doing great again. They're into Impact, but the bot lane is suffering yet again. Yon and CoreJJ have just been extremely oppressive, and really it's just that kill that Vladdy was able to get alone that makes up the small gold lead that we have here. I do think this game is very different when we talk about the scaling. This time around, KC don't have nearly the same level of clock that they did in the previous one, but it is interesting to note that the laning matchups go basically exactly the same, even though the champions are completely different.
All right, Umti slipping into the back of the pit here as well. At least it's going to be able to get one before some KC members come to check.
Already took the Drake, would love to get all 3 for the additional stack towards the feats, but very likely that KC will contest and take at least 1 away.
To engage onto the Skarner though, and I think they're also like
6.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Ashe in mid lane, so like there's no way, right? MF is on bot side.
Umpty doesn't want to overcommit.
Okay, so
happy to have 2.
Ash already starting to walk back from mid towards bottom as Kalista pushes this last cannon in. So it is going to drop at least the cannon here as payment.
Spins back as the ward in lane does spot them out, spotting them walk away, spotting the recall as well. So does give a lot of freedom for Yon to just pick up that wave. Kana and Impact continuing to trade on the top side, but for the first time this game, it feels like with the wave bouncing back, Kana not quite as confident to step forward, but now
Umpty is shadowing.
Shot.
They don't know.
Wall dive, the ulti, Umpty already here. Kana knocked back to the wall and ulti of his own. Interrupts crucially the public execution. Impact trying to Drake step away. Umpty trying to fight in the 2v1. Impact, can he get involved? The Sundering Slam does not hit. That's big. Umpty running out of mana. Kana trying to keep it going. The hook shot, the wall dive, the TP in, but it might be too late. Now it's Yike trying to cover. APA ready to fly over, ready to finish the kill if he can. The flash out from Yike. The feat of warfare claimed by KC, but Kana surely goes down here. Just the edge. APA's got nowhere to go. Goes in, the tack sweep, the stun. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it. Kana and Yike taking on the entire top side of TL.
Oh, KC outplayed the entire top side of the map. Wait, but the bottom lane for TL. But the bottom lane for TL is saying, what is going on up there, guys?
Literally could not have gone worse. Both flashes invested. And everyone goes down.
I'll tell you what happened
TP
here.
invested as well.
Umpty just miscalculated the distance here to the wall. He figured he was going to get the E wall stun right there. It barely does not, so Kana's able to flash out. And that breaks his full combo. That means his ult does not hit, and they're able to get the advantage in the 2v2. Then I would also say that Impact and Umpty did not wait enough for APA to get there. So Kana's able to go back in, uses his passive shield, uses his grass proc.
This feels so bad for APA.
Yeah, honestly though, for KC, I did say at the beginning of the game, I was like, you know what? I want to get the third game. I want to get the full length out of this series. This right here, this is going to do so much for the KC confidence. That is massive to get the full 3 kills up there.
And this is what you mentioned as well, Mao. You talked about wanting that Sejuani to get involved, get active on the map. Already a significantly better game 2 than it was in game 1 for Yike. Targamas getting out of lane as well. Might have to be careful here with the Skarner, but KC in a much better spot as we head into the mid game.
And again, going back to game 1, this would have felt like a necessity. Mao, that's a Camille. If that Camille is the type of champion that can just completely take over not only in side lane the way that we saw with the Jace, but her carry potential in late game team fights is absolutely disgustingly strong. Huge lead for Kana. Yike also having a great redemption moment after what was an incredibly rough first game. And they go.
Yike forced the all will dash away, getting away from APA's ult as well. Now it's Core who's been caught out. Does use the E, the Aegis assault, but low blinking health bar. Yon flashing, bit of a split in damage, but Vladdy is there in time. Kalist finding the kill. TL thought they had the collapse, but weren't quick enough on getting it done.
And Umpty doesn't find anyone with the ult. I don't even know if it would have mattered. Yeah, would it have been a difference maker? Probably not. And to me, the core thing, as we saw, even in the topside play, right? Like the nerfs to Skarner were very substantial nerfs to his Q damage, which is one of the things that made him feel so oppressive. You got so much additional damage out of that over the course of the whole duration. And then it's ASOL. Like the champion just realistically, especially since the changes they did so that you can't quite tap quite as oppressively, just doesn't feel like he gets online until very late into the game.
Yeah, the teleport that early into the game, like the channel time to get up there is so long, you know.
As well.
And TL they wanted to go back in on the timer of Impact's shield when that came up. But anyways, I think that the repercussions of that are not just the kills. Like, APA also stopped farming during that time, which is one of the big hits to Aurelion Sol as well. Didn't get to stack as much during it either. So KC are in such a commanding position. This allows them to like basically retake full control of all neutral objectives at the moment too. We just saw in the last skirmish there, being able to avoid those 2 Team Liquid ultimates. Now, KC get to move in with priority.
Lock up there, Targamas.
He's got 2 members behind him.
Aftershock does get the flash out, trading it for the ulti. APA, don't think he can recommit here, but Core is on the way, and Core does have access to his ulti. 15, 20 seconds, don't think he's going to be able to get there in time. So KC happy to have just a few more plates, and really Vladdy the center of attention this time. Not just Kana on the top side, Vladdy as well, getting so much money in these exchanges, finds a solo kill in mid lane, gets a bit more damage down on the top side as well.
Vladdy's a self-made man. You know, he built this lead for himself. As we take another look here, attempted to try and get Yike, but instead Umti and APA whiff, they turn onto Core, and all the damage comes down before he actually gets to use his E, so doesn't really get anything out of it.
Ulti in, manages to connect. Q into the ulti on, nowhere to go, trying to get a bit more damage down, but Yike finding another one.
What a redemption game for Yike here. Oh, yeah. Yike coming back in a huge way on this Sejuani. That previous replay that they just showed as well, you know, TL must have had missed comms on his cooldown for Q, because the Sejuani was just able to dash away from that entire thing and turns it all around. And then he comes mid. Beautiful ultimate there from Yike to grab another one. And KC, look at that giant blue mountain that is growing.
And that is another run-off effect of that earlier play where they tried to get Yike and didn't, because that's where Yon lost his summoners. Otherwise, if he has at least cleanse, maybe he lives there. If just barely, would have still been rough, but instead, KC, TL needed a good amount of time, which I think with the comp made sense, but KC is on the verge of just completely running them over, because they can just keep forcing engages, right? Their engage potential is crazy. The prio that they have allows them to just take objective after objective, and TL, I have a tough time seeing, unless they can somehow play around Yon, who feels like he's the only strong member on the team right now, and even he's getting punished.
And it's just such a contrast to game one. They still had the dominance in the early bot lane 2v2, but the composition from the side of KC just much more powerful in those early skirmishes. The Sejuani doing much, much more than the Vi, and now KC looking much more confident with a significant advantage, and it's just so difficult for TL. They have pick potential, they have Ashe, they have the scaling of APA, but it's just going to be a much harder game to play out.
Yeah, I mean, KC are just able to snowball so much with the victory on top side to the first play. Because the TL were not able to get their Skarner stunned into the wall to chain into ultimate and everything. Now it's going to be a point where we have constant watch on those side lanes, as Umti does go for a pick.
Chains into the ult. Yon here as well. Who are they going to give the kill to? The answer is APA. Happy to have a few extra stacks, and a nice pick for TL. Good use of their composition.
And the reason they're kind of outnumbered there, Sejuani's up on top side, making the lane gank attempt onto Impact here. He was trying to play to Kana. Obviously the very powerful Camille that they've built up already, but Impact's under tower and does not give them a target.
Full bot side control, but you can see a very different story in the match card lane economy snapshot. Full gold leads for the top side. Bot lane still close. Targamas and Kalista, I think, benefiting from some of the topside successes. Now it's Vladdy in trouble. Arrow dashed away from clean from Vladdy. Pushed back as well. But now he's been locked up. Now he's been CC'd, and surely there's no way out, but he might take one with him. Vladdy manages to find the 1-for-1, and that's the cue for Kana to go all in onto Impact. A few extra autos. Impact trying to dash out to safety. The fight continuing on the bot side is Targamas and Yike trying to finish off Umti as well. An extra ulti, locking up Core. In comes Kalista from the side, strutting his way down to the bottom lane just in time to try and find the kill. The donation there, TL in the extended play, getting everything taken away.
The whole map, Dracos, the whole map. KC takes over. Yike with the no-look Sejuani ultimate over his shoulder to also ensure that they get the extra kill. And Kana says, I didn't even need that gank. I'll just do it myself up here to finish off the kill onto Impact. And Impact actually the one to ult there to start it off.
Yeah, because I think Khan was looking for the TP towards bot side.
Yes,
which is why Impact went for the cancel. But the moment that they see Skarner, he also knows, like, I don't have to care. Like, I absolutely can bop him as the flash.
That was a flash follow.
Hook shot. Beautifully done there by Kana.
It's dodge.
And that dodge, already great. Umti doesn't actually hit. And then the fact that Vladdy gets this counter kill means that so much of the damage isn't available, right? Otherwise, if there was still an Acel here, could have been good. And the fact that Core JJ and Umti try to push out the wave as well, as the bad news is not done.
Caught out on the side lane, just cannot match the 1-for-1 DPS. Yike isn't even needed, but he's happy to steal the kill. But now it's going to be Core who's in trouble. Pushed away, already forced to use the Aegis Assault. One more auto might lock him up. Sidestep comes in from Yon, but now he's being pushed back in the mid lane. Fights on multiple fronts. KC, complete dominance here as Umti tries to get something back. Ulti there, they will kill Targamas, but they lose a lot on the bottom side. Yike, not done. Wanting to finish the kill, and Yike, the flash in! Manages to connect with the W as well, and now the tower's gonna fall. Umti can't do anything.
I do appreciate the commitment of both KC and TL to make this game go by very quickly. As APA gets caught inside, Core comes in, unable to really get anything. As we're not done! We're TPing!
Action-packed!
Vladdy running. Level 13, how much more time? Impact, can he turn this one back? Enough CC, but there's just too much to lock Impact down. Don't think he's going to be able to get out. APA trying to catch Vladdy on the bot lane, but it's the fight in the mid lane. The lockup is there. Kalist on a killing spree. Ulti, the sky's descending! But Vladdy will still make the 1-for-1 happen!
Vladdy's always good for one. That's what I've learned. Be careful if you send too many that way. Honestly, are we going to keep up the action?
Yike. Continuing.
We are.
Heartsteel.
We are.
4 running. Already used the Aegis Assault. Now Yon's going to be forced to cover. Will the slow be enough? Kalist.
Oh.
Yike body blocks it. Should blast cone out. And the thing is just TL have not been able to slow down the game for the last 3 minutes, and every single play has been working out for KC. And the composure that was so good for them, the discipline that was so good for them in game 1, just hasn't been an option because of the massive early lead that KC got.
Yeah, I mean, game 1, very one-sided for TL side. Game 2, extremely one-sided for KC side, which means if we do go towards our game 3, then we're going to have an even up as well as far as the mental goes there too. This is the one that TL were able to get back, but then as you said, Greg's able to force the play through. Again, the map is kind of in this state because they keep getting these individual plays.
And I imagine that maybe they thought that Vladdy was pathing top based on the way that E'd. APA just doesn't really have a lot of damage. That's the empowered ult as well, by the way. Right? Like that's not just any tool. That's going to take a long time to farm back up. And I think that TL also very well know you got a shutdown, so like that's technically a net positive. But when you start to talk about plays like that, I do think you kind of know the game is in a rough state. Level leads across the board here for KC. Gold lead, nigh insurmountable. And again, KC's comp skills extremely well, so it's not like they even had to get this lead.
Kana already has the 2 items, Spike, that we were talking about. So Kana is the target, actually.
Lockdown there. Can he get the hookshot wall dive? The chain CC not quite perfect as the ulti comes in, but the knockback to the wall could be enough. Tack sweep, a lot of sustain, but Kana still running. Should just fall here. They're going to try to donate the kill to APA. Give him a few more stacks. Kana really nowhere to go. The hookshot, the wall dive will fall to the tower, and the kill will be given over to Umti.
Okay, in trade is going to be the Rift Herald on the other side.
Played in. Vladdy now chasing. Ulti there as well. Kliss coming in. Impact likely to fall. Might try to use Kliss as an escape route, but it's just not going to happen. Ruinous Atacon spawning, and they might just instantly transition to it on the top side from KC as APA is visible bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the impact on Bessa has not really been it. Right now, TL, they just need to make cross-map plays or try and make some cross-map plays, get some objective bounty shutdowns, because that Otacon is for sure gone. That is KC Otacon.
I think the good news is
they can't get the mid one, but they can just rotate down towards APA and try and get that objective bounty on bottom side.
Okay, what's the good news, Dracos? I'm very, because I'm looking for angles, finding none. So I'm very curious.
This is the lots of flowers Otacon, not the fake GA Otacon. Which I think is a silver lining.
Okay, no, is that silver lining? Because this one has a lot of power.
They're gonna be up 2 levels now.
Flower power is real.
Yeah.
Those stats, that experience.
Look, I'm trying, guys.
I don't want your pity, okay?
Okay, fine.
Don't give me pity.
Look, all I'm going to say is today has been an immense roller coaster for any NA or EU fans, right? This is incredibly stressful. As you said, game 1 TL, discipline, cold, calm, collected, punishing KC left and right. This game outplays left and right from KC. It's really feast or famine for both these squads.
I'm particularly impressed with Vladdy. Again, I think this early Azir priority is not something that we generally see, even with him playing the champion a decent amount, just because I feel like Azir generally falls a little bit later into drafts, unless he is where he was a few years ago, you know, where he wins every lane and scales and just does everything very well. But he's been paying off immensely. Every single attempt from TL to like claw their way back in this game with a desperate play, he's answered with a 1-for-1. Had the early solo photo as well.
He solo killed APA 3 times.
I mean, he's 3 levels up right now.
Like, this is terrifying. That's a lot of flower power, to your point earlier. He kind of has a luxury Zhonya's because he's so far ahead in terms of overall gold. Now can be even more aggressive on the playmaking. And clearly the call from KC is they want to end this game fast. Aggression on the top side. A little bit of lockup onto Impact, but happy to just grab this tier 2. Also have Grubs spawning in their favor, 4-2 the score there, and Gliss taking mid lane.
We're coming up on 10K.
I mean, TL need time, but they just do not have it. Ulti's going wide, maybe an opportunity for TL to try and punish. Ulti connecting on the top side from Yon, but Yon really can't get in range. This is not the lethality Varus. Ashe needs time to dish out that damage. Sustained push still here. KC looking to close this one out fast. 22 minutes in, breaking open the base, cracking yet another tower. Baron not even up yet. And TL punish, find the overextend. No, the public execution going wide. That's disastrous for TL. Kana starting to back up. Yawn starting to poke. Turn back in. Vladdy trying to make the play. Quick flashes out from the side of TL. Looking to punish Vladdy. Looking to get that shutdown. Vladdy going golden. That's Lasagna's gone. Impact locked up. The chain CC is there, but Kalist is untouched. Vladdy untouched. Trying to find the end to this game. KC fighting back in game 2. TL left looking shell shock as the boys in blue strike back and bring us to match point.
And if they weren't as far behind, that might have been the Hail Mary play that extended the game, but they just didn't have the damage. Even though they found the back, Kana was literally two-tapping people with that empowered Q, so far ahead so early on, and those faces, those are earned. Yike in particular going from an absolute shocker of a game on the Vi to being everywhere, winning multiple of his lanes, and making the game look, frankly, pretty easy for KC.
Yeah, really, really big victory in that 3v3 up on the top. Actually, it was even 2v3.
Yeah. Look, I'm not going to say that doesn't feel good, but I'm still sweating for game 3. Me and Kobe will be sweating, and while we're doing that, take a chance to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL Esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL Esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When you have 5G home internet, you can get entertainment you already love for less, like Netflix and Max, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. Save on them all. Plans start at just $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
To the Esports World Cup.
we fight together, okay? Be on the screen, be together, we fight, we send our buttons, and we're gonna win.
Right here, Willie Flash is trying to go for...
Oh,
no, and he just gets him!
Oh,
nice, good go, bro. Oh, flash? Yeah, go, you can go. Yep.
Maybe fast.
Okay.
No flash.
I blocked you.
No flash.
Nice! Good job, Kana.
Stay focused, good job.
Thanks.
They can't contest everything, okay?
I'm better dead.
Very good, guys, very good.
If we play good, this game is over.
Yes.
Let's focus.
Welcome back to First Stand 2025, where TL and KC are tied 1-1 in our opening series for the tournament. I don't know for you guys, I feel a bit better right now.
Really? Why is that?
I feel worse.
I like when teams win, you guys know this, but also a very convincing bounce back on the side of KC. I feel like there was maybe issues in the approach that TL had for this second draft. At least that's what we were discussing. Maybe one patch behind here.
I hate being reductive, but as soon as they picked their first pick, as soon as they locked in Bessa, I literally turned to Ox and I said, "Oh, we're going to game 3." And that's truly how I feel. And I know that sounds really flamey, but Impact is so good at a particular style, and that is, mitigating loss, being able to withstand bad matchups, being able to play for the team. And those things do not really mesh with a champion like Ambessa. He played it once in the LCS, accomplished absolutely nothing on it. They lost that game. And I felt like this entire game was decided by this top lane skirmish, where they just got thoroughly outplayed.
Top lane being a deciding factor in League of Legends. What year is this? Yike and Kana got a 3 kill for free in our HyperX Reflex replay. So let's check it out here and see what happened. Is it TL misplaying here, Ox, or is it KC being opportunistic?
I think it's both, right?
Bit of both, yeah. I think here they end up sending both their ults at the same time and whiffing them with a great flash from Kana, but it's just the communication. You could hear it when we came out of the break between these two, saying exactly what they're doing. I'm blocking this, I'm doing that. And the power of, like, Camille Sejuani playing around that passive. The fact they get that first kill, great. The second kill, even better, but they get 3. Really just capitalizing on the power of these two as a unit.
I mean, honestly, so much, almost the entire fight. I'm just going to say actually the entire fight was really that thought his E was going to get Kana into the wall and stun him, and he just was short on him, so he didn't get stunned. They both, I think, thought he was going to get stunned there, so they precasted their ultimates expecting that to happen. If he gets him into the wall, the Skarner ult hits, the Ambessa ultimate hits, and Kana just dies without really being able to do anything. But because he didn't actually have that, he misjudges it, he flashes away, and then they just totally outplayed them in the ensuing 2v3.
And the longer fight just goes so heavily in their favor. There's also that bit at the end when APA was like firing the Q and he was standing just outside the range at the edge of the terrain. So really close, but that's clutch.
Why was this a defining factor for the game, guys? Because was it that TL didn't have a lot of comeback potential for them compositions? Because they kept on trying all game.
They definitely kept on trying. I mean, I think Casey had a really strong scaling comp. I do think that Camille is a pretty tough matchup for Ambessa, that you have to be able to play aggressive and you have to be able to kind of continually trade. I also think that TL drafted a comp that wants to play heavy through sides, right? You're playing with Pantheon support, you're playing with Skarner, who has really unique gank opportunities to be able to go through the walls, and you're playing with Acel, who can move from mid lane, attack side lanes. So I really think the game plan here was get ahead in the side lane and then overload the side lane to be able to really attack. But as soon as Ambessa gets that far behind Kana, your only chance is then having like 3v1s and plays like that, where you have to overcommit on that side of the map. That opens up for KC to do things elsewhere. And I think they did a really, really good job of doing that. And every time they attacked them, it was Vladdy punishing them time and time again. This guy to me is just such a superstar. We got the solo kill in the early game on APA, and every time they went for him, he was always good for at least 1 kill.
I mean, that's the thing. We talk about the outplay in the top lane, how, some abilities didn't connect and that led to this, but Vladdy just straight up gapped APA so far in this game. I mean, he managed to find that solo kill, but here, you have 3 members and an Ashel coming down, and the fact he manages to trade this kill here is massive. He just kept doing this. This was kind of some desperation plays from TL, like we have to find someone in the side lane, and the concept, the idea isn't bad, but every time it felt like the edge was found by Vladdy. He really shouldn't be trading these situations, but he found it again and again.
It feels like KC, during the whole split, they were thriving when they could find easy windows, opportunities as well on enemy compositions, and I just feel like this composition from TL gave them exactly what they wanted. I mean, that gold graph is ruthless, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it was just up and to the right, like obviously you already had mid lane going well. Bot lane, I think, was going completely fine for TL, but then the top lane skirmish happens. Now you're way behind in both the side lanes. You're a composition that has to play through sides, and you're really going to be limited in your ways to come back after that. So I think, APA kind of looks silly in this one, but I don't hate the fact that it's like when they got behind there, just playing it out slow and regular and him just sitting at a tower and wave clearing would never have won the game. So I don't hate that he just was throwing himself into the side lane and trying to make these plays happen. At the end of the day, it was going to be a low percentage play either way. And I think Flighty did a great job of punishing that and really showing his class. And now I feel like KC has all the momentum going into game 3.
You would say so?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, you're the ones coming off of a game like that with so much confidence. TL just got blasted in game 2, and that is in the back of your mind. So I think it can be really hard to have that quick mental reset, you know, going into the next game. And if their preparation told them that we should be playing, you know, these kind of like skirmish heavy comps and we can play, you know, carry versus carry against Kana, well, now your prep is kind of out the window.
Where do we want to look at in game 3 here, Ox? A lot of champions taken off the board. What are the win conditions for either team to pick up the win?
Both teams have different win cons. We've seen them kind of in both games where like the solo lanes for the side of K-Corp are really strong. Particularly, Kana is able to get big advantages, but needs to be in a matchup where he can really snowball with that. On the other side, I think the bot lane of Yon and CoreJJ has been ahead in both games. So it's just about enabling your stronger lanes, whether it's a solo lanes or K-Corp, whether it's a bot lane for TL, and then able to leverage that and snowball it while mitigating where you're weaker.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just reduce volatility in the solo lanes and let bot lane carry. I think that's what TL wants to see.
The rivalry delivers so far. I would like a closer game, though, in this third game. Let's see who can take it. Casters, take it away.
I think we agree. We all want a close game here on the Caster Desk. Welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm nervous, to be honest. Even after that game, too, I'm nervous. I think Kobe's nervous.
Sound like you're battling some inner demons.
I'm having a great time, by the way. I'm just...
Yeah, of course. Oh, you're having a great time?
Yeah.
You know what?
I wanted a game 3.
And you got a game 3.
This wasn't necessarily the best way to get to the game 3, but yeah.
Well, all right. I'll battle demons. I'm battling demons about our respective teams battling their own demons as we head into game 3.
I will say one of the concerns for Team Liquid that people have had is the deeper into Fearless you get. People always bring up the champion pools for multiple players on this team. You know, APA, Umpty, Impact, you know, a lot of these. So we'll see about game number 3 here in Fearless. This isn't even, you know, that deep, not a best of 5, so not going super deep into it, but we'll see what they do have left. I know, you know, Spawn has been putting a lot of effort into that, so I'm very curious because this one might surprise people.
And of course, for TL, this is the first time they'll have the luxury of side selection. I believe game 1, KC won the flip, and game 2 is the loser. Of course, KC got to choose blue again. So I assume that TL have chosen blue. We'll see what strategies they want to bring to bear. Bot lane dominance has been in their favor in both games for the laning phase. But game 2, it was the top side of the map really falling apart that stopped that from being a viable option. So the question is, how do they want to shore that up as we head into game 3?
And we started the beginning of the previous game, game 2, talking about mental state and what is the mental state from game 1 carrying over to game 2 going to be like, and how that would probably advantage TL. Now, though, it's going to be huge advantages for KC. You have to feel like with all of those individual outplays just make you feel so confident in all aspects of the game. So if they do get a good draft, you have to feel like they're feeling much more confident and calm here up on stage. But let's get into it. I don't foresee a lot of change. I do see a little bit. I mean, the Rumble there, they've been that away from Impact. So a little bit of things are like changing sides here. But I would still ban Taliyah if I'm KC, because personally...
Kallista's the one that is still up.
Okay, well...
So now Taliyah's open.
I think Taliyah is very, very good for APA. Kind of regardless even of what jungler you get for Umpty. But that is just if you're going down like his individual player tier list.
So in game number 1, Kana was getting the better of Impact, sure, due to matchup as well, and then the bot lane was getting the better, for TL was getting the better of that of KC. In game 2, that repeated. For me, the biggest difference was jungle and mid. Both were getting gapped pretty aggressively. Obviously, Umpty mostly in the play towards top side, as there is a Taliyah, unsurprisingly. But that's why I actually really like this, ensuring that APA is a champion that he can perform on, because if he doesn't get solo killed and that point of pressure on that just completely falls away, so many of the plays that happen subsequently feels like that's where the snowball started. I do think picking Taliyah this early in a draft is going to be always very risky, so we'll see what Vladdy has as an answer.
We also talked about ease of execution in game 2, and I think it's really hard to recreate the success you found in game 2 for KC in terms of ease of execution on the top side. Xin, one of the champions that can get it done, but Camille, one of the few champions that has the CC to set up plays, can also snowball. Gnar is another pick that comes to mind, but it's less reliable. It's not that immediate engage that's always going to be there.
And the Rumble has already been taken away. Galio is always another champion that we look at with the Xin Zhao. If you do want to combo it, don't think that that is going to be super fun to play into the Taliyah, though.
No. What is the angle going to be? KC. Ahri will be the option. Ooh. So the dash obviously can be interrupted, but a lot of playmaking potential with this pick. But a very early to mid-game style composition when you have the Xin, when you have the Ahri, these champions that can find picks, similar to what KC brought in game 1, can be volatile options. Don't always scale the best.
And the mobility there for the Ahri to try and escape whatever sort of pairing here Umpty wants to throw with the Taliyah. Of course, that's why the Xin Zhao was a good steal away pick for KC. You're taking away one of the premier dueling AD jungles that TL will be fishing for. And they throw down their Kai'Sa, so we're going to get some dive here as well. Expecting some follow-up CC.
There isn't a lot left, is the problem.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit thin, even though we are only in game number 3 here of Fearless.
Also, it's not lane swap meta, so Alistar, which would normally be an option on the list, is really not on the list. It's a champion who struggles to deliver in those early lanes.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is if you end up going for Rakan, you know, the Kai'Sa Rakan is extremely weak in lane, but once you get out of lane, it is insanely strong. Rakan is a really easy way of activating those. You still get Core JJ on an engaged support as well. The Poppy still being open might make that a little bit scarier.
I saw Cassante flash up there on the big screen. I don't know if that actually indicated it's something that was going on in game.
And we'll get to see when we get
Impact
back
on a tank?
Champ Select. I imagine it's similar to game 1, where it's just a quick remake of the lobby, but we'll keep you guys posted if there's any other updates needed. The thing I'll say is it's an interesting situation for TL, because if they do want to lock both halves of their bot lane there, KC can only respond with one half of a bot lane of their own, and it does allow you to mitigate some of the weaker matchups for that Kai'Sa. I love Kai'Sa as a champion, but if the enemy team can just lock in Corki, your early lane phase is so impossible to play.
There are so many, right? Like Corki, I think, is one that doesn't require quite as much commitment, but you can have the spectrum all the way from something like a Jhin that is still annoying to deal with, Jhin Bard, to Caitlyn Lux. Like, there are so many matchups that are just unplayable, and I think the reason why Kai'Sa has really crept up in prio over the recent months was because of lane swaps, because you can just swap out of any of the bad matchups. Once you get to 6 and you just get through those early levels, she does get a ton of power, and it makes it a lot safer to try and match the lane. I do like the fact that they ensure that Jan is something that he feels comfortable that he can carry on, because he has been, even in the loss, by far the most consistent player that TL have had. And I think they're going to rely on him if they want to win this game number 3 as well.
Certainly are, certainly are. All right, let's see as we try and get ourselves back into it for the champion select. We
keep you guys updated when we get a little bit more info.
Because I'm trying to listen to the Korean casters. Unfortunately, you guys are not here with Wolf or Veldas, who could actually tell you what will be going on. Hopefully, we'll be able to get back soon. There we are.
All right, into picks and bans. We'll see what remains the same, and if we are just recreating, give you guys an update in a moment. Draven. Okay, so keeping the same classics. See what that pick 3 is going to be.
And going down the AD junglers that TL are going to be fishing for to try and pair here. Let's see. Vi was already used. Like, Jarvan is still available.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right? Because particularly with Taliyah, you want something that both provides CC as well as...
Okay, so the Cassante did mean something that we saw on the big screen.
Really, Xin Zhao is kind of the key pick that you would have wanted, right? Something that has reliable knock-up.
But they're dropping jungle anyways, I believe, because we had the other pick as well.
Also, as an update to the earlier issue, there was some sort of problem with the client that stopped TL from locking in their selected champion. So that's why we're seeing the Cassante here and not
Oh, so the Kai'Sa.
The Kai'Sa was an error caused after League officials investigated by the client, so they allowed them to remake from that point.
K'Sante and Kai'Sa.
So K'Sante, Nocturne will be the lock-ins. We can forget about the Kai'Sa, as fun as that discussion was.
So, the AD junglers we were talking about, the Nocturne here, it does not set up for Taliyah, but does work well with side lane pressure. So the synergy there is not in lane phase, it is synergy with Taliyah in a very different way. It is synergy in playing the mid game and trying to pressure side lanes. And I also do like this, although it does give you a way to go way, way too deep in some plays. So we'll see about the coordination with that combination. But this is a combination that can have extremely powerful synergies.
And funnily enough, what you'd want to pair with the Nocturne is actually dive, right? So I do think that Kai'Sa pick does remain at the forefront on our minds. There is also something like the Jhin, where you'd not necessarily have to be in the middle of the fight. And I think as we get deeper into the pool, right, game number 3 now, the value of picks like that are going to skyrocket. On the flip side, though, especially with that Xayah ban, KC could very well themselves be fishing to just pick up that Kai'Sa on 4, save the counter pick, and then, because with the Ahri and the Zinza already locked in, you're going to be very happy to play towards that. The amount of CC that's available that Kalist would then be able to utilize is quite large.
It's going to be a tough game for AD carries either way. You either pick the Kai'Sa who gets to dive with your dive, or you pick something else and you're going to get dove on. And it's while your dive probably jumps forward. So I think it's tricky for both AD carries in terms of what is the actual premier option. And part of the reason why we're seeing the Xayah taken off the board. Don't want a champion that can just easily ignore a lot of that dive threat. Final ban here for KC as they take a bit more time will be the Corki, potentially heralding, as you mentioned before, Mao, that they want to lock this Kai'Sa in, taking away some of the good AD carries into it.
Interesting, then. TL's final response. Did they want to go even deeper into it, or just keep on banning support engages?
It's so tough as well, because I think TL is a lot more tied to particularly the power of that Nocturne, right? I actually really like the Lulu ban, because we are getting to the point in the series as well where something like a Zeri Lulu, like there is actually 0 guaranteed CC on the side of TL, right? So if you have a Zeri that can just skate over and easily get away with the help of the Lulu, I think the game would be really hard to play out.
What about some like Caitlyn pushing lane?
Yeah, Caitlyn Lux, I think is valid.
Because if you can push early with you know, Caitlyn and try and get tower pressure and get those side towers down.
Option every pick going to the last second here. It's going to be the Zeri. Yeah. So the Lulu ban, a solid call out. What is the response here from the side of TL? Zeri is, if you don't shut the Zeri down, she's always inevitably going to be a problem. It feels like it demands either matching some of the scaling or picking something insanely aggressive. And aggression has worked so far for TL in this series.
Like, I'm looking towards the Jhin in terms of lane pressure, but I think Jhin is really hard to play into the amount of backline dive that's available for the enemy team. The one thing that not only is the Lulu Zeri like a great late game combo, but it also actually has a lot of laning pressure. I think Lulu is one of the most oppressive supports if she does end up in good matchups. Instead, that's the classic. I think it's going to be Zeri Yuumi.
Okay, I'm gonna call back because this is really important for Western fans to understand. The only AD carry in the West who has played Lucian successfully is Yon. This is a huge opportunity for Kalist and or Yon to prove themselves. This is a powerhouse 2v2 that has almost always failed in the hands of Western ADs.
What's that grin?
Yon,
there it
the
is.
exception.
Oh my God, we knew!
We've gone back in time! We've gone back in time! Zeri Yuumi versus Lucian Nami. Good point though, Dracos. Yon got his Lucian license last year at MSI.
Yep.
Well earned. Oh, Spawn giving him, hyping up Umpty as well, trying to get the team into it. Let's go. All right, so Team Liquid, they invested in that ultimate synergy we were talking about with Taliyah and Nocturne, try and make some picks for themselves on side lanes there. But, I mean, KC putting the Zeri Yuumi in the hands of Kalist there. A team fight will be hard to track down.
And if I'm looking at these two drafts, I think I'd rather be KC. You have pressure on the top side of the map. I think your mid-jungle duo is miles ahead when it comes to just raw power and as well as how well they synergize together. And these games have been so snowbally that I find it hard to imagine a scenario where either the Lucian Nami just completely takes over because Yon and Core Jeju have been so consistent, have been so powerful, and there's a lot of dive pressure and global side lane pressure from the two ultimates, or you get a complete stomping and bulldozing of that Xin Zhao and Ahri combo. Because if you do start falling behind, those can make such deep plays, and then the Zeri goes unchecked.
I'm also a little bit worried about the Gnar push and how much top lane control can go over that way, but we shall see.
I'm worried about a lot of stuff right now, guys.
I'm excited!
I'm so excited, but the thing is, both of these comps, incredibly explosive mid-game. The late game insurance for KC is there, but man, that early game with the Yuumi can be rough. All I gotta say is, Korean fans saying Karmine Core fighting and TL fighting goes hard. That's a feels good for me.
It does. I love that they also go for the whole name as well, which is especially for Creeper is a lot more awkward. It works so well. The Low Park fans are amazing, man.
Builds the environment nicely. As we are
got our mini map on, perfect, ready to go.
Turn it on, overlay on. But you highlighted it, Kobe. This top lane matchup, same as it's been in games 1 and 2, expected to be Gnar favorite. The difference impact on this Cassante has been a rock for TL in so many games across now so many years of gameplay. This man has been so consistent, and so if he can weather the storm similar to how he did in game 1, it's going to be much harder for Kana to find that advantage. Gnar can snowball, but it's not the Camille in terms of immediate reliable pressure.
I want to highlight the Lucian Nami as well, because we've had a lot of different iterations, as you love to see it, here between Kana and Impact. As that international game stat for Impact, I think it never gets old. And again, we saw there for Kana, it's so easy to forget that with the 4-man core of Owner, Faker, Guma, and Carry, he actually was a single game away from beating DK in the 2021 finals and making it with the core of the roster that obviously later would go on to have a large amount of success. But we're currently on the iteration of Lucian Nami, where early on they're decent. I think the lack of a Lulu means that they also will have more lane pressure than they otherwise would have had. But it's really the one-item spike, right? That's when you actually get to leverage the mid lane pride. That's when you get to start popping people. As junglers, the other interesting thing, we just need to see Umti basically full clear, 2.5 times, so he hits 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, main thing is tracking right now. You can see the pings were going down as well on the bottom side buff camps there, as TL invested their early presence in getting that ward and fully tracking the Xin Zhao on the way down so that Yon and 4JJ could try and get these trades off early on, but the extra Tri-Brush ward here will also provide enough safety for them to finish off their wave towards the tower and get the punch back.
And Yon actually went for PTA. So usually what we've seen recently with the Lucian Nami is the first strike, right? Ever since we went to the one-item spike build where you basically use the calling bot. But PTA is going to give you a ton of extra damage in lane if you're able to proc it consistently. It doesn't make sense that they want to try and play towards that, but that sustain of that Yuumi is a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah. Very frustrating. You already have the combat spell advantage for any Yuumi duo. Yon level 3 now alongside Core. Core burning through a lot of mana to make sure the health stays relatively close. Similar story for Targamas. Now Kalisk goes all in, and First Blood is there! Outclassed in the 2v2, the exhaust is here. Kalisk finally a chance to fire back after 2 miserable laning phases, and he'll find it there. Core sent packing the W, the Ultra Shock Laser will not connect. But that's the 2v2 kill, and it feels like that might be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of this matchup, and when the Zeri Yuumi is the side that gets the first blood, it does not go well for the Lucian Nami. That is massive. Kalist, 18 years old. So many of these Yuumi Qs, setting them up though and just jumping in, immediately going for the finish on the kill. I mean, they kind of knew, too, as they were sticking around.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it looks like there's no damage, but it's the heal and the barrier used instantaneously as they go in to stop any kill pressure from going down. So that difference in Summer Spell is really paying off, even if the exhaust is just used ultimately to poke Core out a little bit more as Kana continues the assault on the top side of the map. Early game working out really nicely for KC so far, and while the early lead is good for KC, it's only a small item difference thus far.
It's just gonna be so hard for TL to lock down a Zeri. That's one of the things when so many things are taken off the board. It's pretty easy for Zeri to get away from Nocturne when you have a Yuumi on your back. So KC, towards the mid stages of the game, if TL are not able to utilize, their global ultimates to make some side lane picks, that's why you're really worried about early money on the Zeri.
It's just so hard because there is no guaranteed CC, right? Like Nautilus and Vi, one of the big reasons why Vi started to come back in the first place is Yon still going.
Yon trying to keep people going, knowing that they have no summons left. Bubble goes in, but just barely misses. Kalista able to walk away, but it's still close. And I think Yon and Core know, as long as Kalista is able to finish that first item, they can still do a lot of work in the 2v2 trades. That first kill, it's going to hurt in the long run, but right now, they're still doing fine in the context of the 2v2, as Yike going to walk away empty-handed as he pokes his head in bottom side.
Would have been big if they canceled the backs there. Because you could saw as well, was just slightly diverting for a little bit there.
Swapping out.
Base Nocturne, and really he doesn't really want to get distracted while he's doing the most important thing, which is get to 6 as soon as possible. Should be able to hit it when he clears some of those topside camps. As we do have movement towards the top side, I imagine playing for grubs here is TL.
They're dropping a whole wave to be able to go over there. So drop the wave on bottom.
Just going to let it go.
Things out. Impact recalling. Yon early buff can start to step into Kana, but Kana level 6. Yon still playing with confidence here, is still a squishy mini-Gnar at this point in the game. Kana has not had a chance to recall. Kalist target miss speeding up to the top side of the map. TP down bot lane for Impact. As Umpty's going to start the grubs. Man advantage on the top side for TL. Kana chunked out. Not too bad of a situation.
Doesn't look like you're going to try and look for the steal.
Shock. Okay. That hurts.
He has smite available.
Have to smite that one. It feels bad.
Have to smite that.
But you have to get the free, right? Like it gets you defeat. You are also trading a dragon. Like that dragon is definitely going to be toast.
Going in. Charm connects, manages to dodge away. Yike now trying to follow. Wind becomes lightning plus flash available, but he won't use it. So Vladdy using his ultimate just for a chunk out there. Can start to pressure more, but APA, Patience does manage to walk away. And it's tense. We're 7 minutes in, there's only 1 kill, it's a 500 gold difference, but every play feels like it could be the game defining.
Well, a big reason for that is the compositions that we ended up with here in game number 3 of the Fearless, because there's so many more outs for KC later on, but not so much for TL. Umpty does still wait that red buff for himself and gets to his level 6 on Nocturne, immediately recalls and heads out towards the bottom side of the map, though.
Yeah, both comps played pretty similarly in that they have a really strong mid game. For the dodge.
Outspacing. They've gotten all the cooldowns. Exhaust ticking, forcing the cleanse out.
That's again
Yike is the jungler coming over here too. Yike is on the way.
Level 6.
He got tagged.
That's the flash. Yon slowed. Extra movement speed coming in courtesy of Core. Now trying to make it out.
6.
Level 6 for Yon means he can just cold away if they try to stay for too long. Taking some of Yike's time at the very least, but not ideal to trade even on sums given the extra one, or even trade down on sums, excuse me, as it was heal and the cleanse used for just the exhaust of KC.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think for KC, the insurance policy is just so good. You have a really strong mid-game draft with a ton of CC, dive, and team fighting potential. But if that fails, if they end up falling behind, there will just be a point in the game where Kalist can fully take over, and that just isn't really there for TL. So I think they are much more reliant on getting value out of these global ults, as Kalist is still level 5, but yeah, he needs to be careful. Once Kalist hits 6, he is going to have an all-in window that is frankly terrifying.
Good respect from Yon not to immediately use the culling. Kalist keeping his back to that wall so he can just parkour away if the culling does come out. Makes it so awkward for him to try and finish a kill or press the advantage further. APA might be in trouble here. Dash forward. Charm flashed away from good reaction. That'll still cost him the summoner spell. It'll be the repeat gank he has to be careful for, as Vladdy does at least use ultimate.
I mean, yeah, Umpty does have a level lead, but the top side recalled here for Team Liquid, so you have nobody to back you up. So it's all kind of posturing.
Gonna get the crab.
I love how we say there's no way, and then he just blast comes over. They didn't expect him to come back.
Here we go. Full committing here. Wall built. The parkour coming over. He still makes it over. Oh, that's infuriating for TL. If the timing had been like a 1/10 of a second, I'm sure he just gets knocked off by the wall appearing there.
It's double rough because APA also, I think Umpty otherwise gets the channel on the flash.
Vladdy.
I think the extension actually was what made the difference.
Flash out. Good from 4. Doesn't have good information. Coling now used. Flash over the wall committed onto Vladdy. Charm used, but extra movement speed about to come through. But they're going to finish that one. Another auto. Yawn and Core finding the pick in mid lane.
Communication there from the tail side, but the W flash.
Ulti in. Yumi ult coming out as well. Yike trying to split. Core might go down, but Yawn likely to keep his life. Bubble connecting as well. Core sprinting.
Slow.
I just don't think he's fast enough, but he does have the flash. Will walk away, so they burn a lot of resources, but ultimately they get what they came for. They get the kill onto Vladdy.
I don't know if that's worth it, though. Yawn not having the flash available is going to be big. We also had Core using his. That means that the potential now for Vladdy, who, yes, he doesn't have flash, but he has his ult. It's so easy for him to gap close. And that's not even, we haven't seen Kana join any of these fights yet. But that could be huge as well. And as every time when we see a Nocturne, you're always going to talk about the first ulti. The first ulti was, frankly, not really working out. And I think with Nocturne in particular, if the enemy team knows you're in the area, it takes away so much as impact.
Impact all out onto Kana. Does not manage to connect on the Pathmaker, though, so we'll just use that ult to get a bit more space, clear the wave, even things out.
Yeah, I mean, the top side one was the walls were still connected there, so Kalista's able to get out, and, you know, he still has flash and barrier. It's like going to be so safe there that they can just rotate right back up to Grubs. Teleport does come out from Impact to go up the top side, but Umpty has already decided to seed it for TL, goes down to the other side, finishes up Krugs, go for his reset here, wait for the ultimate cooldown. Like you said, you know, highlighting that Nocturne ultimate means such a big part of trying to make a play, so they're going to wait for it.
Second objective for KC. Neither side has claimed any of the feats. It's 1 kill to 1, no towers have fallen, and just the 2 objectives. Although 3 total have been taken. It was a split on the first Grubs, so neither side going to get the credit as Kalist. Still weathering the storm well in the mid lane. Obviously happy to sit back, knowing that even if he doesn't make an aggressive play, the scaling does very much favor him. Yawn closer and closer to Collector, which will be a big boon in these fights, especially against so many squishy champions on the side of KC.
Okay, here we go. Yike coming down through mid lane, 2 for the 4v4.
APA here, Vladdy dashing forward. Charm is going to connect. Are they going to overcommit? Waiting for them to get out of the minefield. APA going to find himself locked up very quickly, but now Umpty goes to the backside. It's going to be Vladdy who's in trouble, dashing back to his team. Yumi coming in to try to seal the deal, but a bit more healing going back, and now it's Kalist going to flick back. A perfect flick going to keep things going. APA trying to finish the kill. Kalist getting lower and lower. He's not powerful enough yet. The flash forward, the exhaust. Targamas is just a little cat. He can't do a damn thing. TL, take the exchange.
KC, they go over into the Nocturne ultimate. They can't see the backside of that team fight, and they overcommit. Huge plays for Team Liquid. Dracos, they have at least just saved their mid game here. That's going to be the Dragon. They push out on both mid wave and bottom wave just when they need it. Team Liquid finds some saving grace. This was a peeling Nocturne ultimate that they set off, and KC dived forward anyway.
It's such a risk because both Nami and Talia in these choke points are such a nuisance, right? Even with the E being used early, not able to actually get on top of them. Umpty, meanwhile, is making use of the chaos that the attempt at engage creates to just auto freely, and if Nocturne can get multiple procs of his passive off, he's obviously going to shred through. Had the Hexblade done as well, and now the gold looking completely different. 2K lead here for TL, and KC, as I said, they still have the insurance policy, but they're gonna kick themselves for that one.
They made it interesting here. I mean, the peel from the Nami and the Talia here as you're kiting back was just exceptional there for Team Liquid. Let's see what they can do with that injection of money, though. Those extra kills going their way.
And this is big because it puts them back into that comfortable mid-game position they were looking for when they drafted the comp. The advantage that they should have had, that they threw away a little bit on that bot side 2v2, now very much back in their control. And Umpty has to be feeling good because, again, that first Nocturne ult didn't work, but the second one hitting, finding those kills, getting the feat of Warfare, and TL overall in a much more commanding position.
Yeah, they're still going to be very worried about later Yumi and Zeri problem and trying to actually lock them down, because as we said, like, they can get away from a Nocturne if you brute force it, but if you can try and create some sort of situation with the engage and the setup towards it, then, you know, maybe a better hope. And the flash is down now. The key here for Team Liquid, a lot of this money onto the Talia and the Nocturne, the 2 most mobile champions here for this team that can try and move that money around the map for themselves.
There was also the fact that Kalist flash to try and salvage the play at the end there. No flash on the Zeri is actually a big deal. Even with all the safety that she has, it means that players like Umti flashing forward with a fear are going to be a lot of a bigger issue. And we have now hit the Collector power spike, and as we can see, Yon is just going mid, shoving in waves. And we've now reached the point that Kalista is only sitting on Yuntal, doesn't really get to match. Have to be respectful, and we'll see if TL is able to turn this into a lot of objectives. Because the one downside for KC is who actually face checks, right? Because obviously Yike is okay.
They're going to go for this dive?
Maybe.
They're sending pings on it. Rotation already on the way.
They have a lot of burst, but I think he's close to Mega.
Cross map. For the side of KC would have been the top side dive, but instead they might just look mid. Kliss still only level 8.
Ward.
Kliss want to keep stepping up and poking. A lot of disadvantages will come from just chipping out the opposition. Umti now too far away as well.
They keep pinging that bottom side, which makes us think that, you know, they're setting up for this play, and they have the deep ward there that they saw. They actually saw it placed in the lane. Yike was up on top side, but Yike is now recalled, so there's not a lot of time for this to go off.
Mininar's a sleepy boy. He's not really going to have a good way. This one flashes now, trying to get a little bit tricky with it, but he goes all out. Umti tanking the tower, but just a blinking health bar. Kana's still standing for a little bit too long. Third stack on the Hyper. Kana trying to run. Manages to get one back again. TL find the kill, but trade one in return.
If you go for that, Yon and Core need to be there. You can't pull the trigger that early. You just don't have the damage. That flash from Kana, absolutely huge. Denies the CC, means that he gets so much extra damage off. And KC pulling closer in gold thanks to that 1-for-1.
That was a great job by Kana, breaking the fear tether there. Yeah. That's why he forces the flash out from the Nocturne, gets all the extra damage, and goes 1-for-1 again. So many of these KC members, last time it was Vladdy, good for 1 in all these multi-person games. This time, Kana's still good for 1, even with all the TL members coming for the dive. But it was a really nice job to avoid the critical CC there and open them up. And of course, then the full rotation down meant that they also lost a bit on the top side. You know, Vladdy was able to push in. Team Liquid lost, by the way. Now we've got a little sneak around through the alcove as well, but this doesn't look like anybody's going to be there for that play.
TL still holding on to that 2K gold lead. As you highlighted, a lot of that some of that going to be in the jungle because of the kills that Umti has, but split out. Impact still suffering a bit in the isolated 1v1 when he doesn't have anyone else around. And again, all eyes on Kalist. He is the ticking time bomb that is forcing TL to try and make these consistent, aggressive plays, knowing how difficult it will be to answer him as we get later in the game, getting closer and closer to level 11, the second rank and all of that lower cooldown to make it available in even more fights.
The other one is Kana. I think for him, just actually get... Oh, as APA?
APA, good knockback onto Yike.
Dawn, he's a psycho. He's gonna...
Pulling.
Ooh.
Chunking Yike out. The objective started by the rest of the team, so this should just be an easy Herald pickup. KC backing away.
Yeah, that objective won right there by Yon. He chunks out Kalist, and then they're able to finish off a big chunk onto Yike as well, so they don't get any kills, but they do take enough health bars to earn themselves a Rift Herald, which is critical in pushing the timeline of this game forward. Using that Rift Herald to knock down these outer turrets is critical for this team that needs to make use of Nocturne Ultimate and Taliyah picks.
I do think that the Nocturne gives this comp a lot more longevity than it otherwise will because of how much more capability you have of finding flanks, right? If you do get on top of the backline, as strong as that Zeri Yuumi combo is, I do think with how far behind Yike and Vladdy are, there's going to be a lot of burst damage lacking that otherwise might have been there. And Kana, his side lane pressure isn't going to be quite as scary, even though he will win both 1v1s pretty comfortably.
Twist, ulting, trying to clear the wave, does not want to concede mid lane tower. Yon hopping into the Herald to try and escape. Might look for the knock punch, Twist. Well, at the very least, get the crash as the ulti comes out in the meantime. The split, his Impact is now going for the 2v2. Yike caught out, isolated, wall coming in. Yike will fall even as the dragon dies. In favor of KC, a quick pick. Bit of a messy split exchange. Mid lane tower won't drop from the Herald, but Yon will keep his life, and they'll still find a kill.
I'm pretty sure that's a win for KC. Yes, in terms of gold, it's rough, but I'm pretty sure that got them defeats because I think they were only a single objectives away. And then trading a kill for a dragon, I don't think is the end of the world.
Definitely not the end of the world. I would also say the feats themselves are not the end of the world, not the biggest deal as well, but certainly.
When TL got defeats, because of course they got defeat of Warfare earlier, and then the tower was
All right, I take it back.
But it would have.
I take it back.
If they had defended top lane tier 1, that would have been the moment.
I do like the feint here, though, because it looks initially as if Team Liquid is going to go really hard on this play towards the mid lane of the map, because you can even see the bot lane is, trying to peel off, but instead find a turn onto Yike and get that kill.
And this is exactly what we were highlighting for what Team Liquid need to do in this game to make those transition plays with the Nocturne plus Taliyah movement. And Umpty is like, you know what? I'm going to go in, try and get the Smite Steal. If I don't get it, I don't get it. It was a little bit late for the Smite Steal, but they still have the timing there with the Taliyah wall to section off the extra pick.
List. Aggressive use of the ulti clears the wave, starts to trade more, but isn't going to get much else. In this game overall, TL finding that composure crucially in Game 3 as they needed to. And KC, while they do have that late game insurance option, a few too many picks going in the favor of TL. The play that they overforced on the bottom side of the river is what's making this game more difficult than it maybe initially had to be, is Yon stepping up with the culling. Yike there to body block a few bullets, but a lot of healing already coming out from that Yuumi.
Okay, Umpty trailing on bottom side as well. That Nocturne with the ultimate available.
Dash forward. Vladdy's trying to one-shot the wave, going away from tower, but loses vision just in time, right as he sees the Xin.
Yeah, exactly. That's the critical part. They lost the vision of the Ahri, but they also gained vision of the reinforcements, which means they can rotate back over towards mid.
I think was happy that he didn't go in on that one. Would not have ended well, as the coverage was there. Mid lane turret now.
TL desperate to get this mid lane tier 1, knowing how much it'll open for them, but KC are just not going to let it go. Consistently throwing so many members to stop the push, to hold on to that last sliver of health.
Yeah, the extra defense here with these outer towers that are barely still standing. Wait.
Getting chunked.
Ooh. A lot of damage to come through. Both barrier, heal, and exhaust are available still, though, here for Kalist, so we'll be trying to give him a false sense of security. Holding onto this mid lane turret is so big, though. We'll see if KC can actually do it.
Attack come in for the shield. They're just killing the wave so quickly. That's the power of the Runan second.
So hard as Lucian as well.
Bottom's got to go down, though.
You want to get this turret so badly, again, because I think that once KC start giving up map control, it's really hard to reach the Otacon.
Yeah, the bottom went down as well. Umpty was already like 50% done with the Otacon, so they're keeping up the pressure here on multiple fronts for Team Liquid.
I don't think KC are ready for this Otacon. Yike. Excellent start for TL. KC feel like they're winning this, but now they realize they've lost the Otacon, and this was not the trade that they thought it was.
Flower power.
So much XP going over and adaptive force on top of it.
Wow, Team Liquid here, keeping up so much pressure, bouncing between mid and bottom lane, making use of extra fear that they are instilling in KC with those globals, and the pressure finally mounts on the bottom side. They get 2 objectives in that small time span, with the outer turret also being a very, very big win for them. So increase in the gold lead, but again, the experience and the extra damage, the stats that you get here with those flowers are going to go a long way. APA on his Taliyah that we really highlighted. Richest person in the game and 2 levels up on Vladdy with all of this side lane play.
And Kana obviously going to be farming damage, playing Gnar into the Cassante, but it's Yon and Kalist that are at the top here already. And I expect that to not change as this game continues. It's a lot of damage, but
so much
again,
down.
Wave's still cleared. Maybe this chunk is enough on the next push.
I want to see Yon's damage done for this whole game, because this man is just always playing aggressively with the Lucian. CoreJJ at his back, going up, chunking out health bars.
And he has to.
Exactly, and he's doing it so well so far, as they actually are going to go for Kana here. Kana does have Mega and Flash.
15-second timer on the Mega once it procs. Can just stop the backs, try to prevent him from going anywhere else.
Slow play it.
Kana.
Okay.
Crunch out to safety.
That's
Flash
a big win.
as well. Yeah.
Dragon's up, don't overchase though. Dragon is up at the moment, so everyone rotating down towards that.
They finally got it, by the way. After all the effort, mid lane turret has fallen. KC already chunked. I think you might want to just give this one up. Don't think you need to play too aggressive before the spike. On your Zeri, 3 items not quite there yet. TL,
kind of mini too.
Looking for the fight.
Nice flick over the wall means Vladdy's chunk before the fight even starts, but AP is not in a great position. Might be forced to use his ult. Could come down to the 50-50. Yike now going in, trying to lock up the Lucian. Nice disengage coming in from Core, and Yike's just about to get deleted. Yon now on a rampage. Instantly the backside devastated. Kana going Mega. Manages to lock 2 on the wall, but the interrupt, the unstoppable there. Now the exhaust going in. Kliss has to make the difference. Has to take down Yon, but he is not enough. Even with the cam out to his back, he manages to find one. TL tries to get another. Targamas demounted. TL taking everything.
Oh man, the chunks before the fight were so big for Team Liquid too. The Ahri went into that fight with like 30% HP because APA found him over the edge, and then it was just a full send. Impact and Umpty went through, they assassinate the Ahri, and TL gets such a big early lead in this fight. Chronicler, take us through the pressure that KC were feeling here.
I think they can back off. That's the big thing. This wasn't even sole point. It was just for a second dragon. The chunks come through, and the fight is so segmented, right? The backline isn't there. We immediately take out both Yike, who on the turn wasn't really immediately there with the rest of his team, and you need to be so crisp if you want that turn to work, right? I think that, in my opinion, going for the fight in the first place was a big gamble with the chunks that came through. Just let them have the dragon. You can peel off, because the engage isn't actually that good. On TL, there's no Ornn, there's no Nautilus, but instead, that might be the play that breaks the game. Finally, 25 minutes in.
And I think one of the big things about this Xin is against longer range champions who struggle to deal a lot of damage. When he ults, it feels so impossible to play against him. But Yike is woefully far behind. He's 0-3. You jump into a Lucian, he's like, yes, please, sir, let's go. So much more powerful in that circumstance. Core can immediately disengage. Now Vladdy forced to ult just to get away from that bit of CC.
Jan retains his Lucian license.
Yeah, I really think I regret him getting that. I think that he's too young. Don't give him the Lucian license.
It's kind of crazy, right? Because we're so used to, like, it's been beaten into us over and over, seeing it lose so many times.
Not allowed for anyone.
But
for Jan,
time and time again, Jan is cracked. 3 items on the Lucian. His damage stats are going to be through the roof this game, constantly putting out so much pressure for Team Liquid. And APA's Talia still retains the 2-level lead here. You know, their globals are going to be really shining now as they try and close the pressure onto KC. You see KC even just struggling to retain vision control of their own jungle here.
And I think that they've found the recipe for success on the side of TL. It is the poke from the Talia, it is the poke from the Lucian culling to stop KC from getting into range. Now they have advantage, now they have pressure, they can set up first on the objectives, and as long as they don't let the team start a fight on full HP, a lot of that scaling is just never going to come through. But now Yike, waiting in the darkness, 11K.
Looking for a turn. Look, it's Jan, he's the gatekeeper. He's not letting them in.
Go! He's ready to pull. Kaliss chunks, Vladdy there with the red buff. Ana starting to poke, the objective a bit of a split call, hop out, bubble doesn't connect, Core still has ulti.
Poke's good though, and I think TL are making the right call to back off. The burst is still there, but I want to see that third item. We need IE on Kaliss.
Tidal wave over the wall. Yike potentially caught out, forcing an early ultimate. Flick back hits, but not the damage to come through. Impact trying to push Yike back to the team. Yike still holding on for a brief moment. KC zoned off, pushed away, could not get any damage down, could not move through the minefield. Nice forward dash coming in from Vladdy to get away from the seismic shove. APA on point, but the dashes are there. Jan, nice backstep. Such a close fight, but TL just continue to poke here and will turn back to the Baron.
Really great usage of the ultimates to not directly set up APA for the seismic shove, but force them into a position where he could hit the seismic shove. That one barely misses.
TP coming in, Vladdy on the way.
It's going to be so hard. Vladdy needs to find a hero play, or Kaliss needs to go crazy, but he doesn't have IE just yet. That's such a big spike for the Zeri.
Finger used. APA not going to connect on the flick.
Are they
as long
commit?
as he has the minefield, it'll be big. 10K getting lower. They're not focusing their damage on the objective. It's going to take some time. Kaliss starting to poke, starting to harass. The Baron doing a decent amount of damage back. They know no jungler's there. It's not a 50-50, but Vladdy goes in. Nice dash back. Coming through from Jan. Clutch in the moment. 4K. They're getting lower, though. They can't afford to stick around with Kaliss right on top of them. They need to burst down the champion. Huge shot from APA. Up immediately goes in the exhaust. Out. Goes the Zeri, Jan low.
Yikes there!
Wall. Will not commit to the objective. 3 blinking out bars on the side of TL, but the range isn't there. The fall isn't there. They will walk away. Okay, KC managed to stop the Baron from going down.
Oh, it is so intense, and that was a critical stop from KC. That Baron would have broken the game there for Team Liquid. This was the initial pick we were talking about. The Nami ult zones the Xin back, so then APA is able to hit the shove. Impact, even though he gets charmed, able to ult and secure the jungle pick. Then it gets dicey, though. Here we go. KC with a critical contest on this Baron.
A really big thing is that Jan is zoning, right? He's the gatekeeper, which means that Baron is barely going down. They don't have the fastest Baron take in the world anyway. And then there you see KC smelling the weakness. If Kalist, again, as IE, I think they just get completely chunked. But then that moment right there almost gets the turnaround. And I think TL can be really happy that that Baron reset, because otherwise, if it doesn't reset and Yike makes it over the wall, they just get the Baron. And then KC, that lead doesn't mean nearly as much anymore.
And there's a small window here. There is no exhaust, there is no heal for Kalist. He has flash, he has IE. He is still a threat that has to be respected, but there's a window here for TL as they take this third Drake to maybe look for a pick, to maybe force a fight before those summoners are back up for Targamas.
I think the problem, though, for KC with the rest of the team in the state that it is that TL can very reliably put all their resources into taking down Kalist. Because of how far behind Vladdy and Yike are, they're not nearly as big of threats as they could have been otherwise.
Yeah, the mid game has just been so massive for Team Liquid that Umpty has a jungle level lead of 4 levels here over Yike on the Nocturne.
He's almost flame-horizing him.
Umpty is higher level than the top laners, okay? This Nocturne is such a massive global presence on the map right now that TL did such a good job playing into their strong mid game that they have so much map-wide pressure here, and they need to use that, though, to finally break it. That's why in the last fight, I say KC were, even though they lost Kana, they were happy to at least stop the Baron, even just giving over 1 kill.
I think the big thing is you have to just call it Umpty again. You mentioned his scoreline thus far. Game 1, he dominated Yike. Game 3, he's dominating Yike. This is a guy who every single pundit in the world agreed on one thing, and is that they were not convinced by Umpty, but this series today, Game 1, Game 3, despite a lackluster first ult, managed to bounce back in this game. The team coordination on these fights has been excellent. KC running out of ways to play the game. We talked about the one late game scaling option. It's starting to feel like their only option, but maybe APA has been caught out. Umpty coming in. Can they find the immediate solo kill? Crunch back out. Yon's waiting over the wall. Kana likely to fall here. Weaver's wall coming out as well. Kana nowhere left to go. Tries to get the wall down, gets a bit of CC, gets a chunk, but there's no follow-up as Kalist just forced to walk away.
Again, you just really have to respect these Nocturne Global here. It is so hard to do anything in the side lanes for KC and TL. They pull the trigger, they get their kill once again.
And the one point of map pressure to have is Kana, right? Like, obviously Kalist is the big guy in terms of trying to still carry the team fights, but Kana in a side lane, he's still sitting on free items. He can be a threat, but there is just so little that he can do. Look at from how far the rest of the team is able to join here as he tries to go, even dodges the initial setup, right? APA's attempt at a flick, but it just doesn't matter.
I think he thought for a second before he sees the rest of the members that he could, because he could have jumped in with the crunch, he could have tried to throw 2 houses to finish the kill, but thought maybe he'd get away. Instead, walks away empty-handed as TL, once again, starting the objective.
This is gone.
There's nothing that KC can do for this one. It's too far gone. Yike will be just in time to see it stolen or taken away from him. TL now have the Baron. This is the break point we talked about. This is where it gets so impossible for KC to fight back. Their wave clear is not great. It is really just the short range of the Ahri.
Yeah, Baron buff, the biggest tool here for Team Liquid to truly break open this game and push in deep into KC territory.
Bliss still poking, still playing at the edge, doesn't want to give them anything for free. The topside pressure is there. Kana, without information on Umpty, just knows that he cannot walk forward. Will try to at least a bit. Dodges the initial seismic shove.
And this solves one of the biggest issues that we've seen this composition have for TL, which is their short range and their siege sucks, right? Like, Lucian isn't that good at taking down turrets. Same for the Taliyah as Yon. He's far up. They're looking for a possible collapse here.
Ultra Shock Laser hits.
They're so fast.
Now the turn coming in. Umpty wants to start this fight. He thought he had the flank, but he was the one getting taken down. Yon now legendary. Impact TPing in just in time to eat the charm. Pathmaker not quite the right direction, but it just does not matter. That pick on top of the Baron is going to spell disaster. Kalist, the double kill! Instantly one-popped Yon. 4 items. Makes the Zeri disappear.
It had been a while since I really just loved a Lucian Nami this much, Dracos. It's beautiful.
We kept talking about the IE for Kalist, thereby completely ignoring the fact that Giannis is finished. Fortunately, he was awake as he pops what I think was the one small sliver of hope that was there for KC.
Running. the scaling was not enough. Zeri, not enough. TL might have faltered in the first few minutes, but they put their foot on the gas, and they never stopped in this game 3. Casey, one last desperate hold. TL don't want to get over eager. Jan taking his time. Almost one pop and Gladdy. He just does too much damage. Yike isolated once again. Umpty taking his time with the ult. They want KC to remember this moment. Kalist might be able to force a fight, but he cannot stop the Nexus from falling. TL take down KC.
Impressive stuff from Team Liquid here. They have received so much criticism this year, even from myself in particular, and they immediately stand up to all of that. Umpty has 2 extremely good performances. Jan still remains LTA MVP. Huge stuff from him. Work put in on the Lucian Nami. Wow.
In this final game, also delivering a much more tense affair.
Yeah, what a best of 3.
Actually ending up nicely. You can see the joy there for TL as they take the win 2-1.
Incredible stuff for TL. What a way to start the tournament. We'll see what they can do as we get further in the tournament. For now, though, we're going to break down that game and tune in to the press conference with APA and Impact right after this break.
Noxus, you honor me this day. But we are not here for celebration. Not for spectacle or sport. No. We stand over this blood-soaked sand because it is our legacy. It reminds us of the taste of triumph. The roar of defiance. The strain of sacrifice. The story of our people from the beginning. And the only truth that matters when you face your reckoning. Strength above all.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Every time I come through, hope that you notice.
Hoping that you notice it.
Hope that you care.
Hoping that you care, that you care.
Try to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through.
I was in the dark, wonder. I was on that gas like a Hummer. I was steady focused on the come up. Until you caught my eye. Girl, I hit the Johnny Gill, my. Now I'm knowing what a true love is. And the mothers was so bogus. I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice. Hoping that you notice it. Hope that you care. Hoping that you care, Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Yeah. Gotta stay focused. Gotta stay focused, man. Gotta stay there. Gotta stay there. Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Let it ring like alarms, like a calm for the storm. Yeah, this been the norm. Like, yeah, you prophecy on the first joint. Been ahead, been the future. That's the point. Yeah, love and touch, watch them off, hit the dance. Been rocking with the Campton, your stamp. Sipping, running with OBJ. Small things to a giant, we don't play. Hey, I put my heart on the line every time I come through. Hope that you notice. Hoping that you notice it. Hope that you care. Hoping that you care, Trying to connect to your Wi-Fi signal come through. Gotta stay focused. Gotta stay focused, man. Gotta stay there. Gotta stay there, man. Oh, baby, yeah. Make time for the FaceTime. Set a day for the time. Oh, baby, yeah. All up in my mentions. Yeah. Trying to get attention. Baby, online like it's Wi-Fi.
Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Jack in the system. Fire me up. Jack in the system.
We can fight it now if it goes. We have heal advantage.
Nice. Doesn't look like you're gonna try and look for the steal.
Shock.
Okay. Adi. I got Adi.
Watch his
Very low.
Watching as well.
I go.
Nice, guys.
Yeah, I think you guys get it.
Very good if I get it.
Yeah.
Come on,
They play nice. Push up.
I'm looking up.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Hey, slowly.
Don't worry. Get the flash up.
Guys, don't worry. Coming.
I can kill it.
Nice. How many Nexus, guys?
Yeah. Nexus.
Nice. Let's go!
Welcome back to First 10 2025 as Team Liquid claims the first victory in a best of 3. I'm not even gonna look at you, Aita. No, you said you were cooked. Turns out you guys were the one cooking here.
We were. I'm not gonna lie. I thought we were cooked after we got killed 2v2 bot, but the boys held strong. You know, they proved me wrong. They were able to pull it back, and it's even nice of K-Corp and some of their fans to join us here on the desk as well.
I'm gonna need that one here.
But no, I mean, I just think it's really cool as well to see the way in which TL did it.
Yeah.
Jan was a monster this whole series, but him doing it on Lucian, one of these picks, like Lucian Nami has historically been one of these picks. It's like NA Jace and, you know, Western Lucian Nami, where if you pick this internationally, you lose. And that has always been the kind of standard thinking. And the fact that he was able to pick this, you know, make a mistake early and still play some of these fights out so well to be able to come back is just so exciting. Like, he is really rising to a new level.
I'll be honest, I was kind of grimacing when I saw the Lucian. I was like,
look at his damage. Like,
crazy.
You had faith, and they delivered. And honestly, this game wasn't smooth sailing, but it kind of reminded me of the finals they had, that despite being 3-0, they had a lot of issues in the early game against Team Liquid domestically, and they managed to kind of stay calm. Their Team Liquid. They managed to like kind of reform.
Though they did have some of their own issues that they were causing themselves.
themselves.
Yeah. Managed to stabilize the game, getting control again, and that kind of felt like this. Like there were so many moments in this game which were mega tilters. Losing the 2v2, having the grub get stolen as well, easily could have a team spiral of control, but they really managed to stay calm.
Can confirm I was tilted.
Yeah. It is about recovery. It is about seizing the right opportunities, and it is about shining in the right moments. And in that sense, Yon is our clear Oppo player of the series. And we praised him for the potential of the bot lane and what he could bring to the series. Azel, I feel like he completely delivered today, especially in that last game.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, again, you know, I said at the top of the day, he's my LTA Split 1 MVP. He came here. It was bot gap in game 1, game 2. They got 2v2 killed in game 3. And I was just thinking, what a shame that is if that ends up being the note that people remember from Yon. But the fact that he was able to battle back from that, we saw the damage done. Like, he was the whole team, it felt like, as far as the damage done in that final game. And he plays so aggressively with so much confidence. You know, if he thinks he's in a position to win the fight, he never will back down from it. He'll take that fight, you know, even if it ends up going bad. And I just love when players can have that confidence in themselves and that killer instinct.
And especially on a pick like Lucian, which, as you said, hard to pilot, but not only was he finding the mid-prior, which is really important, but in fights, despite being lower on HP, using his cooldowns and using his health as a resource really effectively, not just happy saying, okay, I did a bit of damage, I'm fine here. He's like constantly making sure he's getting value on the pick.
Very strong debut from Team Liquid here in First 10. Let's check in on APA and Impact's press conference in the Verizon post-game interview.
Earlier today, during an interview with Jisun, you were surrounded by KC fans cheering for your opponent. What do you have to say to your European rivals after taking the first win at First Stand? 오늘 경기 전에 쿼마에 있는 팬들에게 둘러싸여서 지선님과 인터뷰를 하는 모습이 잡혔습니다. 이제 퍼스트 스탠드에서 첫 승을 가져가면서 라이벌인 유럽에게 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
I think it's simple. I think without G2, Europe is just a zero-team region, so it's not surprising that we beat them today.
아주 간단하게 한마디 할 수 있을 것 같은데요. G2 없이는 유럽은 아무것도 아니라고 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. The third question comes from Mice Esports. Impact. I would like to know what the game plan was to face Carmine Corp. Was the idea to bet on your bot pressure together with UMT's proactivity?
Nice to hear from the players after the... of course, the muscle flex from APA here. I mean... Makes sense,
Yep,
right?
America.
Yep, in America. No, but honestly, for me, it's a nice comeback, especially for UMT as well. We were talking about the fact that they didn't have the greatest beginning to their season. What has been the main difference for you from what we've been seeing in LTA and their comeback, their strong comeback, actually, here?
I mean, I have to give a lot of credit to Umti. I think, you know, when we were talking with all the casters and community as well, like, he's been given so much flack. And if you're going to hate him when he messes up, you have to really credit him when he has a good series. I think there was a pretty big gap between him and Yike in this series. And yes, there was some mistakes here and there. Top lane skirmish obviously didn't go well. But overall, I think he played a really strong series. And I think that was a pretty big difference maker in games 1 and 3.
Yeah, especially the Nocturne pick. I was unsure how it'd fit in with the rest of the draft. He didn't really have like a dive buddy with him necessarily, but got so much value from it. And he actually had a big lead over Yike in farm, and it kind of displayed in the fights when he was getting on top of the Zinzao, just destroying him, getting on top of the Zeri, destroying that, just really having a big impact.
We'll see what they can do in their next series, but let's turn our attention. In the next series we have today, HLE versus TES. We're eating well today.
This is such a banger.
First Stand, and I really love the powerful names that we have on both sides of the rift here on this matchup. Looking first at top lane, of course, top lane is useful again, and it's going to become even more useful, especially when you have Zeus on the top lane. Is he the GOAT of top lane, is my question
I think
here.
yes. I think yes, point blank period. You know, people, when they talk about top lane, it's really hard because not a lot of top laners have that crazy longevity, but this guy has so many international titles already, so many regional titles, and he's doing it in a way that is just pure dominance. He can play every style, but when he is unleashed on these carry picks, there's no one like him in the world, and I don't think there's ever been a top laner like him.
And honestly, he's been such a boon to this team. We've seen Honorable Life Esports constantly go to game 5s, and he's come out with clutch picks like the Olaf, which have just completely ran the game. I feel like, you know, players can do well on T1 because T1 is a very successful team, but being able to prove you can do well on different teams is just another step. And really, Zeus has managed to do that with HLE.
Absolutely, and now he's taking this dominance on the international stage with HLE, a team that dominated a lot as well in the LCK. What can we expect from HLE here, especially against TS, when you look at both teams and how they could clash, Ox?
I mean, I think a big thing for me is the fact that we have seen lane swaps gone. I think that Zeus is really going to enjoy that. As much as he was good at playing in the lane swaps, it's not his forte. The one thing I am a little bit worried about is Delight, because we've seen a lot more like focus on these 2v2 fights in bot lane, and Delight prefers to be on these engaged supports where he can roam about. But the solo lanes for HLE have been so good. real powerhouse there.
They really have, and I think coming into this, people are going to be looking at those Seoul lanes as an advantage. But you have to talk about Cream and the journey he had. Yes. He has been so impressive, you know, for TES, and the lineup of mid laners he had to beat was just so insane. You know, Rookie, Scout, Doenby, Knights was just the path to get to the finals. Like, that is insane. And, you know, this team, you know, made some changes. They brought back Crisp. They brought back, you know, brought in Kanavi, you know, made those changes with the roster. And a lot of these guys, even though they are big names, it's been a while since they've won a championship. Jackie Love hadn't won an actual title in the LPL since 2020. Crisp, not since he won Worlds in 2019. And they came together and really are looking strong. And Jackie Love, I think, has been incredible for the team. You know, I think the time of talking about Jackie Love as this like zero hero player is gone. He is consistent. He is a bona fide superstar, and I think he's easily one of the best AD carries in the whole world.
I think that's the thing, is you'd have this feast and famine with Jackie Love, where sometimes he'd go for the really aggressive plays and they'd pay off, and sometimes they wouldn't. Now we're just getting the payoff, and it's just really just puts him on top in terms of AD carries from the LPL.
There's a lot of interesting players to look at, and I love the fact that we have strong players challenging an established order in their region. We were talking about Cream. I'm just wondering how this one is going to go against the Game 5 devil that we have on the side of HLE,
well,
Zeka. In
the good thing for TES is that there is no Game 5 in a 3-game series, so that's working for them. But Zeka, I believe it's 9 Game 5s in a row now that he has won. They always seem to win Game 1. They always seem to win Game 5. And I do think there's just a bit of that aura around them where, you know, these stats can be kind of meaningless. Sometimes they're just kind of fun. But when it keeps happening and keeps happening, it really does build confidence in yourself. And it puts a bit of fear into the hearts of your opponents.
There's just so much clutch factor with this team. And honestly, it's not just Zeka, but the fact that this team as a whole has played more best of 5s than all of the teams at the tournament combined, with that big gauntlet run, having to go to 5 games against so many top teams in the LCK. And
every single series was 5 games.
Time and time again, it just felt like you get a Game 5, the pressure's on, and they just rise up and manage to come out on top.
So much experience on this format. Of course, here it's going to be best of 3. They're also playing at home here. They've been playing weeks and weeks at LOL Park. Who's got the advantage? What is your prediction, guys?
I have to go HLE. I think they have the edge in the solo lanes. I'll leave it at that because we only have a couple seconds.
I think top esports bot lane might really appreciate the lack of lane swap, so I'm actually leading them 2-1.
2-1. We'll find out about this very soon. It is time for us to gear up for a second series of the day. 2 new teams, HLE and TES, take onto the stage.
And here we are, our second series of the day. I'm Dragons, that's Mao. We let Kobe enjoy his victory away from the camera. My original joke was going to be loser had to leave, but then my region lost, so I don't have a new joke good in time. But it's not about that anymore. It's time for classic LCK, LPL showdown. Ox betraying his own region. But you know what? I just hope for a close one. I think if there's anything we learned from Series 1, it's that if you make it to 3 games, you're going to have a good time.
We did. And that final game, I think, really made us want more. And guess what? I hope and I think between 2 teams of this caliber, there's no way this is going to be a 2-0. I want to go all the distance as TES and Honwa Life.
They're too eager. They're too eager. They're too ready to start. They're hungry for blood. That's what I'm going to say. First stand. Saw first bloody of the day. Who is going to come out on top here? I mean, 2 all-star lineups. The history, the pedigree of these teams. There's no way it's not going to be incredible. But the 2 members that you just saw fist bump, all these other guys, they're important. But the main show, the creme de la creme, is not Cream. It is 369 versus Zeus. That is the matchup I'm most excited for. I am ready to see what a world without lane swaps looks like. And there are not 2 better players on the face of this planet to show us what top lane could be.
It's the matchup that was just insane in 2023. You know, back at MSI, 369, I think, best tank player in the world by such a large margin. Back in that tournament.
The JDG Golden Road that was then denied at Worlds with T1's historic run. And I'm going to be honest, 2024, Mao, not close. 6-2 in favor of Zeus, but an opportunity to flip the script, to show us more on the side of top esports. Bringing in Coach Home from the JDG era, Season 4 World Champion. We'll see what he's able to do. Helped bring the team this far. Maybe looking to recreate some of that fire, some of that success that they experienced on JDG, especially with Kanavi also joining the roster this split.
And Kanavi, to me, is such an insanely cool player because over the years, I think there are very few junglers that have been the original, original creator of jungle tech. There are so many times that a jungler will play a really weird build, and then I'll go ask them about, oh yeah, Kanavi was playing that. And I really appreciate that in a jungler in particular. I think it's a role that really rewards creativity, and I'm hoping that we're going to see some of that on display here today as well.
I think Canyon, Kanavi, when I think of junglers, as in what is your jungler's favorite jungler, those are the two names that come to mind. And we'll see if Top can find, some of this consistency on the international stage. I think it's unfair in the first best of 3 to cast too much doubt based on historic performances. Yeah. But we're going to need to see how this tournament unfolds for them. And for most people, expectations of this tournament means that this is a finals preview. These are the two teams that we expect to make it all the way through. And we might be seeing a battle for first seed before we head into the best of 5 portion of the tournament right here on day 1.
It's going to be likely. These two teams coming from the regions that have had so much success. We had an absolutely bonkers Worlds final last year as well between BLG and T1. LCK versus LPL. It's going to be a pleasure to watch these two teams face off. Our meta questions do remain. As we saw in the first game, that lane swaps, at least in that series, do seem like they are completely gone. As
God of Nut.
Not God Peanut.
Not
he just
God
does,
Peanut.
He just
He's
does
the God
it.
of Nut. Cashews. Almonds.
Love that. God of Thunder, obviously. Zay is kind of a no-brainer there. And the fan signs are always, I think, one of my favorite parts. They get so creative.
I love it.
In Lowell Park as Jackie Love versus Viper. That's a matchup that I'm excited about. I think that Delight, to me, has been one of, if not the best supports in the world. That guy's eyes for engages. And this goes back to the Breon days. Yeah. When he was there together with the General. But he's just honed it to such an insane degree. But Jackie Love versus Viper. Jackie Love has, I think, been a lot more consistent. I think Viper, as good as he is, hasn't really had a standout performance like we've seen him at over periods over the last couple of years. He's still been good, but it feels like Home Alive, as I think teams often do when they do have Zeus, as we saw with T1, it feels much more about the top side, about Zeka and about Zeus.
And we heard from Ox, right, the big winner of Return to Standard Lanes on the side of Top Esports is their bottom lane 2v2. And Crisp is a player who can go too far, who can step too far, but he's also the kind of player that will make game-changing plays. So this 2v2, I mean, we're just blessed with this series. You can every matchup is good.
Is fire.
I love International League of Legends. All right, let's take a look at the bans. Kind of safe compositions where we're really winning the day in Game 1 of our first series. Game 3 is a lot about comfort. We'll see what the angle is for teams here. VAR is taken away. Kalista, Jace, the Poppy as well. Reminder that Poppy's tank build was buffed. Early damage on E down, which hit her support, hit her jungle, but gets a lot more max HP shield as you go later in the game, up to 20%, and a bit more AD scaling on the E. So that's why you're seeing that taken away. Still a solid pick. Still so much playmaking down. Nidalee also taken off the board, and I love this because already we're walking into two completely different meta reads from these teams, as Rumble will be the final ban.
And then Nidalee has remained at the forefront ever. She came back with a vengeance last year at MSI. Has been a standout pick, I think, for both these songs. Peanut initially looked a little bit rough in it, but has really honed himself. Is it going to be just an early top laner to come in here? Ambessa, Cassante still open. Also do note that it does feel like the Skarner priority has dropped. Again, the nerfs were substantial, but it's always the question, because I feel like he's been nerfed a lot. His items have been nerfed a lot. And as I finish my sentence, it looks like he might not be perma-ban anymore, but he's still there.
And I think the important thing to note is that pro play is always kind of slow to change, and I think comfort is really important. So many teams have just been practicing Skarner for so long. The transition between end of split to start of this tournament was really short for a lot of teams. HLE had a little bit of a longer windup, but the patch we're playing on has not been out for a lot of time. And Skarner, while it didn't really work for TL, is still clearly a solid champ when it comes to fighting those engages. But the immediate response from the side of Top Esports is going to be the Vi, showing us that early indication of a pick composition. We'll see what other kind of dive options they want to pair alongside it. Could just be an Ambessa. That's the EU classic, but maybe I've watched too much EU. Instead, it will be the Aurora. And this is a composition that
also got nerfed.
Got nerfed, and it did not work for Casey when we saw it. And TES, obviously, a very different team, but they were not able to find success with it. We'll see if TES can show us a little bit more of how it's meant to be done.
Yeah, one of Cream's most played. I do think that combinations like the Aurora Vi are so reliant on being able to just have a great snap engage with that mid-jungle 2v2. Home Alive just taking a completely different book. And right now we have very clear anti-dive versus dive. Already pretty heavily committed, I think, to the team comps. TES is going to very clearly be the aggressor here. And now the final pick. Are we going to pick up a blind pick for Zeus and leave our bot lane picks to later? Or instead, it's going to be securing the Ezreal for Viper. Ezreal goes with anything, in anything, and it's great into dive.
And I really got to say, I love this first three from HLE, right? The safety into the dive that you mentioned, the scaling safe options of Azir, a champion that can still make plays in mid-game. TES, the pressure is on them to leverage these champions to find picks, to not let HLE just scale comfortable in this game. And TES are a team that can play at breakneck speed. They will push you in a lot of ways that other teams won't. It's like a classic LPL team trait, but TES embody it super well.
I was hoping this was going to get picked because Jackie Love is one of the very few players where I see MF, I'm like, you know what?
It's an MF angle.
That looks good, and I trust him. And I wanted to highlight Ezreal, as safe as he is, the one thing that ever since we had the period where he was just winning lane left and right, did get those changes reverted. And ever since, it's very classic. He's very safe, but he shouldn't be winning a lot of lanes into lane bullies. And MF, when piloted well, and I'm going to trust Jackie blindly to do that, is so insanely oppressive. And I do think that the one thing that Humble Life are going to have to be very careful of is what happens if you have too many losing lanes. Now, I do think that the Zeka will be fine here on the Azir. It's a pick that was kind of the first pick he started to pick up after, you know, he tried to get rid of his identity as a melee one trick after Worlds 2022. But it is a type of champion. I think the draw for Hanwha thus far, it does need some time. It doesn't quite have the same explosiveness that TES has.
Well, the early levels for Ezreal, because of the attack speed steroid, I feel like you're in a position where HLE, the good news is, even if you end up in a situation where your early lanes don't win on paper yet, you will get to counterpick one of these matches. Yeah. TES have red sides, you won't get counterpick on both, but you could prioritize blind picking your support, probably losing out in a bot lane 2v2, depending on what HLE want to bring.
Are they looking
or
for
you can prioritize counterpicking for 369. It is just going to be the immediately on a lock-in.
So that is a clear signal that I think they're looking towards the Jax. So Jace has already been taken away, and Gragas is the classic counter matchup. Jax also feels very safe as a blind pick. Doesn't really have a lot of champions that I think counter him quite as easily. Can go towards something like the Camille, which frankly would make a lot of sense in this style of composition when you're already fully committed to the dive. And it does come through there. And then for the light, his Alistar is absolutely mind-boggling. It's also something that we see picked a lot into the Leona, has the ability to do things like cancel the MF field. It's both great as an engage tool, but also to slow down the dive that certainly will be coming through from TES.
And to me, this is, we are conceding bot lane, right? Alistar level 1, you're not doing anything. You are not stepping up there. And now the response, I mean, fighting fire with fire here. Credit to 369. This was how they wanted to use their counter pick, right? They could have gave it to Crisp. They could have gave it to support. Instead, it's the Kennen now coming out here. And this is a tough pick to execute on. Can TES keep the momentum up? Because if you get the Aurora into the Kennen, into the MF, everyone at home can visualize the Wombo combo, but pulling it off is another deal entirely.
And I think both teams are going to be feeling happy with what they have here. When executed perfectly, I think the Hanwha Life comp, it's so hard to actually reliably dive targets, right? There is so much safety. There is an incredible amount of counter engage, a lot of mobility and safety. Trying to dive into Skarn or into Alistar, into Ezreal, these things are tough. But I do think that with dive comps in particular, when executed well, you can reach a critical mass. And TES, to their credit, that's 100% what they've gone for, right? Like, this is a critical mass of dive, teamfight potential, and just AoE damage that Hanwha Life is going to have to deal with.
I will say this is an insanely free Merc Treads game. Anyone who does not build Merc Treads into the Leona, Kennen, Aurora, I think is making some mistakes. But again, two very different compositional identities. I think we have something a bit more what you call a standard, like, good pro play draft, right? You have Azir, you have some decent power on the bottom side of the map in the Ezreal, you have the safety.
It's a bit boring, but it gets the job done.
But it gets the job done, exactly. And on the opposite side, we have TES with, you know, all-out aggression, foot on the pedal.
Love it. It's so, I love it when a narrative comes together.
Isn't that great when they just deliver like that? I love International League of Legends, man. I can't believe you get to do this every week where you just get the excellent cheers to start. LEC fans, we're stealing this. We're taking this home. We're taking it.
No, the fan chants are amazing.
I also have to remember to stop yapping, because I definitely yapped in the middle of our last game, too. Anyway, here we are. HLE versus TES, LPL versus LCK Showdown. Earlier, NA versus EU. very much one of the favorite NA. We'll see what happens here. TES, a team that improved immensely, that rose up from the lower bracket to make it here against AL. HLE with Zeus, you know, yes, it did go to game 5 every single time, but they always managed to clutch it out, as you heard from the analyst desk. Number 3, number 5 on the global power rankings, powered by AWS. And you know what the good news is? Now that we've seen 4 out of 5 teams play, I think we can finally say that lane swap should
are we not? Is this not premature?
No, I'm going to say it.
Wait longer?
I want to live in if I'm living in a world of ignorance, at least I'm living in a beautiful world, you know?
Wow.
Of 1v1s, where currently Zeka suffering a little bit at the level 1 here. Aurora very obnoxious to lane against.
Cream really doing a number on him there.
And you mentioned earlier, right, these two players, Cream and Zeka, very similar trajectories. Zeka, obviously higher heights, you said it yourself, won Worlds, but two players who were criticized for limited champion pools, but have over the years, we found that glow up as 369. Not sure if he was managed to hit the edge of the lightning rush there. Counter-Strike does hit, grass proc as well for Zeus. Not a bad start, honestly.
We'll have to see how this matchup is going to play out again. And it's funny because 369 on a carry is something that he originally was known for, then he kind of rebranded as a tank player. And again, I
Man's had a lot of rebrands.
In 2023, the best tank player that we had throughout basically the entire year. Absolutely incredible. Large reason of why the team fighting of JDG at the time looked so insane. Then Hingham Knight creating so much space for Ruler, who obviously made it back, but not here right now. But we will see, as that Cannon matchup can definitely feel a little bit rougher. And I think once you get your first back and Cannon starts getting some AP, get some levels in Q, that's when it's really going to start hurting for Zeus, as we do see the health bars here in mid equalized a little bit. Zek also going for lethal tempo, so is going to really improve his DPS as we get towards the later stage of the game in these longer drawn-out fights. And also might want to look for that here, because Cream with Electrocute, you're not going to out-trade him in the short trades. And Zeka, a lot of CS being dropped here. Scream keeps the pressure off.
I mean, but credit to Zeka. Good movement in the early levels means he hasn't lost too much HP. That first level 1 trade going against him, but managed to dodge at least 2 Qs and an E from what I counted before, taking the back half of the weirding there on the trade. Reminder that Aurora was nerfed in terms of AP scaling, not the base damages on this patch, so the early trades still are going to hurt from Cream, and Peanut still just continuing to clear through jungle. I think a race to 6 for both these junglers, most likely.
Yeah, and Kanavi obviously going to have more early pressure. I think the Skarner ganks, unless someone really overextends, aren't looking too wide. And also, the lane where I think you have the most kill pressure, which would be with the setup of the Jax, is also really hard to gank. Reliably locking down the cannon is always a bit of a nightmare. And Peanut just going to be looking to get to his, as you point out, get his ultimate as soon as possible, and then act as either the engage, because I do think that Alistair can sometimes struggle as solo engage, so having some backup there is nice. I also want to highlight that the light, obviously, if you're playing any cannon, you have to go exhaust. It's basically a prerequisite. Does mean that there might be an opportunity for Jackie Love and Crisp, because as far as raw combat power goes, in a 2v2, I think the Barrier Cleanse or Barrier Ignite is going to feel a lot better than the Cleanse Exhaust.
I mean, favored certainly in the 2v2 and in the Summoner spell selection.
Yeah.
Viper will back, picks up the tier. Jackie Love, similar scaling option in the form of the Cole, just trying to get more money into his pocket. Kind of knowing that Ezreal is going to go back for... I mean, Ezreal's first back just kind of sucks, right? And that's one of the downsides of the pick. The first few levels really strong because of the power of the passive. You reset, you basically buy nothing. So.
As we have a late lane swap coming through. Rotation both sets up a possibility for Grubs. It's going to put, I think, TS pretty far behind. And Zeus is able to catch this wave as well.
And this is something you talked about in draft as well. With the Leona locked in with some of the bans that we saw in second phase, it's a great Jax angle because it's just so hard for Leona to dive this champion. So while it's not the traditional early level lane swap, the changes only affect the first 3 minutes of the game. So happy to just swap down around a Grub setup. Very, very reminiscent of kind of an optimal play from last year where you just have this 5-minute swap to topside for the first Grub spawn.
Kanavi is, or 369 rather, is still holding on to his TP, does have that available. So we'll see what the response is going to be. Obviously, want to match the top side because they want to keep the...
Okay, Cream fishing.
That ult is gone. And actually, I think the level 6 spike for TES is completely bonkers, right? I think even though there is a lot of scaling on Hanwha Light, it's going to take a lot more time before they have the same level of lethality as that gets cancelled. That's big.
369 has the empowered auto, waiting for the counter strike. Good timing coming in for Zeus. Now 369 is going to ult. But Zeus taking that ult is fine. They just lost both of their big team fighting ultimates. Yeah. They do not have it for the grub fight. HLE very comfortable to start that objective, knowing there's not really a good counterpunch from TES. I mean, good patience from the side of HLE to just get the ulti out on the bottom side. Mid lane King was a bit overeager, thought he could find the kill right before the back completed.
Even if you cancel the back, I think that will net you the
For what it's worth. Never mind, we'll talk about it later. Fun back from Delight after proc. This is going to be rough. Nice. Hit coming in there from Chris. Delight trying to walk away. Ball breaker will not connect from Kanavi, just going to back off. Very close to being a disaster. And in the meantime, the grubs are still just being hit.
Damn, without those ultimate, like, I do think for 369, because he TP'd, him using that Candle isn't that big a deal, because realistically, he was never going to be in the grub fight because he had to catch the bot wave. But yeah, I agree. The one, not having the Aurora is a big deal. It sets up nicely for Jackie as well, as in they go again.
Like going Peanut here, level 6. Kanavi might try to kick this one off, but Ezreal hasn't taken any damage. An excellent interrupt from Peanut. Hard read on Kanavi, but now the fight coming through. Alistair, no level 6 means he's easy picking. Jackie going to try to pick up the kill. He doesn't have any mana. Kanavi now running. Jackie caught in the 1v1, forced to flash out. Viper continuing forward, needs to land each and every single Q. Hits one, just not quite enough damage to finish the job.
Yeah, barrier was still there. I think otherwise Viper might have flashed forward, fished for that. And this is what I was saying is...
The rock! Doesn't stop it. Shields. Ooh. Shakes fist.
Not even close, says Jackie. Gets his back off. And that is going to be a big gold influx there for TS. And it was Hanwha that started it. And it's kind of what I was talking about, right? Even though Peanut gets an incredible 2-man ultimate there, it doesn't mean much because there was no damage follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, again, Ezreal...
Yeah,
just now has Sheen. Just now has Sheen.
That way would have been great.
Yeah. And it's an Alistair with exhaust, no ignite. You just don't have damage. And without the Alistair ult, you didn't have the tankiness either. Good recognition of their own strengths, right? TES not a team that hesitates to pull the trigger. If they think they have an advantage on a fight, they're taking that fight.
And I think the read might have been that Kanavi had already gone for the back there. Yep. Beautiful ult from Peanut there, actually catches Kanavi mid-Q, but there is still more than enough damage available here. And without the damage on Viper, like, it's not going to be able to take anyone down. And this is also, these are the situations where you really do see the nerfs to Skarner. Like, otherwise, a couple of patches ago, Peanut would have got that grab, and it would have been at least a kill, possibly a double.
Yeah, you would have had the E up more reliably, you would have had 2% more max health damage, a bit more slow, probably could have finished it out. In this case, it was not enough, and again, a brief window of opportunity, very well capitalized on by the side of TES. Ezreal does not do damage, even though Viper, I feel like, landed every single ability. Just did not matter. It will be a different story with the Sheen, but still not that crucial first item spike, as Jackie Love, no surprises, just rushing for a little bit of extra lifesteal so he can eat that poke and continue that endless push that MF can just bring to the table.
Yeah, it's the classic on MF. You get the BT, get to just strut around unbothered. And any poke that does come through from Ezreal, you can easily shrug off. And we also see Zeus and 369 are still... Again, there's a
level 6 for Delight. Hoping to get the ulti, and they do manage to get it initially. Aftershock there, but Chris too damn tanky. Now the ulti comes in from Viper. It's a little bit wide. Peanut finding the knockback into the wall. Kanavi locked up once again. They managed to walk out of the ulti coming in from Jackie Love as well, but still good damage going down. Ulti again coming in from Kanavi, but they managed to find the kill. Viper still in touch for now, but Jackie Love does it to finish a kill. Zeko on the way up. The slide, the glide, the flash available. He can find the angle, but doesn't need to. Chris taken out as well. TES trying to rinse and repeat, but Alistair's level 6. That was not easy pickings. Feat of Warfare claimed. Viper popping off.
And perchance a false sense of security after that previous play ends up working out for TES. They opt into a very, very similar skirmish, but the difference this time, no sums on Jackie. Barrier isn't up, Flash isn't there. And initially, this does look kind of suspect, right? Delight just walks up and they're like, we can take him down, but no ult for Chris, and there is ult for Delight. So all the damage doesn't really mean anything. And then here, Jackie Love tries to take down Delight, he just walks it off, Peanut walks forward. And while all of this is going on, Viper has just been free-firing the entire time. And at this point, Jackie Love and Chris, all they can try and do is maybe get the counter kill on Viper. Not gonna happen. And now Viper is fed. The small gold lead that was there for TES has evaporated. Now our life are gonna be feeling a lot better because so much of that gold did go. And this is what we were talking about in the LPL. Jackie Love did kind of just wreck Viper, right? And this is including the year where Viper won Worlds on EDG.
Something that has to be respected. But Jackie Love, Crisp, Kanavi, like the play on the top side just did not work out the way that they wanted to. Overeager burned a lot of cooldowns on the Alistar, and the second that Jackie Love's ult is just not full hitting an Ezreal, who can just shift out, the play kind of fizzles. Ultimately resulting in those 2 kills, accelerating the rate at which Viper scales into this game. Jackie Love still left wanting. Closer and closer to the Bloodthirsters. He did opt for the Cole. He has the free boots now too. But a little bit harder for him to walk up in the mid lane, right? Viper's is the point where you can just ult mid-wave whenever it's off of cooldown to just try to secure prio for the team. And HLE, with that prio, have already started the next objective for themselves. The Drake, they picked up 3 grubs earlier. Now grabbing the Drake as well. 3 kills. Yeah, they're very close to the defeats.
Gonna equalize the objectives here. 3-3, 1-1 in grubs and dragons respectively. The TES, I think there we see kind of the risk that you're doing with this composition. Your burst does need to actually hit the relevant targets, right? It needs to be, well, it needs to be on Viper.
It's a weakness, of a lot of compositions, but yeah, you're right. Like, if you're going to jump on someone and kill them, it should, one, probably not be the Alistar, but at least you need to kill the Alistar. Ulti goes in there for 369.
Oh, Zayas, he might be in trouble, TES.
Starting to walk away, Mark collapse. Starting to stack up. Nice backstep on the ulti. Wants to get out of this one. Flash out, the root is there. Vault Breaker in, and Kanavi grabs the kill. Tournament starting to fall as Cream holding on. We'll just recall. TES set up to knock down this tower, and even if defeats Vita Warfare already went to the side of HLE because of the topside play. And Peanut is here to clear the wave. That's big. Stops the push from coming through as Delight and Zeka starting to push on the top side.
Oh, the TP, they're looking to dive in.
Tough target to dive. Do not want to give up feats, but top lane tower already set to fall. Peanut keeping the wave away from the tower. Cream on the way down. Peanut probably going to drop here. Ulti in, the weird and good amount of damage, trying to finish him off. Ulti goes down from Cream as well, and it looks like they're going to try to walk away. Zeka going in, goes for the pushback, catches Kanavi, now trying to walk away in the meantime. Top lane tower, crucially, still standing. Neither side have claimed feats yet, but if this tower goes down, it will go to HLE.
Might be in trouble here. Does have his sums.
Exhaust. Just taking time with the slow, walk in, waiting for the pole to flash over. Clean patience on the combo. HLE grab another.
Yeah, both Zayas and Jackie going for flashes they probably should have just kept against the Jax and the Alistar. Really easy for them to get over that wall. And that was a messy sequence of events. Love the play towards the bot side of the map. Great punish there on Zayas from TES. But then with the TP to come through, even though they do actually end up killing Peanut, the fact that they get that Humble Life both get the kill on Jackie in mid, as well as the topside turret, means that it's still a relatively even trade. And when it comes to scaling, I think this is very reminiscent of the first game we had today. As much power as there is for TES, I do think once you start losing control, actually finding the flanks that you need for this composition to work become harder and harder. Because for 369 and Cream both, honestly, they're going to be so much more lethal if they can get into the backline unchecked. We'll see if they're going to be able to do so.
Also, the later we go, the more powerful Zayas gets. And if he's ever in a position where he can threaten the all-in 369 and force that Cannon ult in a 1v1, Cannon goes from feeling like this team-fighting god to, frankly, a pretty underwhelming champion. It's what we see with sidelane Cannon so many times is if you start to win that 1v1 matchup, he just doesn't get to pick the terms when he does bring out that ulti. But for now, as you said, very close, insanely close game, 100 gold separating them. Neither side has gotten the feats. It will be the next objective to spawn. You can see top right of your screen. Minute and 15 seconds till the Herald, 2 minutes till that Infernal Drake. And right now, HLE have push in mid, have push on the top side, so could look to contest a bit more of that vision, but resets have already come through from TES. They'll be the first on the map.
And as we saw there in the graphic between Zayas and Freeze, that 2023 was a magical year for Sword versus Shield, you know, the two classic top lane archetypes.
Yeah.
And I know you can't hear it without, but in that case, on those teams, it was so true. And it just was a pleasure to watch. Thus far, that specific matchup not been super explosive. There's mostly been trading. 369 though, still been able to build a solid lead when it comes to the CS. And for TES, again, I'm going to be looking at how do they set up these fights. If it's an actual front-to-back, Home Alive can mark everyone, can use the disengage that they have to keep both Zeka and Viper safe. I think it gets hard to play out, but if they ever get caught off guard, Kanavi's setup together with Crisp is insane for all this AoE team fight damage.
Viper trying to poke and contest the vision at least a little bit. Reset coming through from 369, moving back to the top side of the map. Does have flash, has TP, level 11, so second rank in ultimate. He will hit like a truck if he can find that key target. And it's so tense. Some of this is just going to come down to setup. Can TES find that angle? Chris, not afraid to just step forward. Is Zeka waiting over the wall? We'll get a bit of poke down. We'll take away the Celestial opposition.
All right. This is the fight we've been looking for. An actual skirmish here. Zeus does have his TP. I imagine he's going to look to enter the fight. Look at 369.
Last objective for either side. HLE poking. TS not too scared yet. TP in.
There's a commitment.
Now HLE can start to step forward with a bit more confidence, knowing that they're matched out. Weird connecting on Peanut. I mean, not the ideal target. Kanavi, it might just come down to the 50-50. Will they concede this one? He goes back in, manages to get it. That's speed to for Chris instantly over the wall. Viper off to the side, but it's a little bit awkward because here comes Zeus. One taken down, a second to follow. Feats of Warfare secured, but it cost them 2 members of the team.
Cool. I don't think you're going to be feeling too good about that trade because that's not all. Immediately the 2 kills go over. The shutdown, by the way, that Kanavi was sitting on goes to Viper. And I think at very least they get Dragon. We'll see if they can get mid lane turret as well. Humble Life are going to take that any day of the week. Jackie Love and Cream are defending, so doesn't look like it's going to fall now. And that's actually a lot of chunk damage that they were able to find. Peanut is doing this alone. And I think that they should be able. Kanavi, obviously, no way to really get here quickly, but oh, that's TES. They're not going to give it to him for free.
Trying to make a fast play. Cream getting chunked, but 369 is a big threat with that ulti. 2K getting lower. 369 debating where to go. The objective already down. Doesn't want to flash over the wall. Patience from HLE. Did not panic. Fought for the objective. And now Zeka desperately trying to clear out this Herald.
We do see there. TS is making sure Humble Life don't get anything for free, making them work for it because they still had so many of their teamfight ultimates available.
And that's tough, right? Because you gave 2 kills, the shutdown that you mentioned, to secure this objective. 50-50, credit to Kanavi for getting it.
And the biggest difference here for me is that Zeka from the start had marked 369 and Cream and 369 were both already taken pretty low. And it's exactly what we're talking about. As long as Humble Life can keep track of both the Cannon and the Aurora, they are going to be lacking in damage.
And I think the thing is, when you're the team with better poke, and right now I do think HLE are the team with better poke, and the backline tools to kind of peel, like the Skarner, like the Alistar, it's so much easier to play these fights, because you just have to wait for the enemy team to try and pull the trigger, to try and find that angle, and then you get to get started. And TES were on Vision the vast majority of that time. You said it, the bouncers, and as long as Delight and Peanut are doing their job, Viper and Zeka just get to run wild.
Broadly, though, still very negligible. And the TS composition, as highlighted, this is the type of comp that if you get the combo, it always works. As Viper!
Forward, 369. That was a bit of a stinker, not gonna lie. That was not the ulti that he was hoping for. I like the confidence to step forward to try to punish Viper. They do get the flash out, but trading flash for flash.
Well, yeah, particularly for Cannon versus Ezreal, right?
Peanut going in, knocked back to the wall. Is there Delight ready to go? Flash away from the ulti. Yet another one taken off the table is Delight. Debating if he wants to step up, and these small trades just continuing to favor HLE. They lost Viper's flash, but in the overall scheme of things, TS gave up mid lane and top lane flash. Their key flankers now lack that additional engage tool.
Gonna make it harder to actually reach the Zeka.
Trying to get aggressive, flash back the push. Buffer on the ulti, nice. Manages to stay safe. Uses the wall to get out. Patient for Cream, good timing as well on that ult.
Cream, it's the better of Zeka there. And Zeka, it's understandable because you know that Cream doesn't have the TP, but great usage, or the flash rather, great usage of his ultimate to deny Zeka that surefire kill.
Which does even things out, right? It's 2 carry flashes for 2 carry flashes.
Big.
So I don't want to like zoom out so much that every trade is even, but in the greater context of the last minute of play, it's not too bad. Ruinous Otacon has spawned on the top side of the map. Kanavi finding Peanut. Peanut gonna try to make it through the wall. 369 committed to taking the jungler out of the picture. That'll working out a lot better.
So much damage to come through there. And particularly when you have the Liandry's and you have the both the Vi passive of W as well as Black Cleaver. Peanut's not really going to be feeling too tanky. Nice catch there by TES. Kill goes over to Kanavi again.
He's building a pretty massive individual gold lead.
Oh yeah.
Which is a terrifying point to let a Vi get to, is she can just one-shot carry. She can just find solo kills if she gets far enough ahead.
As we take another look here, very straightforward. Gets the smite, gets the Q, and Peanut basically doesn't get to move. By the way, as you called out early on, to no surprise, it's Mercs City on the side of Alma Live.
If you pick Leona and any other piece of hard CC, people are building Mercs. If you then have double AP solo lanes, I mean,
it's a lot of value.
They're laughing to the bank. They know this is a good investment.
As Kanavi actually having the second most gold in the game. Outside of that, Viper, unsurprising with how he has been playing. And that's a big thing, because Viper, as much credit as people give him, and he's been consistently within the ranks of not just in the LCK or back in the LPL when he played there, as a top 80 carry, not just in the respective regions, but in the world. But he definitely has had ups and downs throughout that period. I think recently has really struggled with consistency. So him having a big performance thus far on the Ezreal is big. They highly prioritize this pick as well.
Yep. And again, weathering the storm of the MF Leona 2v2.
But thus far, the gold lead still really doesn't mean that much in the grand scheme of things, Dracos, which means his game still to be broken open by either team.
We're waiting. But I will say, similar to the first game we saw of the day, I think HLE have a much easier job. TES are the ones that have to find the engage, that have to lay the traps, that have to find the creative flanks. HLE, if they push first, if they take their time, it's a much easier game to play out, and without the threat of getting outscaled, although I do think that you'll hit a threshold where Ezreal will just get one shot. You know, you got to play the game at a much more relaxed pace. As long as you don't get overeager, as long as you don't try to force anything, it's a little bit easier for HLE.
Does decide that he doesn't want to give his life for a crab.
Tough call, sometimes it's worth. Now, Zayas off the side, going to stun up Chris. Kanavi trying to keep things going. Eyes on Jackie Love and that ulti. Where is it going to go? Has to wait until all the CC is gone. Gets a decent chunk. Here comes Cream, but not hitting the ideal target. Zeka finally getting involved in the fight. Cream now trying to make his way out. 369 going in, but he doesn't get much done. The stun still landing from Zayas as he gets taken out. 2 down on the top side for HLE here in the river. TES finding the fight that they were looking for, but blinking health bars now as Viper and Zeka start the chase.
We'll see. Humble Life do not want to give up this dragon for free. We do see Chris trying to look for a back here, and there's no smite again, and I think Humble Life didn't want to full commit to this. They were the ones that were very clearly looking for that, and it feels reminiscent of what we saw in the top side of the map, where the team that is looking a little bit too aggressively just gets punished. So nicely done there as Zeka, he's 1v2ing.
I don't know if he should be going for this, but in goes Kanavi. CC's there, the turret laid down. Called that one to back him up, but Kanavi wants to keep it going, just instantly ults, tries to one-shot him. Walk away the tower, one last shot, not gonna get it done. Zayas now on the way in.
There's no way.
Such an extended play.
That's payoff for the Vi, by the way. Otherwise, I don't know if Zeka dies there, and that's such a heavy investment. Gonna be, I think, a while before he finishes.
Still only 500 apart. No, isn't it great? Okay, in this fight,
so we see Alma Life, and I think they weren't ready for the level of commitment. The fact that 369 is there, Cream immediately goes for the TP. When they heavily committed, when Zeka wasn't even close, didn't have the opportunity to TP in either, then catch them off guard, and TES actually getting a lot of value out of the teamfight ultimates. And then here, Zeka looks to find a possible angle as 369 flashless deep in the side lane, but Kanavi is ahead of the play again. Reads Humble Life like a book, and means that now TES get back in, and that is that up and down in the gold graph.
I mean, you love to see it. As a spectator, you love to see it. As a fan of either team, you're probably nervous about a lot of things that are happening right now. Otacon's still up. Baron 30 seconds away,
Dragons
so Otacon likely to go. 3-3 in the Grubs. This is an insanely close game. TES have a bit more opportunity to pick up standing gold because they've taken down less towers.
We could get 3 of these.
Isn't our job sick?
I know.
It's a great time to be alive. Look, all I'll say is that HLE, right after I was like, they're disciplined, they're calm. They did fight kind of without Zeka. So, but I think if they have the 5v5, they don't give TES these angles to either fight with the man advantage or land a wombo combo Vaulties. They still have a pretty good setup.
Looking at the spikes, Shojin now done for Viper, so he's hit his free items.
Yep.
Zeka
off to the side.
They weren't ready.
Pushes back Kanavi, goes over, he ults because he's got no other option, but he's right under the enemy tower. Tier 1 still standing. Kanavi, not so much.
Yep, wanted to pick up just a jungle camp. Just one camp.
One raptor.
And
a little bit of chicken.
Yeah, well, he found a bird, but not the bird he was looking for.
Pigeon doesn't taste so good, brother. HLE starting the objective. Cream on the flank, crucially, has not been spotted yet. They'll see him now as Zeka's TPing back in. Looking for the angle off to the side, stopping the cannon from getting in.
Zeus
into the back line, blocking up Jackie Look. He will fall on the pill, but now Jackie Look can fire back with an ulti of his own. Cream in the midst of the entire team. Viper still standing, Zeka still standing. The rest of TES running. In goes the cow. Down go TES. 369 running. Kill the Viper. Baron, Otacon. They're spoiled for choice. They'll get whatever they want for HLE.
And the game that was balancing on a knife's edge suddenly tilts heavily in the favor of Humble Life. That was a 5-0!
Yeah, and it starts all the way back here. You see Otacon starting to fall. Kanavi just wanted a Raptor, maybe thought he had a pick. He did not.
Gets way more than he bargained for, and then Humble Life immediately gets the setup. Zeka marks Scream, and look at the light as well, ensuring that 369 doesn't actually get the flank. It looked like the backline was at risk. They weren't. And then by the time that Cream and 369 actually get to have any impact, Jackie's already dead. He had to flash very early on in that fight.
In this game from 369, I think this cannon is so hard to play because Azir and Ezreal just walk away. They just leap out of your range the second that you go in.
And it's exhaust Alistair. It's a rough one.
That's a roughie.
Now Otacon has been taken. Also the type Otacon that does actually...
Flowers Otacon, yep. Some more XP.
I thought you were talking for a second there about Captain Flowers. Like, does he really like
Flowers
it?
Otacon.
Because it's bloodthirsty?
Flowers,
like
Jungle Champ, Flowers Otacon.
Yeah, I could see it. Now, Drake's still 2-2. Next one is spawning about 45 seconds. So Humble Life, they're doing their homework, just clearing the jungle of vision, looking to push up these lanes. And I think that for TES, contesting this one is going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, the struggle is, while you have the Leona, and she's great in the context of that 2v2, it's not the Rel or Alistair in the sense that you can get that multi-man, hard CC reliably to set up for some kind of combo. It's just difficult to play the game out. And certainly, the name of the game right now is survival. 1.5 minutes left on this Baron, 3 more waves to play with.
Yeah, we're also getting to the point in the game where the gold lead on the Vi isn't going to feel nearly as good as we're just looking at these 5v5. Zeus, possibly a target here, but he backed off in time, and we see TES hovering very heavily towards the top side of the map. I don't think they're going to be looking to contest the Dragon that's spawning, but seemingly Humble Life also not too interested. Wanted to make sure that they get these turrets before that Baron buff times out. Zeka, he's just always biding his time. He's waiting.
The wall wants to get 2, and he'll find them. Patient Hunter finds the prey. And now TS might just be out of this one. Delight keeping the fight going, knowing doesn't want to give them a chance to clear the waves. HLE keeps pushing. Zeus is here. The counter-strike over the wall. Aurora can't even get into the ulti to escape. HLE bloodthirsty. Not looking to give this one up. Knocking down Christmas. Somehow Peanut gets the kill credit.
Flashes his Penguin. And with the Baron buff, that's going to be it. Humble Life, their track record in game ones remains as strong as it always has been.
Kanavi Q flash. Just to show that he can. HLE, back and forth game. It was so damn close right up until it wasn't. HLE find the fight, they find the objectives, they find the pick, and they take game 1.
2 more of those. Thank you very much. As Humble Life, after a long and drawn-out fight, just continuously, we saw the poking and prodding. The TES, they couldn't break the armor.
They absolutely could not. 1 or 2 good looks. Picks did not come through. But at the end of the day, that's only game 1. We're going to be back with game 2 shortly. In the meantime, we're going to send it to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get a browser built for League fans. With a custom UI, exclusive themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result, get access to exclusive contests, rewards, and co-streaming options. Only on the browser for legends. Only on Opera GX.
Hey, puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Welcome, Stella.
So you talk. Stella? Almost. What's next? Bright blue. It's bold.
Sorry, hon.
I'm hungry, actually. Your favorite, right?
How did you know?
Flashback, what you got, man? Anything crack that? In and out of dolo when a new man to the boy got only when he crack that. Man, I don't act like heads up, yeah, all of that one pack. I could be anywhere, feeling alright. To the game on the head is so mad at, mad at, mad at.
Course of the intellect. Soul, spirit, liberate. Easy, easy. Okay, you great man. Be great. You great woman. Be great.
TES.
Starting to walk away. Marcus starting to stack up. Nice backstep on the ulti. Wants to get out of this one. Flash out the root is there. Ball breaker in, and Kanavi grabs the kill. Manages to get it. That's a B2 for Chris. Instantly over the wall. Viper off to the side, but it's a little bit awkward because here comes Zeus. One taken down, a second to follow. Feats of Warfare secured. Looking for the angle off to the side, stopping the cannon from getting in. Zeus into the back line. Locking up Jackie. Look, he will fall on the pail, but now Jackie looking fire back with an ulti of his own. Cream in the midst of the entire team. Viper still standing. Zeka still standing. The rest of TES running. In goes the cow! Down go TES!
Welcome back to First Stand, everyone, where HLE leads TES 1-0 in a series where we got a lot of back and forth, a lot of messiness, until it wasn't actually. And when HLE grabbed that lead, they just did not let it go, guys.
I feel like there was a good amount of back and forth, but it just felt like in those fights, HLE really had the edge, and Viper on the Ezreal, the Light on the Alistar, these are some signature picks for them.
I mean, the Alistar, as soon as you see it locked in, you're always like, oh, that's a mistake. Shouldn't give it over. It's just one of those picks that, to me, when I think of Delight, I just picture him playing Alistar, right? Like, that is immediately what comes to mind. 50 games in his career, 72% win rate. You were talking about a monster win streak he had last year as well. This guy just knows the champion in and out. He played it so well, even early on. You know, the exhaust play, forcing the flash of Jackie Love, not using his combo. Then Jackie Love flashes over the wall, and he just follows with the combo, gets a kill without even having to use his flash. Like, he just plays it out perfectly in almost every situation.
It just feels like he has such a good read on the abilities, when to use what, where to put flash in the combos, and it genuinely feels like his headbutt goes further, his Q is a bigger AoE. It just feels like he does more than any other player on this pick. I genuinely think he's just world's best Alistar. He's so good on it.
I feel like there was a game-breaking moment here from Viper, especially giving him so much space, giving him so much agency on a pick like Ezreal. As we said, he shines so much on champions like this. I feel like that was the game decider for HLE.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had that topside fight where he was able to pick up a lot of kills. And I mean, Viper, you said it, on the Ezreal, on these late game picks, you know, when he's able to actually get an advantage, it's so hard to deal with him. I also think Zeka had a pretty amazing game. You know, this is that fight you were talking about up towards the top side, where he's able to just kind of ride that line so well. And once they commit fully to a target, he starts playing it so aggressively. You know, I do think that's the hallmark of these excellent Ezreal players. You know, knowing your time of when to shift in, weaving in the autos perfectly. He's hitting every single Q. It's just like point and click for this guy.
And I feel like Top Esports approaching this, we're like, let's just CC Delight a little bit. We'll focus on getting this control board. They weren't ready for a fight. And then as they got locked more and more into the fight, the health bars of these tanks were going down, but they wouldn't die. And Viper was just pumping out damage the whole time. I think they needed to be more respectful of the enemy team.
And for me, it's the main problem when you play composition like this, where you're going to have a cannon, when you're going to have Aurora picks that you want to really activate, and you have, and it's real, that's going to be that fed. Delight on Alistar on the other side, as we mentioned. You're never going to actually be able to find this combo that you want to make work.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. It's really tough, you know, when there are so many different tools they have to actually interrupt the MF. The MF basically needs to get this fully channeled ult. They're trying to have Aurora set up the cannon, the MF ult over the top, but always it felt like Zeus or Delight or someone is in the face of Jackie Love and preventing him, you know, from really being able to actually find that moment to get a full channeled ult.
I also think when you're playing into Ezreal Azir, those are just really hard carries to end up sticking on. Just so mobile and so much ability to just disengage from a situation at a whim.
And we know that in League of Legends, every second counts. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Zeka was able to find an incredible shuffle on Kanavi.
This was big because Top Esports had actually started to find some momentum. Kanavi got quite fed. And he gets this shuffle, but then dashes over the wall because Kanavi was ready just to ult out again. Does ult Zeka, but he's already crossed through the terrain. He can't use it as an escape. And that clutch play is what leads him to set up on this Baron.
And I mean, it's just so smart. Like, being in that situation at that time is such a good read on where his opponents might go. You know, Kanavi was crossing through mid lane. You know, he kind of has the read that he could be there. They get this pick. They win the team fight. They get the Baron. And this is where it truly felt like it was completely GG, like no chance to come back.
What do we think about the second game, though, guys? Because for me, so far, HLE sitting pretty comfortably at Lowell Park. At home, TES chose blue side. What do we want to prioritize here, Ox, in the second game?
Yeah, I mean, I think MF wasn't really working for me.
Nah.
Like, you lost some of the safety of the picks that HLE had in game one with, like, the Ezreal and the Azir. So I think you can pick, like, a strong laner, something for Jackie Love, like, you know, Varus, Kalista, those options are available, maybe, like, an Ashe. And then have options to get on top of these backline carries in team fights. You're not dealing with the Alistar anymore. I think they should have an easier time in game two.
It's tough, though, because when I think of HLE, one of their greatest strengths is their flexibility, right? You know, I do think that they have developed to a point where it's like these players can play almost everything. And I think that is one of the strengths of them in Fearless. You know, when we first saw Zeka come into the scene, it's talking about, he's like, you know, this melee guy, he's this assassin guy. Well, he just super smurfed on his ear, and you're like, well, thank God he's not on his ear. Guess what? He's got a lot more champions left where that comes from.
He does.
And I think Viper, he hasn't brought out any mages this year, but when I think about flexibility, like I think he is actually the most flexible AD carry in the world, probably all time, because he was playing like Riven and Yasuo in every mage bot lane when the meta called for it. So it's like he has so many tricks in the bag that he hasn't even had to pull out. And I just think that HLE gets harder game over game in every Fearless, not easier.
Yeah, I think there's space for champions like this, though?
I think there fully is. I think you can play Ziggs bot. I think you can play, you know, Victor bot. I think you can play these types of things.
Mel bot even.
Mel bot. I think the draft has to call for it, but I do.
Yeah, and I think as well, we're one game in, right? But HLE are a team who've constantly gone to game 5 and best of 5s and shown they still have picks in the wheelhouse.
And we are almost ready for game 2, so let's send it over to casters. Take it away, guys.
I'm almost sad we have to start talking. I just wanted Azael to say more ridiculous historical Viper bot picks. I was like, Riven, Yasuo, yes. And they said Ziggs, and I was less excited. But if we can get back to random AD champs, that would be sick.
You know the big one is Teemo, right? I'm not joking.
I know, I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
See, again, it's a gift.
That's the best
Every
one.
time someone just says a weird Viper pick, it just gets me hyped. That said, we'll see if he finds the opportunity.
I don't think he will in game 2.
No, it's game 2. It's Fearless. A lot of champions, 10 champions that they're taking off the board. 6 more to join them in this first phase of bans. We'll see what the angle is, what the strategies are for both these lineups as TES try and bounce back.
TES, still that game, outside of the cannon specifically, which between the Alistar getting marked by the Zir the whole game and getting countered by Exhaust, I think that the draft at least was cohesive, made a lot of sense. Well, Cannon made sense, but he didn't really do anything, unfortunately.
I forgot they picked the Cannon into the Alistar. That makes it a little bit rougher.
Yeah.
But hindsight's 20/20. We'll see what the adaptation is as we look ahead instead. So Galio taken away.
So looking at picks that are still very much up and available, we already saw that the Skarner, the nerfs, not really anything to really be too worried about. I imagine for Cassandra and Abessa, it's going to just be the same. Wouldn't be surprised if they end up getting banned out early on here, as the Yone gets banned by Hanwha Life, which is a very, very clear sign of respect towards Cream, because let's be honest, we all know that Zeka absolutely loves playing the champion as well.
Yep. Zeka's played it. It's also the second most played for Zeka. Cream's only played it twice, but obviously an incredible mid laner, could get a lot of work done with it. And when Galio's taken away, right, who's a decent option with the taunt, don't want to let that through, is Jace. Again, just a lot of priority solo lane picks just being deleted.
The Rumble, I think, has to follow as well. One of the few like soft counters that we do see towards the Rumble, as it does get taken away, is the Galio specifically, right? So I think that TES also knew if we ban the Galio, most likely that's going to come through. Wondering if they want to be looking towards something like a Sylas as well. We've seen that Sylas Galio a lot. My opinion, the coolest game that we had last year at Worlds.
Delight's Alistar's already gone, so it's a little bit easier to pick Sylas without being scared of...
Now, bot lane matchup is another, as the Gnar, another ban towards Zeus. Both his Jace and Gnar are probably his best champions. Aatrox has joined that lineup recently.
Gnar off the board too. I think your Sylas read is getting better and better.
I do think it's likely, yeah, because it obviously have to wait towards a little bit deeper into the draft. I think Varus, Ashe are the two other picks as the ambassadors get taken away. So Cassante, Varus, Ashe. Kalista is open. So is Poppy. But the fact that Kalista is open, like that is a first in a long time.
Are the Poppy nerfs enough to stop Delight from playing Poppy? That is the big question for me of this tournament.
Into Kalista, I would say no.
Into Kalista, probably you're right. So Kalista, first pick.
Oh my god, Jackie love Kalista?
This was supposed to be a tournament permaban. If it does not win a game, I think it's going to make people reevaluate a lot of priorities here.
Whew. No lane swaps?
Lane swaps. Kalista, first pick.
Whew. Well, we'll see if they go for Poppy? A preemptive takeaway of something like the Renata. Poppy is the other pick that I do think, interestingly enough, even though I think bot lane matchup will still be quite rough, I'm wondering if we're going to see the Poppy just go towards Peanut, because he was the big Poppy guy for a large part of 2023. Had great performances on that after kind of getting schooled by BLG at MSI. Started prioritizing it more himself, did really, really well. The Varus, Nothing too crazy, although Viper is, as far as I'm concerned, the best lethality variant that we have within the LCK. Has had some absolutely insane damage numbers on pick that normally doesn't quite feel as explosive once we get to the later stage of the game. There is the Peanut Nidalee. That once upon a time we saw this and we would go, oh, I don't know about that one, Peanut. But in recent times, team has played around it really well. Does mean that we need to see an 80 pick slammed down here for Zeka on free, because otherwise I think those are going to get taken away. It's going to make the game really hard to play out.
It's always nerve-wracking when you see a Nidalee locked on the opposite side. Very feast or famine champion, and there's so many excellent combos that pair with it. Any form of hard CC to set up for the spear connecting. Renekton, obviously the classic, but giving up the 2v2 bottom lane powerhouse. I think this is probably the strongest 2v2 you could possibly pick in this current meta. See how HLE want to respond. Renata, you can counterpick Renata with a ranged option, but this champion is just so much work.
I'm wondering if Delight would be willing to go towards something like the Nico, as there is the Gragas to come through here. And that is, that's kind of crazy. Blind Gragas is not something we see often. You do have safeguarded it with the Narban. That's traditionally the matchup that just feels unplayable. Don't really want to opt into that one. Does mean that Zeus might be looking. So there is actually, this is a tough decision here for Life,
100%.
I think. It's going to be the Puppey, and that theoretically could also go to Zeus, because as you mentioned, the changes were specifically to the support Puppey, not the top and jungle Puppey. Changes that they made were in an attempt to make that feel a little bit more on par.
Yeah, she loses 20 damage if she E's someone and they hit a wall at level 1, which is a very big amount of damage in the context of an all-in. It probably means we're less likely to see things like the Hail of Blades Poppy. I don't think it means Poppy's out of the meta at all, but she's definitely weaker when it comes to early kill pressure. Still will bring that utility, and you highlighted this well. Technically, this Poppy is a flex. We could see where it goes, but because the Gragas is locked in so early, you kind of have an option now on the top side. If you can guess the Poppy's going bot lane, I think it's more likely top lane. This is where you could ban those 80 mid laners away, knowing it's kind of mandatory for the side of HLE.
Yeah, read from TS is that this is still going to be the Poppy support as the K'Sante gets taken away, so not reading too much into it just yet. Delight does have a slew of champions that he could pick up in a scenario where he doesn't want to go towards the Poppy. That I think could be good into Renata. Nico is, I think, the most crazy one that we have mentioned before, because that matchup makes Renata's life very miserable. Viego, respect paid towards Kanavi there. 4 games played, and definitely something that when you already have arguably the strongest early game skirmish champion in the game, and then you also have Renata.
And that's the Nico ban that you talked about, right?
The Viego takeaway definitely makes a ton of sense. I love the respect ban as well. I think that's 100% the right call.
I also just think if you're going to draft an early 2v2 lane and you're going to, don't give away a counter pick that could jeopardize your entire lane, right? Like, you need to spend bans to secure that. The debate now, though, and this is the struggle, we saw K'Sante ban, so clearly respect paid this top E.
I'm also
could go bot lane. I still think this Poppy's a flex.
I'm also wondering, okay, so I was wondering what Humble Life's read was, because this Gragas can theoretically still be flexed, right? Like, we're going to assume that this is going to go towards 369, but there is still potential for that to go elsewhere.
We're deep on the theoretical flexes. I'm like, this Poppy, you're like, this Gragas.
I mean,
Poppy at least now is committed to support, sort of a Poppy mid lane, which I'm really praying we're not going to get, but you never know.
I don't want to.
Don't even entertain it. No, don't even.
You know I will.
I know.
As the Nocturne does come through, makes a ton of sense, I think, with this composition. Also makes the life of Gragas a lot easier. And that Nocturne Orianna combo, I think, really complements the composition as a whole. The amount of AoE CC that they have just with the Gragas Cask and the Oriole is really tough. One of the biggest issues that I do think you sometimes have with Gragas is finding impact in team fights. If you can't get onto the enemy team, particularly with a Poppy, Nocturne makes that so much easier, and the setup of that combo is there. As what is Zeka gonna play as?
Okay! Look, you see the composition locked in. Galio is off the board. You don't have to worry about that taunt. I think the Cask still makes things tough.
Okay,
the Nocturne point and click.
Like, I am hyped to see Zeka on Akali, or anyone that watched 2022. Is it good? Do you look at this composition of Humble Life and go, man, that looks like it works well together?
No, I don't. But I look at Zeka Akali, and I put the blinders on like I'm a horse racing down the street, and I say, I like what I'm seeing.
You have Nidalee Nidalee Akali mid 2v2.
Nidalee Akali Aatrox. Your only setup CC for Nidalee is bot lane.
Well, okay, but Zeus doesn't miss Q, so I guess you have some setup. But even then, like, I'm not. I think TES are going to be very happy with this.
HLE are cooking. That much we can say. What they have cooked will be a different discussion. So bot lane 2v2 powerhouse from TES. They've got good disengage options in the Renata and the Gragas, and they have a Wombo combo in form of the Orianna Nocturne, but they don't necessarily have the best follow-up to the Orianna Nocturne. It's just because Gragas cast is awkward. I think it's still some good burst damage. So how, if you're on the side of HLE, I think bot lane 2v2 is going to be rough early.
I think it's also so hard to like play a good Akali game into both Renata and Gragas.
Also, like, Nocturne just spell shields a spear in the jungle 1v1. His clear speed's still pretty fast. I mean, you're not gonna probably not going to outclear Nidalee, but
yeah.
Maybe a lot of pressure on Peanut to like do something early game.
Which he will. Like again, I was the
He's
biggest.
the nut god.
He is. I was the biggest doubter of Peanut. That said, I think this TES composition for me really hits the mark. Good bans, a lot of respect being paid, very cohesive, incredible amount of skirmishing, great snowball potential.
Certainly think so as well. Here we are, game 2.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
It would seem that there are more Hanwha Life fans in the house.
Yeah, and
geographically
and
does
so,
make a lot of sense.
So this is a caster classic is also getting pranked and thinking that the team that you're sitting amidst of is louder. That doesn't even apply here.
Oh.
Home town advantage obviously coming up huge there. I was actually wondering what Zeus was going to go for. Grasp Aatrox. Like, he's mainly been playing Electrocute. I have not seen that in a long time.
Because usually how this lane works, right, is like Gragas just gets free trades because he can just body slam auto and then
especially
just
with Phase Rush.
Phase Rush, yeah. I guess Zeus thinks he can just Umbral dash back and get the proc. At the very least wants to be tankier. A little bit more sustained in that tree as well as Zeka starting level 1 with the Shuriken flip. Quick proc on that Electrocute.
Yeah, even with the Aerie, not quite going to be feeling good about that trade. Zeka,
bot side.
Ooh, very early invade to come through here, and that is particularly into something like the Nocturne always going to be feeling good. The main question is, can Zeka actually secure mid lane prio, and can Zeus? Because if the solo lanes get prio early on here, it will make Kanavi's life a lot harder. Even if you take away only like 1 or 2 camps, you get so much value, because we do see the bot lane actually rotate over. A single buff, particularly like takes away a good amount of time where Kanavi's just not going to have access to his ultimate. So I think this is a really big win here for Hanwha Life.
And I think Hanwha Life would have been happy to split the map so that the bot lane 2v2 is isolated. And they've kind of achieved that because there's just less for Nocturne to get here. If Kanavi goes down to those Krugs, his jungle leader is going to be so slow compared to that. If Peanut Delight wants to go in, doesn't quite connect on the wall, has the Aftershock for extra tankiness, but the initial damage really not there. Crisp taking the worst end of the trade. The level 2, while it does go in favor of HLE, isn't super effective.
It's very telling that, so because Jackie Love and Crisp walked away, right, like they went out of the lane to make sure that Peanut didn't get more, they were a level down, and Viper and the Live was still like, no, not walking up. As we do have Kanavi. You're not going to see this one coming. That's a Nocturne.
This is a psycho play, though. They're going to full commit the flash forward. The handshake doesn't hit. Kanavi level 3 on the way and flash forward with the fear. Wants to lock up Viper. Gets pushed back into the tower. Oh, that's a disaster. First blood. He bet everything on that play. He put himself so far behind, and it's not going to pay off.
He might even get his topside invaded.
Yeah. There was no
topside prio. Kanavi.
I mean, the thing is, HLE tried to split map. They said, we are going to split the map on you. Kanavi said, not today, boys. But now he's just paying the ultimate price.
So, at least he doesn't get invaded yet. I don't know, man. Like, against Poppy, I think he could have just taken the sums and go.
But it's not even just Poppy.
Like, I know.
You don't have any reliable hard CC. Flash in fear under tower is not a real thing.
Oh, no.
He's going to get one, but now they're chasing him down. Now they really want to punish.
He doesn't have flash?
Light still has flash. Spell shield there. Will walk away at the very least, but this is miserable for Kanavi because the whole now Viper's the one paying the price, though. On the bottom side, they try to push the advantage more. Chris hoping to get the reset. They get the reset indeed, and TES, at the very least, find the follow-up dive.
As the game felt like it was on the verge of, at least for Kanavi, crumbling away, Jackie Love and Crisp come up huge. And this makes us wonder again, why is Kalista in this game? As we take another look at this play. And I just don't... I don't know.
Shout out Delight. Q's first.
To make sure that the spell shield
is gone
and then gets the slam back. But love this from... Because you know for a fact, because the top side invaded, there is absolutely zero chance of you being at risk. And then very nicely done. Crisp is the one that does aggro, has the guaranteed bailout, and with Jackie Love, just being able to stack spears freely, thank you very much, always going to be able to get it done. And that means that Viper is put monstrously far behind. And all of a sudden, I know that Humble Life is ahead on gold, and I think that Kanavi's game is not going to be very fun, but that is Jackie Love with an incredible lead over his opponent.
And with the swap, 369 is going to be really comfortable here on the bottom side at least. Hard for Delight to 100% threaten the dive. Easy for 369 to clear these waves. Checking back in on mid lane. Zeka at least able to push back and forth now. Level 5, 3 points. And the 5-point strike, that Q, making things a bit easier. Once he gets 6, kill pressure comes online. But Kanavi is still the biggest loser in the context of this game, as he's pretty far behind in terms of camps. 27-36 the CS score. Level 4 to level 5 at Peanut.
Zeka playing his own skin. That's always a nice flex. He's winning the early game, which I think the big thing with the Akali is that late game in side lane, like Orianna can't ever walk up, right? Even with a Nocturne, it's just so it really is, yeah. Delight, that's the worst gank when you know the gank can't work, but you still have to respect.
And look, Delight leaving might have gotten his AD killed, but he has done a lot of work in the context of this early game. He saved him once, left him once. Kanavi the one who's just going to suffer. He can't really walk into his own jungle. Mid lane push is coming through. And this is the adaptability of HLE that makes them so scary, right? Is that they have so many carry threats on the team. Even when Viper is struggling on the Varus, other members of the team just step up and fill in the gaps.
Jackie is here, though. I want to look to contest. Peanut did smite the first one, so it doesn't have an angle. Zeka
on the flank. Level 6 is there. Jackie Love might be in trouble. Trying to lock him down. Steadfast presence as well. Jackie Love about to get taken out. The reset won't come through as Peanut flashes to safety. Now Cream is here. Level 6. Shockwave. Not going to get used. Dash out as Peanut, low health bar, has to be careful here. Kanavi going to wander in and smite a grub. Extended play, Cream still with ulti.
Health bars are low, I think.
Level 5 for Kanavi.
I want to just peace out, and it looks like it is going to be the case. Peanut maybe trying to look for a spear.
Really confident here. It's going to get locked up by Kanavi. The shuriken flip connects from Zeka. Void grubs will go down. Split though.
Yeah, pretty sure he could have held onto your flash there, Zeus.
He could have eat over the wall, but he really wanted to stick around. Zeka now getting frisky.
But it was never going to be the full grubs, because Kanavi already found one. That is actually a big deal. Obviously, getting 2 is nice, but like just the 1, get a ton of experience from that, meaning that Kanavi's going to be feeling a lot less bad about how this early game played out. Jackie getting taken down obviously is rough, and this Akali getting accelerated is bad news.
Yes.
For TES.
But that's a massive CS lead for Jackie Love.
Yeah. Oh no, and I don't think that's going to go anywhere anytime soon. Viper also investing a lot of early money into his tier. Also went for Comet build, and like Halo Blades is like, oh, you know, I want to trade at least a little. Comet build is just saying I'm not ever walking up.
You weren't.
Well,
you're not walking up
you're
in the Poppy Varus 2v2. Yeah, you're not. You are operating at arm's reach. If Kalissa's on top of you, you've already lost the fight. That said, Zeka, the big point, is moving ahead, and you can see why in the context of this fight. All resources used to take Jackie Love out of the equation.
Yeah, he's still playing Poppy into, Kalista into Poppy, unfortunately. So doesn't really get to play the game as...
And I mean, good flash from Peanut to not die there, to make sure the reset didn't come through, as now it's Zeus who's in trouble. The fear goes down, the damage fall isn't quite there. That Null Magic Mantle really paying off. Doran's shield start as well. Zeus, very conservative options, but working out as he's pretty damn tanky.
Yeah, Tunneler gives you a ton of stats. Feeling good as just walks back in. Does have his cookies as he's just going ham again. He does have his ultimate, but I feel like at any point TS can just walk away, so they decide not to push it further. Towards the top side of the map.
Get the wave in at least. Overall, much more even mid-game. A lot of messy kind of early exchanges. HLE holding on to a bit of a gold lead.
Something that does remain an issue, though, particularly now that Crisp has hit 6, is that Renata counters so much of what Humble Life is going to try to do. Because both for Zeka and Zeus, their entire existence is reliant on, in Zeka's case, can I assassinate someone on the back line? Ideally, obviously, Jackie Love, but even Cream would be great. And then for Zeus, can I get my resets? And Renata just does so much. It stalls, the heal's there, and the ultimate is the obvious one that is just going to make your life so much harder. So it's kind of similar to the last game where if we are just front to backing, I think it's really hard for Hanwha Life to reliably find an angle as Delight on a flank.
Delight fishing for that flank. Objective likely to fall in favor of TES as no one is here, but now they're moving up. Seeing the TP on the bottom side. Push back. Zeus into the midst of the entire team, immediately going to ult Delight, trying to buy a bit more space. The damage is there on Zeus though. Extra healing coming in, but it's not enough. Jackie Love taking one. Body slam flash from 369. Shuriken flip out. Alongside the ulti means Zeka will walk away, but the Dragon into the pick. A nice look for TES.
A lot invested for TES, but big payout as well. They get the Dragon. They're able to also get the kill onto Zeus. Jackie getting put even further ahead of his counterpart, but that is a heavy investment, right? That's TP being used, as well as 4 flashes being invested there. On the flip side, Zeka also went for his TP, wasn't able to find anything there in that fight either, just used his ultimate to disengage. And the gold lead, back where we want it. Dracos, which is just even. Just even.
Till 70 or 80 minutes of game.
Which has
I don't ever want this game to end.
Yeah, no, it's great as 369 just completely catching Zeus off guard here, right? Zeus knows that 369 is there, still chooses to walk up, just gets knocked into the team, and you see an initial attempt from Hanwha Life. Unfortunately, Crisp not quite hitting the mark there, was looking for the handshake so that you get the kill on Zeka as well. But Hanwha Life, I think, making the right choice to disengage as soon as Zeus just gets thrown into multiple people. And now, again, using this great source of strength, Jackie Love on the Kalista, Disruptor being set up here. I don't know if Peanut can even look for a steal here. Getting into that pit is going to be very tough.
We don't even have a first major item completion for any carry on the Rift. We're 11 minutes in.
Oh!
Now the steal, though.
Caught him off guard. So that's 4-2. That's very... That's also spread, so like no one...
Also denies, it denies the second stack towards the 3 objective.
Yeah.
Which is certainly nice to have.
Yeah.
Especially given how... I mean, normally it's pretty impossible. It's not actually impossible, but very difficult to steal objectives away from a Kalista. And at this point of the game, I think I just want to call back to what you said earlier. It is going to be tough for HLE to play out any kind of front to back. Because again, you have the Gragas cast, which we saw how quickly it can disrupt. Nocturne can just turn the lights off. It doesn't even have to be the Orianna combo, which will make things more difficult. And Renata can always bail out at least one member of the team. So if Zeka or Zeus die in the process of trying to dive backline, it will really not be for anything.
No. And for Viper, this game is going to be so hard to play because you basically have to flash if Kanavi ults on top of you, right? Because of the Orianna combo. But if you don't have flash, what do you think is going to happen when 369 finds you? Like, you're an 80 carry without any real form of escape. It's just going to have to be your movement speed, which is Ghost Blade early on, so that's at least something.
Yeah, Swifty's likely to follow too, but the 1v1 really starting to look easy for Zeus. 369 has the cast back, so at least we'll be able to walk away in the isolated 1v1. But this, of course, is the other thing we have to mention, is that Zeus lived for quite some time with no items. And eventually he'll have one item, and then a second item. And anyone who's watched the LCK remembers how good Zeus is at this pick, because you might also remember Zeka as he goes all in on Cream on the bottom side. Follow up there from Peanut, zoning Cream back the HLE side of the map. Shockwave, but it's not going to do much. Tries to get some damage down. Ultimately, Zeka just going to grab that, claim the feat of warfare in favor of HLE.
Kanavi was in the area, but I think by the time that he actually got close enough, if he even did, the range on old level 1 really isn't that big. It's not until you get further in that it starts to feel really oppressive. Cream was basically already at like 10% HP, so even if he does go in, I don't think that salvages the play. As we are looking on this Akali.
All to the bot side of the map. Level 8 for Kanavi. Zeka going to be forced to flee. Running him down.
Does a flash. The Jackie Love's there.
Zeka trying to get out. Flash away to safety. Initial damage comes in. Trying to get out. Goes invisible! That's just nothing you can do. That's a heartbreaker for TES. Credit to Zeka. He waited as long as possible to flash. And now Peanut's on the chase to the top side of the map. Delight can stop the Gragas from getting away. But 369, again, great use of the cask to walk out as Viper trying to find the snipe.
He's hunting.
Powered Q I don't think will finish him, but it will set up for the dive as Zeus trying to hold the line here. Does not want to give up this tower. Rain of arrows.
On the wave.
369 zooming out.
Got the flash.
Gets the flash as well. Body slam flash takes him to safety. Zeus still holding on to the tower for now. And Zeka here too. If they try to commit for a dive, it could get messy fast.
Zeus is I think they can just kill the turret though.
Him on the way down, but Zeka wants to fight for it.
There it is.
It might cost him, though. The chase now coming in. Spell shield there, the fear, waiting. The handshake comes out. Now he's been taunted. He's starting to hit Zeus. Zeka in trouble, and the fight's going to keep going. Jackie Love can just dance around Zeus, but can he find the Q3? The flash. Jackie Love cannot do it. He zooms out. World Ender to safety. Chris praying for the handshake, but he does not find it, and that's just a Zeus diff right there.
These two teams are just skill checking each other time after time. Zeka going in there is like, Zeus, we can outplay this. He gives his life. And I gotta say, I think he could have also just backed off his Kanavi.
Staying way too long. Peanut on the hunt now. Turns the lights out, gets the healing. It's not enough.
Mayhem! Mayhem, Dracos!
There are a lot of ways we could describe what just happened, but Mayhem is the most appropriate. MasterCard lane economy snapshot. Bit of a mid diff, bit of a bot diff. Otherwise, yeah. Zeus Aatrox hits a little diffy. I didn't think, like, new Kalista feels so good after the changes. It feels like you can glide away from anything.
Yeah.
Apparently not Aatrox.
Yeah. Zeus has been having a very, very troubled history of this champion as well, right? Obviously losing to it in 2022, and it kind of made it his job to master it. As we take another look here, because this also was the first TES. Look at the amount of CC that comes down onto Zeka, right? Kanavi baits him in, gets the fear, then the ultimate, and there is just nothing Zeka can do. But crucially, Jackie Love flies just a little bit too close to the sun as Zeus. He just doesn't miss these sweet spots. Ends up taking that, and then this is just, I don't know, Kanavi. It's just...
Let's all just take a breath and be honest with ourselves. That was a terrible play from Zeka. Like, Zeus,
no, I know!
Zeus
he's just going in,
like
Zeus first!
The tower was gone, there was nothing to be claimed, and then Zeus just hands dipped. So I do want to call out that, while I appreciate that Zeka is so strong, he needs to chill a little bit. He needs to just leave. He just needs to calm down. You can just walk away.
Leave.
You don't have to just go forward, okay? I'm not an LEC anymore. I'm not casting Fnatic. You're allowed to back up. You're allowed to leave. That's fair. They don't deserve that. My region is sad enough today. I don't need to drag more teams down. CES, happy to have that play despite losing a kill, because setup control is here. Herald will fall.
Oh, we do have Zeka on the flank. I think maybe learning from his mistakes.
Ooh, goes in the Shroud. Has to stay here until the ulti expires. Trying to get tricky with it. Dashes through, shockwave there. Zeka gonna get taken down, wants to take Cream with him, but the damage not quite there, will fall. Good patience in the Shroud does mean that the rest of his team can respond with a mid lane tower. They'll lose the life and the Herald in the process.
Now when you have a player in your game that's clearly a smurf and then he just starts doing stuff that he definitely shouldn't. That's kind of how I feel about Zeka, like these consecutive plays, like I can flank,
the problem
I can go in.
The Zeka Copers have an angle on both plays. The first play was Zeus outplayed. The second play is they got a turret mid, and they're going to get a tower bot as well. And now 369 may have overcommitted. Ulti connecting. Cass pushing Viper back. And he's trying to zoom out to safety, but Peanut's on the hunt. Kanavi there to interrupt. Wants to flash in. Goes forward to the blast. Goes the body slam. And Peanut's out of there.
That's the nut god right there. Gets his kill on the Nidalee. And it makes sense. If you're at Gregs, you feel so safe. You have so much safety with your body slam, with your ultimate, as we can clearly see the rest of Humble Life backing off. I'm not giving you cope on this one.
But they have Prio mid and they get Prio bot. So this ends up being not a good play, but a good death, is what I will say. It takes 4 people.
Have you been watching scrims for a certain team?
The Rotonies.
As we take another look here, 369, even without a turret again, I think you, as Gragas, often get yourself in the situation because you have so much innate safety. But Peanut just chases through. Kanavi, unfortunately, cannot get over walls by his biggest enemies unless he has his ultimate available. So Peanut just gets out. Does have to invest his flash for that, whereas 369 doesn't really give anything up. But Italy getting further ahead, I think is always going to feel nice. But look at the gold lead. Like, this is nothing. It's 2K. It doesn't.
Let's just take a brief moment to breathe before Zeka inevitably ults forward again. Like, gold is dead even. Herald about to come in mid lane and crash. Things are pretty close, but second item's now completed for Jackie. He's going to be a terror. It's the same story for Viper. As the siege starts in the mid lane.
I think Zeka's going to deep TP. Oh my god.
The man knows one way, and it is forward. Zeka on the flank, and he can find these kills. 1.5 items completed.
Oh, God!
Ulti ready to go. Lights turned out. Cream trying to disengage. Beautiful ulti from Viper. The ball coming in from Delight. Jackie Love isolated by Zeka crucially. Viper going with the wall, but Kanavi finding the 1v1 versus Viper. About to take Viper down. Zeka trying to finish the kill on Jackie, but Jackie's still standing. This is a struggle with the dive, but it's the ult down from Delight. Jackie's still going. Jackie flashing out. Zayas' ulti expiring. It's a bloodbath. Back and forth. Kanavi taking out Viper solo. Cream falling, but it's only the 1-for-1.
Bit of a letdown there. Thought a lot more was going to happen. As the aggressive TP, a lot of summoners invested, and I do think that Humble Life is going to take, they got, what, 4 flashes throughout that whole sequence. The attempt to turn onto Zayas, he sidesteps, doesn't get hit by the knock-up. And then here, the crucial thing is that you know that it's really hard for Zeka to actually burst down Jackie Love here. So you see, plays it slow, waits the bailout out, but Crisp gets so much value from the ultimate because it also denies Zayas and Peanut to further follow up, which is why Jackie gets off. Really nicely done there with the body slam there from 369, ensuring that they can't quite follow up, because otherwise I think Peanut might have claimed another. Zayas just checking, you know, just every now and then we do a little Q forward.
I mean, level 13,
still paying attention.
You got some ability haste. You're feeling good on Aatrox. Just Q spam now.
Viper has gone for the I don't get to play the game build, Edge of Night, as well as Ghostblade.
And based on the previous team fight, he would be correct. He does not get to play the game. Yeah. He did buy some time getting Kanavi out of the fight. He did eat the ultimate.
What is big, though, we haven't actually seen the combo of this Nocturne. The reason why you pick this is because when you are the aggressor, it 100% forces summoners out.
But I think the problem is,
well, you can't do it on an Akali.
The side lane threat like Zayas and Zeka are just going to be better on side, which is one problem that TS have to solve. But also, if you're too eager with the combo on Viper, you just die to the Aatrox Akali.
It's tough.
Cream kind of has to protect himself. He has to be a little bit of a selfish Orianna here, or protect Jackie at the very least.
Has now 2 objectives up towards the bot side of the map. Big gold leads there, and
yeah. I mean,
Jackie Love 1.6, Zayas basically on the same level.
The light potentially caught here. Nice backstep. Shuriken flip still hitting from Zeka, and that's his cue to start things off. Gets a huge chunk out of Cream. Luckily, the Honey Fruit are there to heal him back up, or that could have been bad. Spear's also landing. This is a really nice way for HLE to start potentially contesting this Drake, well, just chunking out the health bars.
We haven't talked that much about the poke, and I think that engage is there just because of the ult combo and the fact that 369 is a big threat. But if they just get to sit there and basically serve them up to Zeka with these Qs from both Nidalee,
the light,
the Varus, and there we go, another.
Is Kanavi ready for this one? Ulti knocks him out of the pit. Jackie Love now running. Peanut needs to get in and smite this, but there's still so many spears. 400 HP, they managed to take it. Dragon down, Cloud for the side of HLE. TES close to the Otacon, but don't have great setup.
We didn't want to get more. They did it. It's all alive. They TP'd Zayas in. They're not getting away with just the Dragon.
Zayas off to the side. Fear is there. Huge damage coming in for Zayas. They use the Shockwave as well, trying to lock him down. Zayas doesn't quite make it over the wall with the flash. Does Umbral Dash over in the end.
And that will be all. Flash used there by Zayas. Again, a flash that he definitely didn't have to go for, but I think Humble Life thought price in because of the fact that they TP'd. As, a potential trap being set here. Zeka, he uses his Shroud, but
he's out.
Not gonna walk forward, as he shouldn't, as 369's like, are you paying attention? And he was.
Yeah, you give him a little shop check. You never know. Look, if there's one thing that I've learned...
Look at the gold, Dracos.
Dead even. Oh! 1K difference. What a gift. All I'm saying is there's one thing I know. I thought Poppy nerfs would be a bigger deal, but I don't think you can nerf Delight Poppy. This guy is so annoying. Like, he left bot lane, and yes, it did cost Viper his life because TES executed that beautiful dive, but this man has just been interrupting plays left and right. The knockback on that Drake, it's so frustrating for the side of TES. We're 23 minutes in, and no one has gotten feats yet.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah. But now the objective is, it's 2-2. So the next objective gets feats, no matter what.
All right. Item spikes. We have Cleaver done. Stopwatch as well. Zayas had Sterix, but or got Sterix, but already had that in the last exchange. Other players might not have lived towards that with that bot side play towards the map. And you can see Humble Life. Someone's always looking for a flank.
Watch out onto 369. Flash trying to get to safety, but a lot of cooldowns burned as HLE smell blood in the water. Spear onto Jackie Love, bit of poke. Ulti in, the combo there, but it's only going to hit to light the flash back, what you called out earlier. Now cannot be the one in trouble. In the meat grinder, Zaya sidestep on the ulti. Reset coming through, but no one is going to drop. Shut down there. HLE deleting. TES, they bait the cooldowns. They force the fight. Domination in the mid lane.
The game is dead even, and then they get a 5-0. How does it happen 2 times in a row?
They're just built iffy. I mean, good flash from Viper, but you can see for TES, the combo is solid, but if it whiffs, the follow-up from HLE is so disgustingly strong.
That's Otacon gone. A lot of gold gonna go into the pockets of Hanwha Life.
Did we capture curse this? They just went from dead even to 3K gold lead. I said there, no one has feats. They're just about to grab feats.
I don't think we need to involve ourselves in this. I think we gotta.
You're right. Leave it to the pros.
As we take another. It's again these proactive flank setups that come from Hanwha Life. Last time it was Zeka in the same spot. This time it's Zeus. And then there is finally the inevitable turn, but literally only hits the light. As you point out, nice flash there. Viper pays the respect that he needs to. And then once Zeka TP's in the midst of this, you know it's just immediately over. 2-man knock-up as well coming through there from the light. Jackie Love doesn't get to play the game.
None of their major cooldowns did any damage. That was the struggle, right? Like, Shockwave wasn't effective because of the flash. Nocturne ulti just didn't do enough.
He didn't even get like the normal value for Nocturne.
They were forced to Renata ult to disengage because 369 isn't it. Like, and it all goes back to 369 getting caught, admittedly. But once this team starts to lose a fight, it's just so hard to come back.
I think they were out though. Like, they just saw an opportunity. And this is, I think, the one issue that you do have as Seoul.
Here. Zeka back out. I mean, it highlights back to the earlier issue we talked about, which is Viper is not the only carry on this team, and he's not even the traditional crit scaling hyper carry, right? So one-shotting him, even if it was successful, doesn't guarantee you the fight if Jackie Love is constantly under threat from this Aatrox, from this Akali.
And I want you to think back to the hole that Viper was in.
Yeah.
And now look at this total gold graph.
He's 2 levels up. He was 30 CS down, like 5 minutes into the game. He was Doe 2v1.
Plays a great scaling lethality Aatrox.
What?
I'm not joking. Seen this happen multiple times over the last couple of years, and Viper did come in with, as mentioned, I think bit of an up and down performance.
Scaling lethality Varus?
Yeah.
Oh, you said Aatrox, and I got really flustered because I thought I had said Zeus on accident.
No, I'm definitely wrong on that one.
Okay. I was like, one of us is trolling, and I was almost afraid to ask.
Zeus also does play
a great scaling lethality Aatrox. Scaling lethality champions, not normally, they don't go together, but on HLE, apparently the answer is they do. For TES, like, look, you still have good disengage. There's still an opportunity to fight front to back. I think it's hard because Kallista's strongest point in the game relative to other carries is like 2 items, right?
Yeah. So for TES, I think now you're looking towards either a unexpected engage from 369, right? Like knocking everyone out of the team fight, or a multi-man combo. Maybe, as you point out, you do just let go of needing to combo that Nocturne and the Orianna and just use the Nocturne ult to then have a Orianna ult that basically isn't counterable because of the vision denial that it provides. But I do think they're going to need the help of something like a Baron, right? Like we're talking any further addition to the damage, because if they don't have that, Otacon obviously they didn't get an opportunity to try and fight with the debuff up. That's always a great way to get back into a game, because it's either that or Hanwha Life funnel like into a choke, and then obviously you get crazy value out of really anyone on TES. But I don't see Hanwha Life doing that realistically with how they've been playing out the game thus far. And I think TES, they're just looking for the one pick that can create a tempo lead, because I think the team fighting power is still there with this composition, actually executing on it when Hanwha Life have now actually built a sizable gold in one dragon away from a Cloud Soul. It's going to be easier said than done.
And this has been a tough series so far, especially for the TES Soul, right? Game 1, 369 did not have a great game. Game 2, I think his lane was fine, right? It fell out of his hands due to other reasons, but you can see the massive gold difference. Jackie Love, the sole strong point on the map, 2K difference in mid lane. Despite the amount of times that Zeka has stepped forward for maybe not the best reason, is how I'll phrase it for now. And Cream has just been woefully behind. He just hit 2 items. There are 2 needlessly large rods for Zeka on his way to his 3rd, on his way to that death cap. Cool. Ulti.
They can just do this. Like, the cooldown is basically nothing.
Another Q gonna connect. Knock up there. Nocturne now going in, trying to catch out Viper, but will it be enough? They can't finish the kill again. The option does not work. Chris trying to find the disengage. Zeka still standing. Zeka trying to make his way out. Jackie Love needs a kill for the reset. He cannot find it. He will not be bailed out. And now Zayas is on the hunt, looking to end the dreams of TES in this first series. The cask is there for 369, but it is too little. It is too late. HLE don't have a wave, but they can take whatever they want.
And TES, a final Hail Mary, not going the way that they were hoping to. Hanwha Life is ready yet again. Even though Viper gets caught, he's just completely out of range. Jekilov desperately tries to salvage the game. Might as well. If you don't turn around that fight and the Baron falls, the game is done nonetheless. And I think that sixth game, the third game in this series, seems further away than ever, Dracos.
That it does. The windows of opportunity for TES are closed. They're going to have to break them open if they want to find a way back. Because again, you can see the start of this fight, so much CC layered beautifully, but that combo, what you highlighted, there's no follow-up.
369, like, body slam Zayas doesn't actually get to play. Jekilov right there, if he gets the reset, maybe him and Crisp can pop off, take down Viper, who obviously didn't have his flash. It was a desperate play, but at that point, nothing else remained. TES?
I mean, it's level 14 Orion to level 17 Akali. I think it's just unplayable.
Yeah.
Like, you just can't. It would take a miracle. And that miracle might be Zeka going way too far forward, but the rest of the HLE is now here to follow up. Forcing the ulti out, fall up there. Zeka giving his life in the exchange. A little too eager. Delight going back to the wall alongside Kanavi. Peanut now going to follow, but it's Zeus who's isolated. Three members collapsing on him. Looking to trade one back as Kanavi will finally go down. Zeus living for a damn long time. Trying to find that kill back onto Jackie Love. Death Stance is there. Viper on a rampage. And Zeus refusing to die. This man's Aatrox is untouchable. Double coming through. HLE looking to finish it with a clean 2-0.
And Jekilov, he keeps stacking spares, but it's just not doing enough. Zeus stands tall. Zeka definitely made some aggressive decisions in this game, but guess what? If the Nexus falls, get away with it, and a 2-0 here for Hanwha Life, cementing themselves again. Tournament favorites. What a incredible build-up to two deflating team fights. 5-0, 2 times in a row.
Look, man, HLE are scary. They know exactly when they can go in. They punished TES multiple times. The Kalista, a massive threat, a huge gold lead for Jackie, but in the mid-game, they just dissected that pick. They did not give them the 5v5s, the opportunity for that Kalista to front to back.
And it's the team fighting that's the big difference. And that was what Kanavi and 369 excelled on, why JDG got so close to the Golden Row, why that team was nigh unstoppable. Them and Knight, I think, on an absolutely incredible run in that year. And it was the team fighting that, when it actually came to the execution of these 5v5s, Hanwha Life just got the better of them in that pretty aggressive fashion.
Outclassed them in both series. Played around the opportunities, the angle for success. The TES had drafted and just outmaneuvered. Delight as well. Alistair, the signature pick, weathered the early laning phase, was a monster. Poppy was a monster. Might have given up a kill on bottom side as he left his AD, but otherwise, flawless game.
And Peanut talking with the coaching staff. Zeka talking to Mowgli earlier as well, who of course was there with him in 2022. And the light, when that guy gets to play Engage Sports, the amount of double knockups he got in that game, knocking away Kanavi to ensure that they got the early dragon as well. It's a pleasure to watch Hanwha play. I can't wait. I already can't wait for the rematch.
Best of 5. Yes.
Best of 5.
Best of 5. But also just how they're going to look against everyone else, what else they've got cooking on a brand new patch. Like, this is only the start. This is only 2 best of 3s, brand new patch, no lane swaps. There's so much more.
So they're actually gone. We've been freed. It's been 1.5 years. We're finally free.
We're finally free. Look, before you head off, have you heard That's the name of an emote. You can subscribe to LOL Esports on Twitch now to support your favorite team, use custom emotes, and go ad-free on Twitch. Regular subscribers are also rewarded with the Vi Have You Heard in-game emote. Look, do it. This is your time. This is your opportunity.
Just do it.
What an incredible day. That's it from us on the day. Let's send it back to Laura for first stand cooldown.
Yay. Thank you, Dracos. And thank you, Chronicler, of course. We're back here at the space, at cooldown. Sorry about this. We have Jason here, of course, LCK representative with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Jason.
Anytime.
Any first impressions on HLE for this 2-0 series that they gave us?
I was actually a little nervous because I was expecting a 3-game series, but they were looking stronger than I expected. So I think this is a really good sign for them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought coming into it, the HLE could 2-0, but then after I saw the draft in Game 2, I thought we were going to Game 3 for sure. I thought that HLE had a really hard draft to actually play out. And when we saw this blind Renata, I was like, oh, HLE are going to go long range, they're going to go poke, they're going to be able to deal with it that way. But they went all hard commit on this dive, and they even gave over the Callista. And I was thinking that top were so well set up to take this second game, but HLE just kind of styled on them. They straight up out-executed.
I think it's so true, and the fact that we saw signature picks like the Aatrox for Zeus, the Akali coming out for Zeka, and they really just showed what they can do on these picks, and it felt like Top Esports, you know, they had good tools in their composition, but were really mis-executing. On the screen is a great example, not getting the Orianna Nocturne combo down. A lot of things hamstring this game for the side of Top Esports, but it feels like HLE super comfortable at home here in LoL Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Is that something that you felt as well, Jason, looking at the game, looking at maybe the players, if you run into them, this confidence from them playing at home?
For sure, they already mentioned multiple times in the interviews that because it's gonna be at LoL Park, we slightly have a home advantage. Also, they even mentioned that I'm a little worried because we're too used to LoL Park situations, so we might not even like locked in. But I think they are locked in. But also a lot of teams, because they're having their first day, are not on their best level, but it's only day one, so I don't want to overreact at this point. But still, I think Hana Life, they have been performing at a dominant level.
Yeah, and that is something that we've been talking about, the pace of this tournament, the fact that most of the teams have to play every day, not a lot of time to prep, the fact that you really have to bounce back quickly. What is the expectation for TS? What is something that they should be working on to be ready for tomorrow's games?
I felt like Kanavi looked really disjointed from the rest of the team, and you know, watching Top in the LPL, when they struggled, it was often that Kanavi wasn't on the same page with the team. So I feel like in those moments, you need to just slow down a little bit, like make sure that you have the same idea, because sometimes players, I think, are, you know, seeing a certain play or a way that something would go, and they're not necessarily realizing that their teammates are maybe not, like, you know, seeing it the same way or approaching it the same way. And I feel like we saw that a lot, especially in this second game, the Nocturne game. I mean, even from the word go, like that early flash in, you know, on Viper, like I just didn't see a way in which that was going to work with everyone not being in position to immediately follow up.
It felt like so many, even at times, unforced errors that were just being heavily punished by Honor Life Esports. And Honor Life Esports played fantastic, but I honestly think if Top Esports play like that, there's a lot of other teams in this tournament they have to worry about.
And I think we are ready for the press conference. We are not ready for the press conference. I'm sorry, I'm baiting you guys completely. I want to talk about the meta, though, because new patch, no lane swap, something that we've been talking about a lot. Do you feel like teams so far, especially in the second series, had the right read on the priority picks that they should have in draft?
I think so. I mean, it's interesting because, especially for game 2, it was clearly, I think, HLE seeing, can we let Callista through? Because Callista is generally a permaban on red side, but the fact that they can actually let it through, that they can, you know, be playing not even really a lane-dominant lane at all when they're bringing in the Poppy, but still have an answer to it, I think that was like a really good read from them. And that's going to give them a big advantage going forward, especially if we get into best of 5s and you don't actually have to ban that. That opens up another ban on red side if you always have this plan, and potentially even forces like Varus bans and stuff if teams can't deal with it. So I feel like HLE have got to be really happy with what they walk away from in day 1.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, prior to us having lane swaps, we had a lot of situations where you'd stack the third wave, you'd dive on that. It was really punishing. I think now, because towers are obviously doing a lot more damage, and also because the waves were changed as well, even though we don't have swaps, I think the early levels aren't as punishing. So, you know, we saw Poppy picked and Renata, felt like it was playable. It was very playable. So maybe not as much impact from losing lane swaps as I initially thought.
I'm actually interested in knowing what the players would think about this. And the press conference is actually ready now with Zeka and Viper sitting down for the first stand press conference. So let's drop in a bit for the Verizon postgame interview.
First question is from LTA. For Viper, this LCK was one of the most electric and competitive LCK tournaments in recent memory. What has changed in the level of individual demand to be able to win this first stand? 바이퍼 선수에게 질문입니다. 이번 LCK컵은 LCK를 통틀어서 더욱 치열하고 전류를 돋는 대회였습니다. 이번 퍼스트 스탠드에서 우승하기 위해 선수들의 기량에는 어떤 변화가 있었나요?
한국말로 하면 되네. 우선은 네. 퍼스트 스탠드에 아무래도 각 리그에서 가장 잘하는 팀들이 오기 때문에 좀 기본기나 이런 측면이 부족하지 않은 팀들만 모여 있다고 생각을 해서 그런 걸 항상 중요하게 생각하고 있고, 그리고 바뀐 패치 버전에서의 어떤 운영이 아무래도 저희가 해오던 게임과는 많이 다른 양상이다 보니까 그런 것에서 빠르게 적응하는 팀이 좀 유리함을 가져갈 거라고 생각을 했고, 그런 라인 수합이 안 되는 상황에서의 운영에 굉장히 많은 좀 개인적으로 어떤 말을 할지 어떤 시간에 어떻게 플레이해야 될지를 많이 고민했던 것 같습니다.
So first stand is where all the teams from each league and region, all the good teams are all combined, and they're collectively playing and partaking in this tournament. And so I do believe that is a collection of teams that are very good with their basic skills. So I believe that the most important part was that with the new patch and all the changes, it does feel like a different game than what we had been playing in the past. So I think it definitely gives you the edge when you are able to adapt faster. And I think we try to really focus on what kind of game that we are supposed to play when there is no longer the lane swap factor. Next question is from LTA and LEC. For Zeka, you have just beaten Cream, who had infamously defeated Legendary 4 of the LPL mid laners in a row in playoffs. Are Korean mid laners just that much better? What are you able to do different to beat them when he couldn't? 제카 선수에게 질문입니다. LPL 프로에서 연속으로 LPL의 4대 미드 라이너를 쓰러뜨렸던 크림 선수 상대로 승리하셨습니다. 그래서 한국 미드라이너 선수들이 그만큼 우세한 걸까요? 어떤 차이점으로 인해서 오늘 승리하게 된 건지 설명 부탁드립니다.
일단은 저희 팀이 이제 퍼스트 스탠드 준비하면서 일단 TS가 이제 LPL에서 꺼냈던 조합이나 이제 팀 특성을 좀 잘 파악하면서 저희가 좀 뱀픽 쪽에서 유리하게 좀 얻어왔다고 생각하고 그 부분을 바탕으로 게임을 좀 더 유리하게 잘 이끌어낸 것 같아요.
So it really all comes down to how we prepare for today's match. I think we really tried hard breaking down the whatever comps that TS had used in the past and just their play style. And we tried to come up with a way that we're able to play and take the advantage over them as a team.
Dominant series and performance on the side of HLE here. A lot of smiles. And Jisan, I wanted to ask you actually, what was the expectation coming into this year when it comes to HLE? Because a lot of different and strong opinions on the game, especially with Zeus joining. And we were talking about how he is the GOAT of top lane actually, and especially proving this once again here at First Stand. What was the expectation from his side in HLE's success?
Well, before the season actually started, when we were just looking at the lineup, everyone was like, Hana Life, they will stop the LCK Cup, they're going to win it all. And then the first couple weeks, I think they were a little sloppy actually. They were not performing up to their best level, and they were pretty vocal about not like being synced perfectly as a team. So they were very humble, we're not expecting ourselves to go win it all, we're trying to get on track, we're trying to learn each other better. And then when they finally won the LCK Cup, we had him actually speak to the LCK Global side, and he was also saying the same thing basically. He was like, in the beginning of the year, I was not expecting us to do so well in the playoffs because we were actually facing a lot of hardship in the earlier phase, but because we have such a talented lineup, we managed to find our way. Everything started to kind of click together, and then it worked so well. So I guess having Zeus in addition to their Hana Live roster worked really well in the end.
I feel like it's always impressive when you have so many strong opinions on the game to have them click so well and so fast. And for me, that's the case.
It's really scary. I feel like when you see that, because there's so many cases where, you know, it's not just a foregone conclusion that you get 5 really individual amazing players, you put them together and they just win. Because there's so many examples of super teams flopping, right? Where people just try to get all the biggest stars, they shove them together, they have different ways that they want to play the game. Some players, you know, struggle moving from like a star role to more of a role player role, and not everyone can be the star, right? But when you have a team that is this talented, that strong individually, and they are this good, only having played together for like a month or two, it's like, oh God, who's going to beat this team come Worlds?
I think honestly it's a testament to how versatile some of these players have been. Like Viper would always talked about as like being a huge carry for his teams, but he's also willing to play more of a role player when the team needs. Zeus as well has gone through this lane swap meta and gotten really good at playing weak side scenarios and defending against dives. So I think it's the fact that they're all very willing to not always be the star of every game, but when their moment is there to shine, they really do shine.
I want to roll back a bit here and talk about what happened earlier today. I know, I have to. I don't want to, but I have to. TL took down KC 2-1. It was a really one-sided series outside of Game 3. What are the main takeaways from both sides of these Western teams, guys, after watching this best of 3?
I mean, I think this is huge for Team Liquid. I think this was probably the matchup between all the teams that was like kind of 50-50 which way it'd go. And I think getting this is a huge confident boost to start the tournament with, but also just means a lot in terms of really avoiding being that team who are not going to make it out to the next stage of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, I'm kind of hoping that TL also shy away from carry tops. I just don't think it should be their style. I think it didn't really work for them in game number 2. And I think, you know, what you're saying about building confidence, I think that's so important, especially for Umti, who has had a pretty rough split and been criticized so heavily. To be able to come in, have a really good series, that's massive to build on. For KC, you know, I always say in any sort of professional play, you have to have a short memory, right? You have to just be able to say, all right, we had a bad series, who cares? Time to move on, time to focus on the next match. Yeah. And really focus on what got you here. They are a very strong team. They have very good individuals. They showcase that in the LEC, and there's no reason you can't bring that same level here and still battle back and make the best of the tournament.
I was talking to Yike earlier, actually, and he was mentioning communication being a bit janky and like not as on point as it used to be. And it is expected from someone like Yike with his international experience to help younger players in this roster. I was actually wondering if Kana said something about this as well, because he knows LOL Park. That's his home as well.
Yeah, I got to check in with Kana. Actually, today I asked him, like, you know LOL Park so well. So how did it feel to be back? And also, did you give your players any, like, tips or advice? Because you know LOL Park so well. He was like, actually, I did not. So maybe for better luck tomorrow, he should be spilling all the teas about LOL Park, you know, which bathroom is actually giving you the best luck or something like that. And they might
Get
do
them
the magic.
Best snacks, you know, show them all the good places.
Like, don't choose banana, it's a bad luck for LOL Park, something like that.
Well, hopefully it can help them tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule, actually, to see what KC has tomorrow. They're going to open the day against CFO, and the second match will be Team Liquid against TES. Ezel, what do you have?
This is a banger day. I mean, I think, you know, immediately right off the rip, KC has got to do well. Wait, is this, am I reading it wrong? Because yeah, so CFO KC, I mean, because especially now that you dropped to TL, the expectation was that it would be CFO, TL, and KC battling to be like avoiding getting knocked out in the first round. So this almost feels like a must win now for KC because they dropped to TL. And for TL, I think they have a little bit more of a spring in their step, and seeing HLE beat down top gives you a bit more hope. You know, you can maybe be coming in with a better mindset tomorrow. This is a really big opportunity for them because they have wanted so badly to prove that they can compete with the top Asian teams. You know, we saw last year they played T1 in best of threes twice. Both times they lost 2-1, but both times they were in winning positions in game 3 and couldn't close it out. And they have really felt like they are good enough to get over the hump, but haven't been able to do it. So, you know, if they were able to take down TES, even if it's just in a best of 3, that would mean so much to these players who have been working incredibly hard over the past year and a half to try to get to a spot where they could do it.
And honestly, TS have shown historically that they are very prone to being upset, much to my upset over times. So I can honestly see it happening. I think it's pretty within the realms of possibility. So they really need to sharpen up quickly, or this could go bad. It's a very short tournament. They don't have much time to sort of right the ship.
Everything is new here. New international tournament, new rules, new team, and everything has been crazy so far, but that's all for us here for the first day. We will be back tomorrow with CFO taking on KC in the first game, 5 p.m. KST. Thank you so much for watching. Good night, good day, good afternoon, wherever you are. Take care.
Hello. I was winning the staring contest, guys.
Welcome everyone to our first match of First Stand as we see our teams take to the stage. KC and Team Liquid.
Oh, they come in. They come in too. Hello, flash too. Hello, flash. Hello, bro. It's okay. I think we can win. Yeah. It's good. Nice. Can you get? Ending. Good job, guys. Well played.
Good first game.
Yeah, good first game. Well played, guys. Such a clean game. Yeah. Let's focus on next one. We're better.
We'll commit to the trade here. Willie Flash trying to go for. Oh no! And he just gets him.
Oh, nice. Good job, bro. Oh, flash? Yeah, flash. You can go. Yep.
Maybe fast.
Okay.
No flash.
I'll block you.
Nice.
Good job, Kana. We can fight it, no? If he goes. We have heal advantage. Nice.
Doesn't look like we're going to try and look for the steal.
Shock. Okay.
Place no.
Very low. Watching as well.
I go.
Nice, guys.
Nice. I'm looking up. Yeah. I'm fine.
Yeah, slowly.
Don't worry. Get a flash up.
Guys, don't worry.
Coming.
I can get it. Don't worry.
Nice.
I'm in Nexus, guys.
Yeah. Nexus.
Over.
Nice. Let's go.
TES.
Trying to walk away. Mark
Collapse.
starting to stack up. Nice backstep on the ulti. Wants to get out of this one. Flash out. The root is there. Ball breaker in, and Kanavi grabs the kill. Oh, but now Jackie looking fire back with an ulti of his own. Cream in the midst of the entire team. Viper still standing. Zeka still standing. The rest of TES running. In goes the cow. Down go TES. Take as a hit. Kanavi level 3 on the way, and Flash forward with the fear. Wants to lock up Viper. Gets pushed back into the tower. Oh, that's a disaster. Waiting. The handshake comes out. Now he's been taunted. He's starting to hit Zeus. Zeka in trouble, and the fight's going to keep going. Jackie Love can just dance around Zeus, but can he find the Q3? The flash. Jackie Love cannot do it. He zooms out. World Ender to safety. Reset coming through, but no one is going to drop. Shut down there. HLE deleting TES. They bait the cooldowns. They force the fight. Domination in the mid lane.
The game is dead even, and then they get a 5-0. How does it happen 2 times in a row?
Turn off the system. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. I'm eager, never need a breather, neither. Come along, start the procedure. Everything's tasting sweeter. Everybody up on the soul floor. Everybody up on the soul floor. Everybody up on the soul floor. Stand up, get down for the easy. To the mayhem. Rise up generation. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. To the mayhem. So rise to the nation. Rise up generation. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system. Wire me up, I'm jacking the system.
I'm in the Cayman Islands wildin' while I'm bustin' up the silence. I'm denying all vaginas who be claiming that they rhyming. Bust up in here like a bando, way too much to handle. I should let you know I know my haters really fans though. Wow, yeah, why the hell you mad? Look, I'm just being me. Mess around and break the bank. She might shake it on the dash. Had her screaming like a mad. Way ahead you niggas, live your future in my past. Whip it like a flip phone. Oh, she loved the bone. All you niggas big bandwagons on my shit. No, you can hop up off that. I just got my sauce back. So way out my mother love is mine. I think I lost that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. On my
007, yeah, there is no telling, yeah. What I might do next, what I might have in here. What I might have in here. Yeah, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy, I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me, you must be tripping. Tell Roger to copy that. Let's go. I'ma raise the millionaire, self-made winner here. Nigga, you a copy of a copy. Build a bear. I only fear the fear of fair, and that's not in here. You couldn't even say you ballin' if you had a pair. Watch out, donuts like the cop out. So much time in music, man, I swear I never clock out. Turn next note to knockouts, make them wanna tap out. Now they tryna find me, kinda like the trap out. I just had to flip mode, I be hella lit, stove, whip it hella loud. You can feel it from the 6th floor. I'm a Caribbean girl, shake it like it's disco. I just had to lay it down with this. Yeah, let's go.